Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, my buyers are desperate to force me out of my flat by the 8th of September. But my purchase isn't it's sorted, but it's not. There are still some outstanding issues, and however often come. Tell you in a minute. Yeah.
Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, the Stokey Cullum era is over, and it's back to the future with Rooty Tresco until another Kiwi rise to the rescue with Flemball, which sounds just right for cold winter commentary. If England are in transition, Pakistan are always in transition. With Babar Azam injured, they go into this series with their own captaincy calamities. Standing skippers leading for the first time in a first-class match, would you believe? Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. And as the villainous 100 swaggers off into the sunset, stuffed to the stirrups with cash for a few dollars less, Test cricket, slightly apologetically, enters through the swing doors of the saloon, checks for ECB curfews and barroom brawls, and resumes its role as the Sports B movie. We are there at Headingley in God's own country, and God, that was a long intro. Sounded better when I was writing it in bed this morning, but there you go. England have won the toss and they have put Pakistan into bat. I mean, talking of Sergio Leone westerns, we've got our own westerner out there in Ausland. It's messages. I can imagine you sort of striding in through swing doors of a barroom brawl.
Was he wearing a leather jacket there?
He is. He's looking really
He didn't get it off Hansi Cronje, did he?
Well, if he did, he would have
There's
had
fuck
to.
all in the pockets.
He would have had to dig. He would have had to dig down 6 feet to get at it. There you go. That's probably
good to
rather
be back with
distasteful.
real cricket, isn't it? Fucking wonderful.
You know what? I wanted us to do a jingle, and I forgot about it in the ensuing chaos of my life. To do, a skit on the I don't like cricket, as in I don't like the 100. But I didn't get around to asking Mog. So there you go. England have won the toss. They've put Pakistan into bat. Pakistan, who've finally won a test match away from home in the West Indies to level that 2-match series. They've got 3 matches here. And we're having the anthems, as is the way these days. Alongside me, a lot nearer to me than Messi Jez in Perth, I have none other than the Ronnie Corbett of the blues. It's Tony Bishop. I went to see his new band, his duo, in the Coulsdon Bowl the other week.
Coulsdon Delta.
The Coulsdon Delta is it? It does feel like a bowl. It's very hilly, isn't it?
It is. Coulsdon's quite hilly, yes.
And they were magnificent. I mean, to be honest, when I sit here with Tony, he was like a man possessed with his harmonic. He's got a harmonica for every occasion. He's got about 20 harmonicas.
Key, not necessarily occasion.
I didn't realise that your harmonicas had to have so many different. You had to have a different one for every key.
Yes,
Can you not get?
Isn't there something about all the notes, but not necessarily in the right order?
Something that sums up my playing. Yes,
I have to say. I mean, I'm not a Neil Young fan, but his version of Harvest Moon was absolutely glorious. I wish I'd filmed it. I did film some other stuff, so I might put that out at some point. Anyway, let's talk cricket, and then Tony can bore you with the blues.
It's all cricket today.
It's all cricket today. There we go. Well, what do we think, chaps? It's another new era.
Well, it is sort of. It's a bit of a Back to the Future era, isn't
Yep.
it? With Trescothick and Joe Root, of course. Joe Root's talked a lot about the captaincy in COVID. He was weighed down. That affected, he says, his sort of attitude and therefore some of his decision making. I think it's interesting. He's gone straight in and said, right, we're going to have a bowl. If there is life in the wicket, you might get it early at Headingley. The stats back him up with that. I mean, if you look at Headingley, in 82 tests, 29 won by the team batting first, 35 by the team batting second. I mean, it's not dramatically one way or the other, but it's certainly more in favour of batting second. And the last 3 games England have won. In fact, England have won the last 6 here. And I know at least 3 of those were all one batting second.
There you go. Well, England have lost one ginger and replaced him with another, a slightly smaller version. Jordan Cox doesn't bowl either, but he is very sandy-haired at the very least. I think he might be actually slightly more ginger, somewhere between a Ben Stokes and a Bairstow. So I think he's sort of
That
rocking
sounds like
that
an
look.
instruction to your barber.
Well, it might be for Jordan Cox. Could well be. From your viewpoint, Messi, out there in the wilds, what do you make of what's going on with England?
Well, I saw a comment. I think it was from Athers. Basically said this is about the team growing up and behaving like adults. And
Yes.
from an Australian point of view, if this team had come to Australia with this coach and captain and a discipline that I expect to be there, I would have been much more scared of them last year than I was of what we sent us. I think it's real cricket that they're going to play. You know?
I feel like there's mixed messages, really. I listened to that interview with Joe Root last night on the BBC, and there was sort of almost an implied criticism of what's been going on, and yet you feel, well, hang on, why didn't you speak up? You're the senior player. Maybe you did, but it was just ignored. But I find that hard to believe. I don't know. It just feels like there's a sort of public relations face. Whatever decisions are made, you're going to put on this particular front. Ollie Robinson is back in the England side after his wonders at Lords in the first test of the summer, which seems like last summer now.
It does, doesn't it?
Well, he'll be hoping for a bit of movement. He missed out on those pitches where it wasn't doing very much. Maybe he'll come back and take another 10.
We jingle up one of the batsmen.
Absolutely.
Here we go. It's this new
Bitters and always, and that's all.
It is Azan Away who has got a really good first-class record. He's only 21, another left-hander, so 2 left-handers out there to open. Imam Haq is the other one. I was interested to read last night 3 slips for England in the gully, and Robinson is round the wicket as they tend to be. Oh, he's out the front pad. That's very close indeed, and he's out. He's out for a golden duck. I can't really tell you the story that I was going to tell you because he has gone. It was pretty good. It was pretty. The only thing that might save him was height. And I think they probably should review it at this stage.
It looked pretty plumb to me.
It looked good, didn't it? It looked good.
I think it might be umpire's call on where it's hitting on the pad, but I still think it was out.
I think there could be the only thing that can save him, to me, on first viewing at full speed, was height. But what a blow that will be for England and for Pakistan. It's moved a fair way in the air, hasn't it? And then it's just pitched and, no, it's knee roll, just above the knee roll. Even though Ollie Robinson is a tall man.
It's coming a long way, isn't it?
I think I would say that's in line with middle and off.
I think you're right.
I don't know. It's probably going to be clipping the bail, so that will be out. And what a disaster for Azan.
Quick dive into the stats.
Appearance.
Wickets first ball of a series.
Go on.
I don't know.
Oh, right.
I'm asking people who we need to say hello to.
Well, it's taken a long time, so I imagine that something's gone wrong with ball tracker or whatever. I was going to tell you the story about Azan on his debut. I'm having a look at it again. No, it's in line with off. It is out. It's hitting at the top of Midland leg with the angle, just taking off the bail, and he goes for a golden duck. You don't wish that on any player, but this is what has happened, and this is the way that Robinson started at Lord's. Incredibly, Azan, of course, the story I was going to tell you was that on his debut, he pushed the ball into the covers to get his first run, and he was sent scampering back by Imam Haq, who completely ignored him and just about survived. The curious thing, of course, if you remember when we were covering the Pakistan Test, Ireland's inaugural Test in Dublin, Imam Haq.
Oh, the near run out.
The near run out first ball. It was all people falling all over each other, weren't they? I'm not sure I want to open with Imam Haq on that basis.
Let me just do this.
Go for it.
Then he waddled away, waddle.
And I can tell you it is pretty rare. First balls. Mitchell Stark against England in 2021 bowled Rory Burns, if you recall.
Oh, of course, yes.
Saranga Lakmal against India dismissed Lokesh Rahul off the first ball. Jimmy Anderson against South Africa 2019. Dean Elgar. Mohamed Marmir against New Zealand in 2009. And now we're going back to 1936. Ernie McCormack. You got T.S. Worthington. Don't put your daughter on the stage. Frank Worthington. And F.T. Badcock of New Zealand in 1933 dismissed Herbert Sutcliffe.
Oh,
I think that's pretty much it.
Herbert Sutcliffe. Wow. Well, Shan Masood has come to the wicket, and of course
Ashraf Murtaza did it for Bangladesh against India too.
What? You mean the man with no knees?
Yes.
Ashraf Murtaza.
Masood faces up, and he manages to get his bat down in front of his pad to play that. Otherwise, he would have been in a little bit of trouble. A third left-hander. There's so many molly dockers these days. What's going on with the game?
Shan Masood.
Is it just me, or is that screen really dark?
In October 1989.
It's just you. Oh, okay.
Less than a year later, Saddam Hussein invaded. Coincidence? Yeah, you keep telling yourself that.
And while we're at it, have some of this. Oh,
We got a Pope!
well, it's not Ollie Pope.
What the hell is going on with you, blues man?
Sorry, I got confused. I must have just seen Ollie, and I got excited.
Oh, I see. You thought Ollie Pope is our new opening bowler. Well, he's done everything else basically. Captained, kept wicket, batted at 3, sacrificed himself. So he might as well bowl. It's Ollie Robinson.
It's a good ball.
And he bowled an absolute beauty the next delivery to Shan Masood, which was angled in and then nipped a long way off the seam. Far too far to get the edge, to be honest. Here he is again, bowls. This one is full and driven, half stopped by Robinson and just deflected towards his mid-on. And that was his 500th first-class wicket, Ollie Robinson. Seems like a lot.
He takes wickets for fun still for Sussex when he plays.
I should give you the teams, really, shouldn't I? Pakistan, Azan Awai, who is now gone, he's away. Imam ul Haq, Shan Masood, Abdullah Shafiq, Saud Shakil, Mohammed Rizwan, who I love, the wicketkeeper.
The Rizla.
In comes Robinson again, arrowing in on that middle and off line and defended stoutly by the batsman, Salman Ali Agar, who is the standing captain that I referred to earlier, Ali Usman, Khurram Shahzad, Muhammad Ali, and the admirable Muhammad Abbas.
He's at Hampshire now, isn't he?
He seems to have been around a few counties, doesn't
he's
he?
at Hampshire these days.
He
was last season. I don't
he been at
think he is this
Leicestershire?
season. Leicestershire for 2 or 3 for a while, yeah.
I think he's done the rounds, hasn't he? And of course, Shan Masood was captain of Yorkshire, wasn't he? So this is familiar territory for him. He's had a couple of goes at the Pakistan captaincy as well. They didn't go back to him when Babar Azam was ruled out of this game, strangely. Robinson in, and once again it's straight. But they're going to get a run this time as it's misfielded at mid-wicket. And Archer runs away, and they will get 2 for that. So the end of the first over, Masood is off the mark with 2. Imam ul Haq yet to face. Away has gone. He's back in the dressing room first ball. Robinson has 1 for 2.
Away's gone away.
He's gone away. You aren't listening, Tony, because I just said that joke about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Messi.
We have our first super chat of the series.
Yay!
Appropriately enough from Lord Grover of Sheffield. Who sends us £2 and says, tragic news, wedding doesn't coincide, no GC for me.
Oh, boo. What?
Well, he says it's not tragic, but I'm a wee bit disappointed.
What, he's getting married?
No, he was coming to a cousin's wedding.
Oh, God, I thought, my goodness, I mean, we should probably refund all the money if he's getting married. Or alternatively, give it to whoever he's marrying in sympathy.
That's something.
He knows I don't mean it, and let's face it, he has a go at me enough. Jofra Archer, is there a finer sight than Jofra Archer in a cable knit England short sleeve sweater? No. He's going to be bowling. This is his jingle.
It will be. Here he is.
He will break your heart, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Left alone outside the off stump, Archer operating as Robinson is from round the wicket.
It's a good leave. I mean, it was just shaped away a little bit.
Now, I know that I feel like I've been a sort of spokesman for the Jofra Archer Incorporated against vicious attacks from the likes of Grubby and Tony and other people outside the Guerrilla firmament, but I'm just in love with him. Here he is again, around the wicket. Imam ul Haq acts as if that was the most vicious bouncer in cricket history. It actually only got up about sort of waist high, but I would certainly be encouraged as Archer to see that sort of evasive tactic to such a relatively harmless delivery. I must say, Messi, you're looking really healthy. Have you been on some sort of special, I don't know?
On the contrary, I have now got 4 specialists in my service: urologist, not oncologist,
God for that.
chest.
Chest.
You know, name it. They're all a knee specialist and the other one. And a physio. I'm keeping the health system going all by myself.
Oh God, this is edged, but straight into the ground by Imam ul Haq, and it's well picked up at third slip on the bounce. I think it was
Rooty, I think. Wasn't it?
Oh, Root. I thought I heard last night that Root was going to field at mid-off now, so he could talk to his bowlers.
I think surely when you're got a wicket with the very first ball, you want to be back in the slip cordon. That's where the action is.
I don't think he is,
trusts his
actually.
bowlers.
I don't think he is, because he's normally at first slip, isn't he? If he is in the slips. This is defended off the back foot by Imam. We just need them to pull back a little bit so we can have a better look. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's up there at mid-off now, because he's receiving the catch from...
He was.
Yeah, from the slips. Imam yet to get off the mark. 4 deliveries he's faced. Pretty experienced player now, averaging around about 35 in Test cricket. 300s to his name. 3 slips, a gully, a leg gully. Archer in, getting that to nibble away a little bit. But he's just warming up, Archer, at the moment. He's of no extreme pace yet. That was 86. We've seen this very often with him. And quite rightly so, because we don't want him pulling a muscle in the first over.
It's the irresistible march of time, Hendo. I always think he's about 20, Imam ul Haq, and you look up and he's 30.
He's it's a bit like Joe Root. You look up and he's got to 30,
Yes,
whereas
exactly.
Imam ul Haq exactly the same in a different way. But yeah, Archer again to complete the over. He's in, and yeah, not really very much movement for Archer compared with what Ollie Robinson was getting, and that was only 86 miles an hour. It's a maiden nonetheless. After 2 overs, Pakistan are 2 for 1. Messi.
We do have another super chat from Jay Grovers, who sent us another £2, and he says, Hendo, I'd have made that joke if you didn't. I'm not sure which one that was. I'll just shout out, because we've got a lot of messages here.
Excellent.
The people who are with us: Brian in Brisbane, Stephen Kelk, Jay, of course, Extra Fluffo, Farong, Tim Wilton Davies, Paul Howarth, whoever he is.
Who be he?
His bottom's wet, and I've had a gin and tonic. Here's being
His
good
bottom's
human being.
wet.
His bottom's
Yeah,
wet. He's
I've
had a
got
gin
to-
and tonic.
Are these connected facts?
Yeah, it's curious, isn't it? Has he sat on the bottle or something? Robinson round the wicket to Masood, defends the ball, angled into round about his off stump.
I
Straight
still
back to
haven't
the
jingled
bowler.
up Ollie Robinson. I keep trying
Can you
to get
can you
round to
find
it.
him? Can you find him?
Yes, I've got the right man this time, not Ollie Pope.
Apart from that last bit, it could just have been a generic Ollie jingle, that couldn't it? Really. I mean, there are a lot of Ollies around these days, so maybe we should, just
Isn't it a
cut off that
skateboarding
last
manoeuvre,
Robinson.
an Ollie?
Is it?
A dolly and a double Ollie?
You know that.
I just know stuff,
Robinson in again, bowls onto the front foot comes Masood, who's looking fairly relaxed about things, apart from that one ball that nibbled a long way. Just going for a little walk towards square leg to calm any nerves. But of all the Pakistan players out there, batsmen in particular, he will know this ground and pitch so much better than the majority of them. And so if anyone's going to get runs, you would back him to be the man, although he wouldn't want to have been in quite so early. Robinson in, bowls left alone outside the off stump. That was a little bit wider, and through it goes Jamie Smith, who is behind the stumps. GPL, the Guerrilla Prediction League, is open. We don't know how much is in the pot. Messi, can you?
I think there's 70-something quid.
Oh, that's worth winning.
Quid.
Get in.
Somebody's
wow.
been fiddling around with our website. We've got scores along the top. That's
Well,
very
yeah,
impressive.
we certainly have.
Wow.
You don't
I
need
like
to go to
that.
that other site now.
Oh, that's
Find all
magnificent.
your up-to-date scores on our website.
I didn't know that was actually in action.
Oh, absolutely.
Robinson in, another beauty, brings Masood forward. He did nothing wrong at all, but it moved away from him and beat the outside edge.
So 8,300 pence to be won in the Guerrilla Prediction League today.
£83 something. Is that right?
Yes, 83 pounds.
It may yet go up if you
Yep.
get on board.
And how do you get on board?
If you go to our website and click on competition,
Indeed.
you can enter that way. Log in, buy some tickets, and you can enter at £1 a pop.
This one, if anything, moves slightly back into Mahmood, but he deals with it quite competently steering it to mid-wicket. There is no run.
It is a game of skill. You
It is
have
a game
to
of skill.
Estimate the number of runs to be scored in the day, so it's it's not a gambling game.
Not a gambling
It's
game.
a game of skill.
And in fact, we would not have given it the go-ahead if it were a gambling game.
Certainly not. Shah Massoud, to go back to what's going on in front of us, he was a doubt as well because he damaged a finger in the West Indies, didn't he?
Oh, he did. Was
So
it a
he
finger or
didn't-
was it a thumb?
He was in was one of the
Digits.
on his hand. So he was at Beckenham. He was in the squad, but he neither batted nor bowled.
He pushes into the offside this time. There was a bit of movement, but as we know, Ollie Robinson is not at the greatest pace, so he did have time to slightly adjust. He'll get a single. He will keep the strike. Robinson completes his second over. After 3, Pakistan are 3 for 1. Messi.
Look, before I go anywhere else, I do have to draw everybody's attention to our website because all of the scores are there. The things I would normally have gone to Cricket Info for, I can just get straight off the top of our website and click on any game that's going on at the moment. That's fantastic innovation.
Does it have does it have Long-Ditton's fourth 11?
Well, it's got an awful lot of games. It's got the ICC Men's T20 World Cup sub-regional European games. You know,
That's the biggie. That's the one that'll have
Yeah.
Mog transfixed.
It's still got the 100 finals in there and things like that. So, yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you. Lots and lots of people still with us, of course, beyond Paul Harth, Krishna Pakgonka, Tim Wilton Davies. Leah's with us. Hello, Leah.
Leah.
Ben McCormick,
Any relation to Ernie?
Stephen Kelk. I'll get around to actually reading some after the next over. So everybody else has put lots of messages in. So when I get some space, I will read those. Unless I get super chats, which will always get priority.
What is that? A random camera behind the bowler's arm.
It
has
looked like
just
a bloke
been
in a
moved.
hoodie,
It did, well, it
peeping
looked like
up from behind the advertising hoarding, didn't it? But it was actually a camera.
What's that cartoon character that?
Where's Wally?
No, not.
Oh no,
Wesley,
the
older.
one who peers over the wall.
Yeah, with his nose and his fingers or something.
I can't remember what his name
who
was.
is that?
Messers will remember.
Sun has come through, broken through at Headingley. Wasn't it steaming hot
Mr.
at
Fu?
Headingley last year? Mr. Fu?
No.
Nah, that doesn't ring a bell. 3 slips gully, backward point, mid off, fairly wide. Archer down the leg side, that sort of slightly round arm delivery that he occasionally produces. And I think it's Grubby, is it, who really hates that delivery. I don't care for it too much either.
Kilroy.
That was
Not-
right.
not Kilroy Silk.
No.
Oh, Kilroy Silk, who's basically, part of the reason we've got far right politicians now, isn't he? He was an awful man.
Made a big ton in the first game of the 24 series, didn't
What,
he?
Robert Kilroy Silk?
No, Shan Massoud.
Shan Massoud, 3 not out, facing up to Archer for the first time. And this one is wider. It does nibble. There's also possibly a little bit of a way swing, but it started far too wide. No danger to
You
the
see what he's
batsman.
trying to do there, though, Geoffrey Archer, can't you? One down leg and then attack the off stump. He's just mixing it up enough.
Yeah, the curious thing about that, though, is I think he had a leg gully to start with, but I think that's been dispensed with. So unless he's just trying to bring that back and straighten it from sort of leg stump, not quite sure what the idea behind that delivery is. Anyway, here he comes. There's also a dark cloud hovering overhead. Again, he goes down that leg side, and Smith has to take it tumbling away to his right. And there is no run. 3-4-1. The GPL is the Guerrilla Prediction League, and you can take part by going to the website guerillacricket.com /competitions, or find it on the toolbar at the top.
Yep.
You estimate how many runs can be scored in the day. You pay us £1 for each guess, or each cannily worked out prediction
Estimate.
and you get what's in the pot if you get it on the nose, way outside your stump, left alone.
Again, that's a complete rinse and repeat from the 2 previous balls. Down leg, wide, a bit too wide of off.
Yeah, that was particularly wide, wasn't it? Really. Yeah, I don't know quite what he's doing. I just prefer it when he gets his arm high and extracts pace and life from the wicket from a good length. That's when he's at his absolute best. Here he is, steaming it in once more. Bowls down the leg side. Has he got a little thin edge on that? I thought
take
maybe
Smith,
there was a
though.
bit of glove. It was a good take by Smith, diving way to his right. Then maybe they have played so much against Masood and seen enough of him in various formats that they think he is susceptible to just tickling one down the leg side. But he's certainly bowled 3 balls in that area of the 5 in this over. Not full at Headingley at the moment. Well, it is, late August.
He's a very English Pakistani, isn't he, Shah Masood? He's lived in England for a long time, I know.
Shorter of a length, forcing Masood onto the back foot. He defends. End of the over, 4 gone. 2 maidens for Archer to start with. It's 3 for 1. Messers.
We have another super chat for £2 from Ben McCormick. He says, no relation to Ernie, he's a McCormack. Fits.
Can I do one of these? Let me do one of these, because we've had 3 already.
Super chat.
There we go.
Paul Higginbotham is with us. He's watching from Phuket. And Rogers Adras is with us, watching from Southampton. Welcome to you all.
Where would you rather be?
Phuket or
Phuket, tricky.
Phuket or the
well,
Phuket
actually,
or the Dell?
Fly to Bangkok.
Well,
and fuck it.
I don't like the humidity in Thailand, so yeah, I might like Southampton.
You wouldn't like the humidity in Southampton this summer. Robinson to continue round the wicket.
Oh,
He's
that's
got him
close.
onto the back foot. I think he's outside off stump.
Yeah.
Big appeal from Robinson, but and it did keep low. Maybe he should have been on the front foot actually, but I thought he got well outside off stump. I wouldn't review that. Joe Root is now discussing it with
I think he's outside the line.
slips. I think he's outside the line. No, he's going to review it.
Oh, Rooty. Not
no,
good, Rooty.
No, that's poor, I think. I mean, we could be wrong, but
Well, you've got a man on naught. The opposition are 3 for 1. You're going to feel slightly emboldened, aren't you?
I suppose you are. But, we all called it as not being out. It just was one of those that cut through, didn't it? He's outside off stump, isn't he? I mean, it's come back a bloody long way.
Well, it's the inside of his back leg.
It's
So I think.
Whoa,
I just
shit.
think it's. I think it might just be umpire's call.
Yeah, I think you're right.
In which case, no review lost, which is not the end of the world, is it?
But it has come back a long
And actually,
way.
it grazes his front leg as before it hits his back leg.
It did come back a hell of a long way.
So closer than we gave it credit for.
I think it is. I don't think it's out because everyone's wandering back to their positions, but we're going to see. It is impact outside.
Yeah.
Yes. 3 inches outside in the end.
Yeah.
But the movement, I guess, is what made England think that it might be. Chris Gaffney is the umpire who got that right. It's not out.
Gaffers.
I
Eagle-eyed gaffers.
Who was the other umpire? I've forgotten who it was now.
I can tell you, it is Aludin Palakeh from Cape Town.
Right, okay. Here is Robinson again. Another good delivery, but tucked into the onside. And finally, on his 8th ball, Imam ul Haq is away. Grabs his first single. And Pakistan move on to 4-4-1. It's like, I don't know. It's like a proper day of English Test cricket, isn't it? There's clouds.
Proper Yorkshire clouds, lad.
Proper heavy, hard clouds, but also sun breaking through and not being 95 degrees. It's wonderful. Maybe the ECB have got something right by default. So Robinson turns again. There's a few people with hoodies up. He's in, he bowls and jabbed away down into the gully. Have they got 3 slips and 2 gullies now for Masood?
He played for Leicestershire most recently, I think, did Shah Masood. Played 2 in 2025 for them. He averaged over 100. Highest score was 111 on his Leicestershire debut against Gloucestershire.
And he only played 2 games.
But he only played two games.
So, I mean, I just don't like that in county cricket. I find that really... You've got to have a player for a good proportion of the season just to... you feel part of the side. Otherwise, it's kind of mercenaries, isn't it? Flicked away very nicely as this strays onto the legs, and around runs Josh Tongue. They will get back for 2, and Masood will move to 5. He's had the bulk of the strike. 19 deliveries. Imam ul Haq just the 8, and away just the 1 out. First ball of the morning, first ball of the test match, first ball of the series. Big disappointment for him. And Robinson has that wicket, 1 for 6. What have we got? We have got, I think, 4 slips, and they're really spread out. It really isn't much distinction between the slips and the gullies. It's just a line. In comes Robinson. He's got to have him there, surely. Yeah. Yes, he has. Yeah. He'd switched over the wicket. He swung it back in. It was an absolutely delicious delivery again, and Masood has to go. Now, that is what I like to see from England. Some really good thinking. Try a different angle, and with the first ball, it was right in the place that he would have dreamed of putting it, and Shan Masood has to go. LBW.
You just really hope this time in this series Ollie Robinson sustains it and doesn't have to sit out the next 2 tests. Right. Let's do.
It's really making great use of the conditions, isn't he, Robinson?
Certainly is.
After you've gone.
I was a big fan of Ollie Robinson when he first got into the England team, and there was all that fuss about sort of historical tweets he'd written when he was about 18, which doesn't necessarily excuse them. But he took a lot of flack, and I didn't really agree with that. You can say he shouldn't have done it, but it was a real pile-on, which was unnecessary. And then I kind of lost a bit of respect for him. He seemed to just be, I don't know, not that interested. Didn't really do a particularly good job in the Ashes, but then, lots of people don't. And I was massively surprised when he came back, even though people were saying he was taking a lot of wickets for Sussex. I do think he's got a little bit lucky in the sense that he played that game at Lords and did so well with fantastic bowling conditions. When the bowling conditions weren't quite so good at the Oval, and was it Trent Bridge, the 3rd test? I'm trying to remember where it was, against New Zealand. You feel like he sort of got away with it. He didn't have to bowl on those pitches. And now he's back and he's got really helpful conditions again. But, that's not his fault, is it? And he is at least bowling really well in those conditions. Abdullah Shafiq has come to the crease. And Robinson has 1 ball remaining in the over. 2 for 6 so far. Short leg is going to come in. That's going to be Emilio Gay. Emilio Gay, of course, who suffered the indignity of a pair in that warm-up game in Beckenham. In comes Robinson, first chance to bowl to a right-hander, and, he pushes forward a little bit timidly, and he gets a thick inside edge down to long leg for a single. He's off the mark straight away. End of the over. Pakistan are 7 for 2. Robinson has 2 for 7. There's a kind of wonderful symmetry there, and that final delivery was 77 miles an hour. I think we've got 1 more over before we have a change, but Messi will have some more contributions from you.
Well, I should report that there is some rain to the west of Leeds at the moment, which may or may not just graze the ground, and it's not doesn't go on for a long time, but it's quite hard, some of it. So we may see something in the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I don't think it'll hold the game up for too long if it does come, though.
I've missed the weather vane of Western Australia, reporting from the very venue itself.
Brian in Brisbane says, I'm sure Samantha is pleased Guerrilla Cricket is back.
She is.
She missed Hendo for sure.
I missed her. It's one of the first things I said as I put on the lights this morning.
None of the rest of us sit on her, you know.
I know. Well, that's respect for me. Hopefully, we're going to have a change of bowling. Would you believe? Atkinson is in after only 2 overs from Archer, which were both maidens. Maybe he's not feeling it from that end, and he wants to bowl at the other end, and so Joe Root has decided to switch him. Although I think he's going to be keeping Ollie Robinson going for a little while longer. Shafiq on 1. Imam ul Haq is on 1, and this is a real battle for Pakistan this morning.
Oh,
Shan Masood.
no, I don't.
You're having a nightmare over there.
Well, I'm trying to import Shafiq.
Outside the off stump from Atkinson, left alone by Shafiq. He needs importing.
Yeah, for some reason the bear hasn't put him in the jingle cart, so I've located him, which is a triumph. But normally you can just drag them across, but this one doesn't seem to want to come.
My good friend in the non-digital world, Richard Asher, has joined us. Good to see him. We are taking on the big tech companies. Well, him mainly. I'm just ranting. Shafiq faces up to Gus Atkinson, who's in and he bowls back of a length and straight. And Shafiq is right in behind that, high left elbow, defends it back to the bowler.
Yeah, we're due a change at the end of this over, I believe.
We are indeed. We still haven't got to the bottom, if that's the right word, of why Grubby has got a wet bottom while drinking a gin and tonic. I think that's something we do need to be told.
Well, it depends on the reason. I mean, there are potential scenarios I don't particularly want to know about.
Atkinson in full, met with an absolute peach of an on-drive by Shafiq, which beats the diving mid-on and runs away for the first boundary of the morning. That was sweetly timed.
Not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And I can tell you that your next commentary team is going to involve Richard and Gary. Gary is here.
Should be Gary and Jason.
Oh, right. Okay, it's not Richard yet. Okay, it's Gary and Jason. Gary, you walked in this morning with a proud T-shirt of Mentor Pilot, and we bonded over Mentor Pilot. If you've seen that on YouTube, it's and you're interested in aviation. That's come back a long way. It's an incredible leave from Shafiq.
2 kinds of leave.
Yeah,
but that was so nearly the not good kind.
Well, it was good in the sense that
quite a long way over the stumps.
It was over the stumps, but
it?
it was the movement, wasn't it? That
Yeah.
I don't think he read that. I think he just left it on where it was pitching. Oh, it's not very
It's not a
far
long way over
there.
the stumps. Grazes, practically kisses the bails on the way over.
That was a possum's bollock over the top of.
Well, it rather depends on the size of the possum, though, doesn't it? And how particularly well hung the possum might be.
I haven't really looked into it. To be honest.
Millimeters over.
He's in again, bowls another lovely on drive, but this time the mid-on gets round. I think it's Josh Tongue doing the fielding. That is the end of the over. It's the end of our session. It's been eventful.
We have another super chat though from Jay, who says, Ray Samantha, respect equals fear of a social disease. Thank you, Jay. And we got a lovely message from Jeff Ward, who says, I was asking AI if there was any way I could listen to the England-Pakistan Test in Australia. BBC broadcast is blocked here, but I've found Guerrilla Cricket. Delighted that I'm listening. Welcome, Jeff. Yeah, lovely to have.
Well, that's because I've been telling AI every night. I've been trying to manipulate it.
It's when you're not shouting at it.
When I'm not shouting at it. Stay there until we've got someone else to take over.
Should be Gary and Jace.
Casual.
Peering in. It's going to be Ollie Robinson.
Brooks is with us too. Okay.
And here is Ollie Robinson, who's bowled absolutely beautifully. It takes the edge and it falls just in front of the man at 4th slip, who was Emilio Gay, diving somewhat dramatically forward. Hello. It's Gary, Jason and Tony.
It is Gary on summarising.
Am I? Oh, sorry.
Welcome to your summary.
I thought I was ball by balling. I'm happy to be summarising. It's a good start to the series. Ollie Robinson gets a wicket first ball, and I'm on ball by ball instead of summarising.
That's quite all right. England has bowled beautifully. Ollie Robinson particularly has bowled very beautifully, although we nearly saw the 3rd wicket there. But Robinson's going to be over the wicket to the left-handed Imam ul Haq. That one just not quite foolish, I think. just climbed a little bit at him. Had to be hurried.
Outside leg when it
Jab
shifts, though.
down, yeah.
Well, he could have had more than the 2 he's got. Easily, Ollie Robinson.
Absolutely beautiful.
Oh, that looks grim.
But there is the threatening presence of dark clouds. Now, normally, on the first day of a test series, you would be... Oh, that was an inside edge, by the way, as well. Normally, you'd be cursing the potential presence of rain. I've got to say, after what we've had in the UK for the last 6 to 8 weeks, I'm not going to complain about rain. That's well defended solidly by Imam ul Haq, and there is no run going.
Yes, I am wearing the T-shirt, and if you can see it on YouTube, it says INOP C Tech Log, which is the sticker you put on anything on a aircraft cockpit, which is INOP. In other words, inoperative.
Oh, I
so
see.
I'm displaying the fact that I am inoperative CT log, which is pretty much the way of things these days.
4 slips and a gully for Imam ul Haq, as Ollie Robinson's in over the wicket to the left-hander. That rather squares him up, and it sort of tickles it away, but not convincingly towards short cover. 11 for 2, as Gary reminded you, poor old Azana weighs LBW and as plumb as you can get off the very first ball of the match and of the series.
So that's a platinum duck, is it?
He was, well, I don't know, probably possibly. He was pretty plumb too. He went for 5. So it's been a great start for England. They won the toss. They chose to bowl, which does stack up statistically at Headingley. Robinson in. Imam ul Haq defends into the onside this time, and there is no run. That other voice, of course, was the inimitable Jason on the buses, Route Master Hiscox.
Route Master His.
Just the 2 buses this time.
Just 2 buses. Disappointing.
And a train.
And a train. Oh, you don't want to be doing trains. It destroys
It's
your
faster. Otherwise, it would be 3 buses in a long time.
3. I know, but it doesn't work with your persona. Robinson. Imam ul Haq in his sights. Imam ul Haq defends again. Gary, is it just me, or does he always look a little bit exposed with his
rushed.
pads there?
Yeah, well, I'm going to come to the Pakistan batting technique, but I think we should have some messages first from Jason.
It is. It's the end of that Robinson over. It's 11 for 2. It's a maiden as well. Robinson is absolutely cooking today. 2 for 7 for him. 11 for 2.
Jago is very happy to see us. He shouts at us saying, "Hooray, Gary! Hooray, Jason!" Not hooray, Tony, though.
Harsh.
You've already had a hooray, I expect, earlier.
Banana Brooks also says, "Hooray, Gary!"
So, like, we're not here, Jason. So we're invisible.
Very good.
Well, Arthur Atkinson is going to continue with his washboard. Good old Gus. Where's he bowling? Looks like he's bowling from the football stand end. And he's bowling to Abdullah Shafiq, whose jingle we tried to import and couldn't. That's defended nicely in front of his off stump. 3 slips and a gully for Shafiq as Atkinson bowls.
In the green room, despite this being quite a green space over here, I was talking to Richard and I was saying I was surprised that none of the Pakistan batsmen are not taking guard a couple of feet, maybe even a yard outside the crease. Jamie Smith would obviously come up to the stumps, but that has to be better than allowing Robinson to swing the ball and especially seam the ball 6 inches either way easily here.
That scurrying little run of Atkinson is turned nicely off his hip by Shafiq. Past square leg umpire. They should be able to come back for 2 comfortably enough. Yes, they do.
Yeah. And I mean,
score moves on to 13.
Gus Atkinson's got a bit of pace, so you can understand that. But Ollie Robinson operates at 80 mile an hour plus 1 or 2. He's not going to hit you in the teeth. So you've got to mess up his line and length, which at the moment he's just being allowed to bowl whichever way he likes. And I think they're missing a trick here, the Pakistan batsman against Ollie Robinson.
Counter that with you can also change your length slightly to push him back.
Atkinson keeps a bit low. He's certainly concentrating on the stumps, which I like to see, but defended into the onside by Abdullah Shafiq. And no run. He's 26 now, Abdullah Shafiq. The thing that struck me, Gary, when I was looking at the teams, I'll tell you, was how many Pakistan players aren't here.
Well, you know where they are.
Names that you seem to know so well.
You know where they are. they're playing for Pakistan Golds against Pakistan Greens yesterday in the 50-over final of the Pakistan tournament. You've got Shaheen Shah Afridi's there, Naseem Shah is there, some other names familiar. Ashraf Al, I think,
Atkinson
is
in. There is a short leg. That's a good ball from Atkinson in. Just started outside of off stump and swung late, but it was a good line, and they got a little bit of movement. And we have seen not prodigious movement, but enough nibble.
Are they the only two teams in Pakistan, gold and green?
It might be. But there was a lot of experience in those 211s. And now that Baba is out, you can have the feeling they should have had at least one or two of those players there. Of course, they did play very well in the last Test match against West Indies.
That's a terrific delivery. Nearly gets the edge. It was angled in towards middle and off, moved away. Shafiq had a little bit of a dibble-dabble. Through it went to Jamie Smith, but that is a cracking, right arm, quick medium delivery.
Yeah, play that.
Completely beat the... Yeah, I'm looking at some of the names here. So, Naseem Shah, Haris Rauf, Abrar Ahmed, Fahim Afrash,
that's the
Kamran Ghulam, Mohammed Husnain,
Shaheen Shah Afridi,
Kusadil, I think, Kusadil Shah, that's tickled off his leg. Jamie Smith is going to have to do that work. He doesn't. Eventually a fine leg appears and field. So just the two from the over so far. On a leg by, it's the end of the over. It's 14.
Just on that last ball. On that last ball, the spirit of Fred Truman, given that we're at Headingley, was that's too good for son, wouldn't he?
Something like
my
that.
Yorkshire accent,
only
not very
in a
good
Yorkshire
there.
accent.
Only in a Yorkshire accent.
We've been joined by Claudio Gonzalez. He says, cheers from Buenos Aires, as always. Pakistan are doing Pakistan things.
You're right.
Devil J Roller says, good to hear your dulcet tones, lads. Steve from Perth. Hooves is there. Hello, friends.
Hello. Good morning to you, wherever you are.
Messenger says, weather warning. The rain has reached Bradford. Which if people in the UK know, that's not that far from Leeds.
It isn't, but it's in a valley, Bradford. Whichever way you approach it, as its name suggests, it's low down.
It's a ford, yeah.
Robinson, in he comes. That one looked like it was going to shape away, but actually went on with the arm into the gloves of Smith, left by Shafiq. Is that why the valley? That's the Valley Parade, isn't it?
Valley Parade, the ill-fated football ground.
Sadly.
Broadcast live on Tea Time TV, that fire. I remember it well. So you approach it, you see the Alhambra in front of you. It's very picturesque, but the rain does tend to stay kind of over Bradford because it doesn't need to go anywhere because it's hills around it.
City of Culture.
Museum,
the National Photography Museum.
It is, I've been there.
The clouds are very dark.
Robinson in. Prodded at, still the four slips and a gully. It's a really attacking field for Robinson. Why wouldn't it be after the start he's made? Remember, first ball of this Pakistan innings, that was just dabbed for a single.
You must
15
remember
for two.
With Bradford is that you don't it's not aspirate, but you don't voice the D or something because it's Bradford, as they say,
like
with
Bradford.
Yeah.
2 for 8 now for Robinson.
For the Brats, are they?
Yeah, it might be.
No, it's a city that gets a bad press undeservedly in my view.
Undeservedly in my view.
That's again just nibbles away. You've got Ben Duckett at first slip, 15 for 2.
Good toss to win.
Yeah.
Well, it was, and it was an interesting choice too. Joe Root didn't think that hard.
Yorkshire specialist Joe Root.
So, Tony, you've mentioned. I've mentioned the Alhambra. You've mentioned the Photography Museum and the Valley Parade. So, what's the one thing we're missing about Bradford? Because I've been there.
Fabulous Indian food.
Not fabulous Indian food. Not for me, anyway. I live in Tooting. You can't get more fabulouser than that.
But true enough. That's a really good question.
Yeah.
Is it a famous person or a famous location? That's defended outside of his off stump by Imam ul Haq. Back to the bowler, no run.
It's a famous location, not as famous as once it were, because it used to be very, very famous indeed. But I've been there.
Well, that doesn't narrow it down.
It doesn't narrow it, but
you've been everywhere, man.
I've been here. I've been there.
Is it a theatre?
No, it's not a theatre. Although the Alhambra is, of course, but I haven't been to that.
Robinson is going to be in again to Imam Ul Haq, who's taking his sweet time. Just one run off the 16 balls he's faced so far. The 3 slips go down. Robinson's in again. Just a coat of paint away from an outside edge. But he's still there. He's a fighter, old Imam Ul Haq. You've got to say that for him.
I've
1
been
off 17
there.
now, 15 for 2.
I've been there. I've been here. I've been there. I've been everywhere. That was a punk song, was it? By So What by the UK Subs.
Anything to do with rugby?
It is to do with rugby.
Bradford Park?
No, not Bradford Park Avenue, although that's not a bad shout.
So it's a sporting location.
It is a sporting location.
In Bradford?
In Bradford.
Oh! No. Cricket? Possibly? No. Ollie Robinson. He's got a sweet, easy run up. That squares up Imam Ul Haq. He gets an edge and he's actually gone between first and second slip and he's going to get 4 runs. It's Jordan Cox who ends up on the ground, not quite getting to that.
Yeah.
It's 19 for 2. Imam Ul Haq has raced on to 5 now after being stuck on 1 for so long. But there's a real element of fortune about it.
Well, that was a real pippin of a delivery, and Cox ended up on the ground.
So we're looking for a sporting location in Bradford. An iconic sporting location.
Iconic sporting location. I think it's fair to say that.
Are we getting any people on, any of our fabulous listeners on YouTube trying to help us out here? It is a very, very, very dark.
Very dark.
Eric J is saying Seven Hills hath Bradford, like Rome. Jake Over says there's a super chat saying Bradford is a very underrated city. Also, Bradford.
Oh, yeah.
Bradford.
Bradford.
Well, I think we're being very kind to it, Jay. I mean,
yeah, we are.
Gary and I are both fans. Right, Atkinson bowling from the football stand end, and that's defended into the onside competently enough by
of
Shafiq,
course.
and no run. Someone's got it, have they?
Well, I've got a decent shout for it. Odsal Stadium?
Odsal Stadium. Home of Bradford Northern, now Bradford Bulls. I saw Bradford Northern play there. And once the largest capacity stadium in the UK.
I lost.
I'm spinning.
It's built in a natural hollow, natural valley.
Bit like the valley. The valley.
The valley itself is a bit like the valley. Yeah.
Atkinson over the wickets. Oh, that's a lovely flowing off drive by Shafiq. I think it's going to beat the fielder, who is Joe Root, in fact.
I'll tell you what.
And he's not going to get there, and it's 4 more. It's a beautiful shot too.
Strong there.
He did. One of these.
And in outfield news, it's very fast.
Well, it did seem pretty quick, didn't it? I kind of lost any interest, not that I ever had much, in rugby league when Eddie Waring ceased to be.
His replacement wasn't bad.
Ray French.
Yeah.
You see, I wouldn't even know his replacement.
Yeah, he was good, Ray French. Needs to be a little bit further out of that crease, get further forward, hard.
Full, but steered into misfielded by Jofra Archer. I think Shafiq and Imam Ul Haq, despite Pakistan's long and illustrious history of dodgy running,
apparently also
decided not to run on that particular misfield, so it does end up as a dot ball.
Extra Fluffer says Bradford also has a little Germany. Sorry, Eric J says Bradford has a little Germany.
A little Germany.
Yeah.
Eine kleine Deutschland.
And Banana Book says lovely apple pudding, Gary. Yes, I did notice that one.
I heard
good.
Pippin. I heard something about Pippins. That was good. He's beaten that as a shout for an inside edge. Umpire Palika of Cape Town.
Well, how did it miss the stumps?
Well, that's the first thing. I think it went between bat and pad. Joe Root has immediately consulted with Gus Atkinson. The think tank has said, well, we might as well have a crack at this one.
We might be getting a glorious, very, very rare occurrence here where they may have heard the ball just clipping the stumps on the way through.
Yeah.
Because it was that close.
It was. Well, we're going to have a look and see. So they have lost a review, haven't they? Because the one that they
can't
reviewed
gamble too much
was
for this
over
one.
the top. Let's have a look. Was it between bat and pad? Yes, it was.
I think it has hit the stumps, you know. I think it's hit that bail.
It may just have clipped his... Let's have a look. It
might have clipped the back.
Well, we're going to have a look at Ultra Edge. It definitely doesn't get the inside edge.
Are they going up for LBW then?
It's too high. It goes over the top of it.
Grazes his thigh.
And goes over the top of its
grazes his thigh pad. So there was... I think that's what they heard.
I think that's what they
The
heard.
catch was taken by Jamie Smith.
Does it just take a little deflection off the bail? Top
As
of the
you
bail.
rightly say, it could be a shout for LBW as well, to be honest, but it's just a little bit too high for that.
Might be umpire's call.
I think we're
LBW.
pausing looking at the wrong thing because it definitely wasn't an edge.
So they're not going to go. They're not going to look at the LBW. Maybe they are. Maybe they are.
Well, we're having another look. We can't see from that angle. Pitching outside off, impact
Well
in
over,
line.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Edge
They did review.
missing.
No, it is over.
And another review lost. So England have burnt their 2 reviews, haven't they? Or do they have 3
They
now?
got 3.
Yeah,
3.
they've got 3.
Well,
But that's two quite speculative reviews gone.
yeah, but one is inclined to do this when you've taken a wicket with the first ball of the series,
Yeah,
and then another one pretty quickly afterwards.
And they have heard something. There was and saw a deflection.
Definitely grazed the thigh pad. We saw that. Right, 23 for 2. Shafiq on 12. Imam ul Haq on 5. And
they're going off a rain.
And it's raining. And as I've said, and I'm not going to defer from it at all, I'm not going to complain about a bit of rain right now.
Yeah.
Well,
we've got more Bradford stuff. Greystoke says, I hear all roads lead to Bradford almost daily. Bradford Coliseum says extra fluffo. Greystoke asked, does Bradford have a hippodrome?
Genuinely rain.
well, it has the Alhambra. Most of those northern towns do have a hippodrome, don't they? But often they're turned into bingo halls or something these days. But we're doing the good work of the Leeds Bradford Tourist Board, I think. No.
Ben McCook says Bradford also home to the Casimir, one of the finest curry houses you could wish to dine at.
I was bigging up its curry credentials.
You know, I can't. I was in the
and
cinema.
Lockie says,
Well,
I've never seen Gary so animated. Normally he just becomes one with the chair.
I'm sort of slightly perching here. I'm not often in this one. It's raining very, very hard. Very, very hard. I was in the cinema, and nowadays they have the old Pearl and Dean music for the advert.
Pearl and Dean.
And the kind of Pavlovian reflex, because I grew up in a cinema, I know I've mentioned that a number of times, is I expect to see a kind of are you looking for a great Friday night out? And then they tell you about the curry and everything else,
right.
and then they drop in a local photograph. Then go to the Taj Mahal, the High Street, round the corner.
That's the way it works.
Yeah, that's
23
the way it
for
works.
2. It is. Well, those dark clouds have been threatening. We rather thought we weren't going to see any rain until at least the afternoon.
That's tipping down.
It is.
It's monsoon time.
Tipping down.
Raining very, very hard.
In Headingley.
Well,
a man dressed as a traffic cone that's not going to keep him particularly dry, is
They
it?
seem to be a bit understaffed here, don't they? The ground staff have brought on the covers for the bowlers' run-ups, and the same guys are running off now to cover the square. You would think, given that Yorkshire has more cricket clubs than the whole of Australia,
and
all
they
that
draft
sort
in
of stuff,
groundsmen from local clubs.
Yeah,
generally.
just
As they do in Surrey.
just have them to pull on the covers. Is this your band, Tony?
No,
this
is a ranging.
They stopped playing bloody cricket.
Well, they have stopped playing bloody cricket. At the moment.
Let's have some more chat
England
about
with the
Bradford.
Pakistan.
And we should have some chat about Tony's band, who
Oh,
seem to be
that's right.
playing
23
more
for 2.
playing more gigs than the Rolling Stones.
They're not, band is somewhat
There's
superfluous
only 2
for
of
a
us.
duo.
Duet, yeah.
It's a band for me.
Yeah.
Well, have we got more highlights of
We've
days
got a
out
piece
in
of knowledge I
Bradford?
didn't know from David Durrell saying Ray French, games from my home time, an English teacher, international at both rugby league and rugby union.
All true. This is all true.
This is the commentator that succeeded Eddie Waring.
Yeah.
Ben McCourt says,
big
Root
boots
is
to
so
fill.
bad at reviews it's not funny.
Yeah, I think you've got to judge that by a number of factors in those reviews. One is England, 2 wickets early, conditions in their favour,
and
bit of adrenaline there.
Yeah.
2, wants to make a statement, I'm not the same Joe Root that was the boring captain
that's
of
true.
before, so I think you've got a bit of that.
All true.
Yeah, I think there's a number of factors, and I don't hold those against him.
Neither
Certainly
do I.
not. The first one, I think, never looked out. The second one, was well worth a look.
It was well worth a look.
I don't think you can hold that one against him.
Yeah,
Sorry, far away, Jason.
Lockie 6 talking about in best Yorkshire style says, call that rain when I were a lad.
Where are you from, remind me, Lockie 6? You're not a Lancastrian, are you? Poo-pooing Yorkshire's rain.
Indeed.
As they say.
I was not far away from Bradford last year when I had a day out in Saltaire, the kind of model village that Thomas Salt built for his mill workers.
One of my distant relatives from the Canadian side is just gone up and looked at Saltaire.
Yeah, it's very nice.
With a friend that's over there.
It was used extensively in the slightly disappointing Alan Bennett film called The Choral with Ralph Fiennes and Roger Allen.
I quite enjoyed that film.
And I've also played another model
fan.
village. There's another model village in Surrey called Whiteley Village.
Is there?
Yes, there is.
Where I've played cricket many a time.
Yeah.
When it's got its own fire station, its own hospital, and not.
Quaker built, is it, like Port Sunlight and Bourneville?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was
It is sort of gated off,
industrialist who built it.
You have to kind of enter it through.
Yeah.
You feel like you're entering slightly a different world. Or
It's a
its own
private
country.
land,
It feels a bit like kind of Port Merion without the outrageous eccentricity of these places.
I'll tell you why I remember that, because I watched Louis take a sevenfer there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He had a very good
the
day
pitch is
out.
interesting, to put it mildly.
Yeah.
It certainly was
bit
for
rubble-like.
that day. Barney rubble.
Barney rubble.
Well, if you wonder why we're chit-chatting, it's because at 23 for 2 and 9.4 overs bowled, eventful overs, England, if that 2 could easily have been 4 for sure. But the rain, the UK has been missing, not just Yorkshire. It is falling on Bradford.
It's not falling down here, although it's threatening to.
We had some last night. I thought both cats appeared in the bedroom last night. I thought, hello, I'll bet it's raining outside.
A little bit, I think.
Robinson, both wickets. Gary, hasn't he bowled magnificently?
I mean, this is his conditions in England. Bit of wobble off the seam, slight bit of wobble in the air, and then tremendous control. But I'll give this to you. Jimmy Anderson could not have bowled better than Ollie Robinson this morning, and some people may say that's high praise, and Ollie Robinson comes with a lot more baggage than Jimmy Anderson does, but
there's a reason
can't have bowled any better than that.
Because you don't require extreme pace or extreme bounce to get something going on this wicket.
Yeah, the ball.
This reminds me now of my trip to watch Middlesex on a rained out day at Headingley.
Reminds me of something I glossed over. We were asked if we were going to do the Metro Bank ODC final by Farong, and I'm thinking you would be definitely in favour of that if you weren't going.
I would be going, except I'm in Sicily.
Oh.
So the answer is probably no.
Explaining to the lovely Mrs. B that we can't go to Sicily, dear, because I have to go to Trent Bridge.
No, but I have to watch it on YouTube, dear, for 8 hours.
I'll be going, I hope, to
Nottingham.
Trent Bridge. Sicily, you might not be going to Sicily anyway. You read about the stuff in Sicily at the moment?
Well, it's been a few fires, I think, by mid-September.
It's a volcano. Etna
is active.
We're not going to.
You're not going to Catania, you're going to Parma.
We went to Catania last time we were in Sicily.
Yeah.
We're going to Cefalù, which is a very beautiful
it's
village.
all very beautiful, isn't
Probably
it?
about an hour's drive from Palermo.
Well, eat a tomato for me, the best tomatoes. Like Milo Minderbinder said in Catch 22. Those tomatoes, oh man.
He did indeed. 23 for 2. We've moved on to Sicilian tomatoes.
We've got some other stuff
an offer
on
we couldn't
Saltaire,
refuse.
No. Oh, Saltaire, yeah.
Jago says, shouts at us, Saltaire has good pizzas, that is all.
Okay.
Eric J says, Lily Savage had an apartment in Saltaire.
Who? Lily Savage?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
It's great. Extra Fluff says, I put cheese on my Saltaires.
Oh.
I think he means saltines.
Yeah.
Okay.
Saltings. Saltaire, of course, a brand of kitchen scale, so that adds up as well.
And Lockie 6 says, Jay has a shed in Satire. Another pun on Saltaire.
Very good. Very good.
Banana Brook says Anderson was arguably more accurate on off stump. Well, maybe.
Robinson's definitely got movement.
Robertson is pretty
In the air and
metronomic
off
when he
the
gets
pitch.
when he's fit and he's got his head together.
Very good. And when I went to Saltaire, I went into a park, a very Victorian municipal park with various sort of improvements that would work with kind of George Bernard Shaw, like muscular Christianity and stuff like this. But an excellent cricket ground was there. So walked around an excellent cricket ground. Guess what? In the rain.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
It rains a lot up north.
It does.
Allegedly.
Up north.
More than the southeast, that's for sure.
Andy Burnham going to redistribute rain.
Number 10 north, send the rain down.
Send the rain back.
That sounds like the kind of thing that you know is in a 5-year plan in sort of Stalin's Russia. Reverse. Were they going to reverse the rivers in Russia at one point?
They did, and they drained the Aral Sea.
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah.
In Kazakhstan, pretty much for failed agricultural projects.
Well, it's not.
It's taken them 25 years to start building it back the other way.
In the 1880s, I think it was, the good people of Liverpool, my ancestors, says we quite like this Welsh water. You've got a nice space down there. We're going to build a dam and flood that village down there and make Lake Vyrnwy. And all the people had to up sticks and move 2 miles north to be rehoused. And it will come as no surprise to you, although with some justification.
It's now surfaced.
The people of Wales are not very happy to this day that their village was flooded. So Lake Vyrnwy could be built for Scousers water.
I read somewhere recently one of the dams that was created which flooded the village. The village has reappeared because it's so low.
Yeah, it does. It does happen from time to time. Are we going to continue?
No, we probably should.
Because there's a change of Guerrillas or a discontinuing.
I think we probably will take a little break on 23:42. This rain.
Shall we just
set
Gary and I just witter here whilst you work out what to put on as a?
Yes, I shall do that. I suspect it'll be the latest Bishop and Bear, mind you. With Atif Nawaz, and it was a huge amount of fun. So hopefully that's there. I'll see if
I'll have a super chat to start us off, Gary.
Super chat.
Australia versus Bangladesh Test. Says Greystoke 666 with $2. Discuss, please.
Oh.
I'm a masochist.
Well, I mean, people have been calling it the greatest upset in history or something, but I don't know what is Australia's record in these early tests that they play up in the Northern Territories. I'm not sure if
they've not played many. I think the last one they probably played was against Bangladesh 20 odd years ago.
And I think some of those players came in a bit cold, didn't they? Into it, but it was a full strength side, wasn't it? Steve Smith made some decent runs in the first innings, and they had an attack with Cummins, Hazelwood, Lyon, and Stark.
Green.
Yeah. Cam Green. Yeah. I remain unconvinced about Cam Green.
The enigma that is Cam Green.
Yeah, the enigma is Cameron Green. And the continuing selection of Marna Slabuschagne was excited some interest on the WhatsApp.
120 mile an hour bounces for the last 4 of the day.
Yeah. So, well, it might shake Australia up a little bit. Whether you can afford to have Bo Webster and Cam Green in the same side, to me, it looks like you've got one too many all-rounders. And it wasn't so long ago Australia didn't really believe in all-rounders, did they?
No. Neither of them is a fourth seamer, really.
Well, you're kind of thinking if you're going to go with one.
They're both kind of batting all-rounders
and play. But if there are no batters better to play in the top 6 or the top 7, then maybe they're the right options. But you get the feeling that if Bo Webster and Cameron Green were worth their places as batters, we'd have kind of know by now. But Tony's ready to go. Sorry about not talking about the Bangla boys, because it was a fantastic win for them. I don't have the information to hand, but one lad got 6 wickets, I think, didn't he?
He got 9 in the match.
Yeah.
He got 6 in the second innings and 3 in the first.
Yeah, so the Tigers roared. We're going to hand over now to a Bishop and Bear, is it, Bishop? The latest one with the great Atif Nawaz.
Formerly of this parish.
As nice a guy as you'll ever meet.
Selling your van can be super simple if you choose We Buy Any Van. They're on average 11 minutes away, so you can get it all sorted in under an hour. If only they could make keeping your van clean simpler. And spotless. Oh, for crying out loud. We Buy Any Van. Selling made simple. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at webuyanyvan.com.
Whether it's having a break with a Kit Kat or a relaxing cup of Nescafe, you'll be surprised how much of Britain goes into making your favourite Nestlé products. Every bite and brew is part of something bigger, made by experts with care, craft and community. From partnerships with local farmers to generations of British skills and expertise, it's not just made in Britain, it's made by Britain. Learn more at nestle.co.uk/Britain.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the everyone they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. It's been a while. We've had a test series since we were last on. England managed to lose, not impressive. But we've got test series coming up against Pakistan, and that in the Bishop and Bear can mean only one thing. Our guest today, Comedian of the Year at the Global Awards, the voice of Pakistan cricket on the BBC and the 100. So what? It is to provide us with artificial intelligence on the forthcoming England and Pakistan series. It is, of course, Atif Nawaz. Hello, Atif.
That's a beautiful intro, man. That's so kind. Can you just record that for me so I can put it as my voicemail and I can sell a few tickets in January?
Exactly, because you've got... Well, let's start there then, shall we?
do your
Whilst
promo.
You're deciding what to drink, here is your chance to promote to a global audience of cricket lovers your artificial intelligence tour.
Look, I love cricket. I've given cricket like hardcore the last 7 years of my life as a broadcaster as my work, which meant that my flourishing comedy career had to take a back seat. So after 7 years, I'm doing a new stand-up comedy tour in January. It's called Artificial Intelligence because my name is Atif, and you get it, yeah, very good.
You're talking to the dad of the king of dad jokes here.
It's
king of dad jokes and bad puns.
Prime time to do it as well as artificial intelligence has taken over the world, eh?
That's it. This is it. So the show's about sort of free thinking and being able to think for yourself. Like offers to do it for you. So I'm doing a show at the Glee Club in Birmingham, a top secret comedy club in London, and then like loads of other cities. It's all on my website, artifdawans.com. Go buy tickets so that I don't have to do this over and over again, and we can just focus on the Bishop and the Bear, which I've been excited to be. The Bishop and the Bear.
That's the one. What can we get you to drink, and then we'll genuinely start to talk about cricket.
I would love a virgin mojito, please.
Is that one thing or two things? We'll take that as being two things.
No,
it's a virgin mojito for you. Not a problem.
Usual whiskey for me, please. Thank you very much.
Large. Usual whiskey. You can help yourself. It's your fucking pub. You don't have to ask me. I don't serve the boss. Right. Let's talk about the England. Well, we'll sort of talk about the England-Pakistan series. I mean, it's kind of where to start. I mean, should we start by just talking about the England captains, the Joe Root future? What do we think about that, chaps?
Well,
you go, Nige.
Well,
you go first.
I'm not convinced, really. I think Stokes had a point. I mean, you can't make Brooke vice captain and then not make him captain when he decides to quit. It all seems a bit wrong, really. I'm not sure it'll do Joe Root any favours. Not sure it'll do the team any favours. I mean, admittedly, Joe Root, the failure of the team under Joe Root happened generally through... I mean, it started okay and then went downhill rapidly through COVID. But, I mean, there were extenuating circumstances with COVID, wasn't it? I mean, all these lockdowns, being locked in hotels, everything can't have done anyone's mental health any good. They played an awful lot of test series in an awful lot of countries locked in hotels. And I don't think that did anyone any good. And by the end, he looked completely frazzled. And I really don't want that to happen to him again, because I really want him to beat Sachin's record of test runs ever. And I mean, he didn't do particularly well against New Zealand, did he? But he's probably got 2 to 4 years left of a test career, maybe longer if he can keep going. He's got a fantastic technique. And in that time, if he carries on scoring at the rate he's scored over the last few years, he would overtake Sachin. And for me, I really, just personally, I want to see him do that, so that someone can go fuck Sachin, basically. Someone's better than him. And I just don't think it's... Yeah. And what does it say to Harry Brook? You're a dim-witted fuckwit, basically. You can't captain a side. But he's done all right. He's done all right with the T20 side. So, you know. Yeah. What do you reckon, Arthur?
I don't know. Like, I think you have to think about it through the prism of what England cares about. So, England doesn't care about the World Test Championship. England doesn't care about this Pakistan series, really. I mean, they'd like to win it, obviously, but it's not the end of the world. What England really cares about is the Ashes, right? So, like, English cricket fans, the English cricket board, like, the whole setup is about the Ashes, the Ashes, the Ashes. How do we win the next Ashes? How do we make sure it's not like this huge embarrassment as it was this winter in Australia? So, I think with that in mind, they're thinking for the next sort of 18 months, Root is our guy for 18 months. It's not like a series to series thing. It's like we're thinking 18 months. Like, Brookie, you're still in the picture. You know, you're doing great with the white ball stuff. We're not going to overload you right now. Maybe there's a load thing as well, because you got to remember Harry Brook plays all the formats. So does Joe Root when he plays 100-ball cricket, which is absurd to me. Not because he can't play, but because surely that's the time Joe Root takes a break. But obviously, you know, it's his right to, you know, make some money and play in that competition. So I don't know. For me, like, I get it. I understand why they went with Joe Root. I would have liked personally to have seen Harry Brook take the mantle. I get the logic behind him not taking it, which is a little bit of workload, focus on your game and just bat and all that kind of stuff. You know, the way Stokes left was really messy and a bit. I don't really like it. Like, I really wish if this is it. Convinced it is, but if this is it, I would love for it to have finished in a more dignified and a more like the way Jimmy went out. You know, okay, Jimmy was also unhappy when he went out, but he went out you know, with like a bit of a spectacle, a bit of a send-off, like, you know, a manner befitting a player of that class. And I don't think Stokes got that partially through his own fault as well. So, yeah, I understand Joe Root being captain. I think, you know, he's the most respected person in that locker room. I still think he'll get the last 2,000 runs or whatever it is he needs to overtake Sachin, because he's got so much left in him. Quarter of the way there through this Pakistan series, to be honest with you.
How much do you think that's a real personal motivator? Some people care a lot about records, and some people don't seem to be too bothered. Joe Root strikes me as a bloke who would would want that, because once you've got to that position, the amount of Test cricket that's played now versus other formats, it's going to be a heck of a hard one to overhaul. So once you're there, you're likely to stay there, aren't you?
I'm not sure. Right. In terms of that, yes, particularly. But I mean, in terms of English cricket, we play an awful lot of Test cricket, so he's definitely going to have the opportunity to do it if he hangs about. I mean, we play like 20 tests a year, don't we?
Yeah, but the demands of it as well. So, like, if you're playing Test cricket and you're a big name England player, so if you're getting like 5, 6, 7,000 Test runs, you're probably being offered contracts to play elsewhere as well. It might be whether it's the 100, whether it's the Bash, whether it's PSL, IPL, MLC, whatever it is. Like, you're not going to want to turn down bags full of cash, you know, to play Test cricket, which is probably, other than sort of England and maybe Australia and I suppose India as well, not really well, you know, financially. Yeah, exactly. There's not as much money in it. So I don't know. I think Root will get there, and I do think it is a big motivator for him. It absolutely. Who would it not be for? Like you say, if the guys put this much time to get into that position and everybody's constantly talking to him about it, I would be shocked if it wasn't the only thing he thinks about most days. But he's got to want it. He definitely wants it. I'm sure, barring like an act of God, he'll get there as well. And I think he'll get there and build on it, in fact, and take it to a point where it is unassailable, because nobody will play that much Test cricket again in the future, I don't think, even whether English, Australian or otherwise.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? He said that he doesn't really get offered opportunities to go to PSL. It's like everyone disses him when it comes to that format. I think it's mainly because he doesn't hit sixes and he hits a lot of fours. But basically, if you hit lots of fours, you can still score up 400, right? And no one ever really scores over 180. So, and you know, he is a class batsman in the sort of Kane Williamson mould, who always got picked for T20 sides, but Root never really does. I mean, he put himself in the auction, didn't he, the other year for the IPL, and no one picked him up.
Well, if you look at what is he good at? He's got all the shots. He can do your scoops and your ramps and you know, your lofted cover drives and things like that. He can do everything, but He's sort of been pigeonholed as a world-class Test batter, and there's worse things to be pigeonholed as. But look, he does play in the 100, and like he shows his value in the 100 as well a little bit.
He's doing all right, I think. He's doing for the Welsh Fire this year, isn't it? He's switched from the Rockets.
They didn't. Well, it's a shame for him then, because the Rockets are in the final on Sunday at the time of recording. But he's shown that there's certain scenarios in which he's really good value, not unlike a Babar Azam or a Mohammad Rizwan, who get a lot of stick for their strike rate. Like, there's certain scenarios where you want a player like that. So in a 100-ball game, if you're chasing 135, Joe Root's your man. If you're chasing 200, all right, maybe he slides down the order a bit, but you're supposed to be versatile as a white ball team, right? So that's modern white ball cricket. You got players at the top, a variety of people who can either knock it around or knock it out of the park, and then you want to be able to use who suits whichever scenario better at the time. So I think there's a value to Joe Root outside of red ball cricket, but I think it's too far gone now. He'll play in the 100, he'll collect his flowers in Test cricket, and he might get a home Ashes win to cap off his career at that point. And if he does that, like if by next summer he wins the Ashes as England captain, he's covered Sachin Tendulkar's record, which would require him scoring 2,000 runs between now and the end of the Ashes next year.
Which would be good for England.
If he can do that, then I think he'll call time then, and then you can get Harry Brook as captain.
I think he'll call time when he feels his... I think he could possibly go until he's 38, 39. There's nothing else.
But how does it get better?
Well, he doesn't get better. But no. But the thing is, for Joe Root, all he wants to do is bat, right? I mean, he clearly has a joy still in doing it, and I think everything ground him down in the end, and I think it was what happened in that second Test and all that bullshit in that nightclub just basically screwed him over, and I think the establishment screwed him over, and he thought, well, fuck that, I'm out. As you say, I'm not entirely convinced he won't come back for the Ashes in 2027.
I think that's what our chief said, and I go along with it. I think.
I mean, he's said he's not going to, but
he's had his ego bruised. He's been poorly treated under a dodgy teams that got him in that position in the first place. I mean, it was over a week away between the two Tests. We've been down that road a couple of times on the Bishop and Bear.
Can I ask you a question, guys?
Yeah.
I want some Bishop and Bear wisdom on this, right?
Oh Lord, go on then.
Do you think there are any Bangladeshi restaurants in Noosa?
That's a really good, and I don't know is the answer.
No idea.
For a friend.
Oh right, might well be. Probably some Indians. I don't know.
Get them over there quick.
You can always Google it. You're the master of artificial intelligence. Yeah. That'll answer anything.
Or jit chat, whatever. Yeah.
Well, I just think right now, if I was an Australian travel agent or an Australian proprietor of Bangladeshi businesses in Noosa, I would be rolling out the red carpet to Bangladesh.
I'd be setting one up. If there isn't one, I'd have a pop-up one near the ground.
Yeah. And just outside it, I would have a list of all the names of the Bangladeshi players that the broadcaster forgot.
Oh God, it is quite. Well, we will come on and talk about that. Can we talk about Pakistan?
Oh yes, of course we can. Yes, of course.
That would be helpful.
I'm not known to talk about them, but we can if you want.
Well, would it be your specialist subject on Mastermind? We know Al Hodge did Muhammad Ali. What would yours be? Would it be Pakistan cricket?
Yeah, it could be Muhammad Ali, the Pakistani cricketer. To be fair, yeah.
Oh well, that's true.
Yeah, we got one of them. It's a popular
That would be
name,
brilliant. You should have been on the same episode. That would have confused poor old. Who does it now? I can't remember who does his Mastermind now. Clive Myrie, doesn't it?
Clive Myrie.
That would have made his mind boggle. They're both answering questions on Muhammad Ali. Right, Pakistan. Their recent form, and in some ways unlike England. I think they won about 2 Tests in 24. And they were both against England out of 9. And they've won 3 out of 9 or 10, haven't they? In 25, 26. Their form's pretty rubbish, to be honest, isn't it? Are they in transition, or is it just?
Is it just a board again?
There's a few things going on. So, like the big number that worried them for a long time was 8, which is how many consecutive losses in a row they had overseas. So that and that includes Bangladesh, and also before that they lost to Bangladesh at home as well. So, like, and obviously that was before anybody realised just how good Bangladesh are and that they're going to go over to Australia and do what they're doing. But you know, from a Pakistani perspective, the alarm bells were going off. Like, what's going on? We're losing to absolutely everybody. And the last time we won a meaningful Test series was against England in 2024, and that was after we had to, you know, let's just use the word manipulate the pitches.
Doctor would be fair version.
You know
that worked against
Doctor,
England, didn't it?
Listen, doctor is the perfect word, because I was there. I was there for that pitch to see it, because it was the first, I think, in Test history that a used pitch had been used again for the following Test match.
I'm sat here looking at my lawn, Atif, and it's in better nick than that pitch was in Malta,
so look,
I reckon.
Here's what they did to that pitch, right? They were raking it every day, but B, they were also putting these gigantic fans on it, and they were putting heaters on it. It was like they were trying to give the pitch flu. You know, it really was like, we're going to make it hot and cold and rake and everything. And yeah, it was the same pitch for both teams, is the obvious argument. And it's fine, like, it's within the rules of the game, so they can do that at home pitches. I suppose if England wanted to do something similar, they could. But yeah, I mean, they won that Test series. But since then, it was a sequence of disappointing results. Shan Masood, who was captain for a long time, had like one of the worst records. And I hate to say that because it makes it sound like it was his fault directly. He was given, you know, a lack of players who lacked motivation, some very dodgy coaching, and you know, backroom staff, and a lot of transition behind the scenes as well. So he had a really difficult task, did Shan Masood, and it shows in his results, unfortunately. So they say to Shan, right, a bit like England did with Joe Root a few years ago. So look, you focus on your batting, which is coming along nicely, and we'll get Babar Azam back into captain again. So Babar's third stint as Test captain, and it started with a loss to the West Indies, but then a win against the West Indies. So they managed to get their first ever win overseas after a period of about 3 years. And 9 attempts. So, like, that was a bit of a turning point. There's a little bit more optimism about what they can achieve in England now, based on them winning a match in the West Indies. Again, it's a West Indies team that, not unlike Pakistan, was in transition as well. So, you know, how much you read into that is up to you. The big worry for Pakistan is their lower order. So if the top handle pressure, the lower order tends to crumble, or even if the top order gives them a platform. I think they're averaging 9.77 for their bottom 4 wickets, which is, I think, the second lowest of all Test playing nations. So yeah, and we saw an example of that in the first Test against the West Indies as well, where they went from a sort of winning position to a middling position to what turned out to be a losing position. So, you know, there's hallmarks there of the old Pakistan team that can crumble under pressure, particularly the lower order. But there's also a bit of excitement and a sort of some tempered enthusiasm, because they did get the win and they're looking good in their warm-up against the PCC Select 11 at Beckenham at the moment. At Kent, the Pakistan used 8 bowlers. All the seamers got a run out. Abbas, who I'm expecting to lead the attack, even though he was mysteriously left out of the second Test. It's just really weird. They said we're going to go with a spin-heavy attack, and they replaced Abbas with Ubaid Shah, who's also a fast bowler. So go figure. But you know, like but I reckon Abbas will lead the attack. Muhammad Ali will probably be alongside him, and Khurram Shahzad will be in the mix. It's possible Ubaid Shah gets a game, because he's considered quite a good tail wipe. And then obviously Sajid Khan, who's you know, like the bald spinner with the big celebration where he slaps his thigh. Like
we always think of him as those old.
He's a
like early cinema, black and white cinema. He'd be the guy in the hat and the cape who was tying the Virgin you mentioned earlier, would be tied to the railway tracks.
I was thinking like a young Dick Dastardly.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah.
That's him.
So he's become sort of Pakistan's frontline Test spinner. I think it was between him and Noman Ali. Noman ended up, you know, maybe because he's a little bit older, and he got a deal at Lancashire as well. So I think he's going to play the last 6 championship games, or 6 weeks of championship cricket
for them, I would think.
Yeah, so he's going to be over here regardless. So that sort of gives Pakistan a backdoor option to get him. They also in the squad, I should say. So it'll be interesting to see. I think England is still favourites. I think England are definitely massive favourites at home. But I do think this heat wave might help a little bit, especially going into Headingley. The first test, it won't swing and seam as much as it normally would. I mean, it would if they'd played in May and June.
Well, not this year. It was bloody hot then. I mean, this is it. Headingley is one of those places where if it's really sunny, it's packed full of runs. If it's overcast and damp, it's full of wickets. It's so yeah, it should be a run-heavy thing. But England will no doubt win the toss on a fucking blazing 30-hot-degree day and decide to bowl, because that seems to be the fucking way we do it at the moment.
No, you got Joe Root now.
Oh, well, that's true. That's
sensible choices. Yeah,
maybe.
And alongside him, you got Marcus Trescothick. I think the only major issue for England, I have no issue with the squad. Like, you could have gone a few different ways. I would have liked to have seen Rayan Ahmed in the mix. And they've talked about Sam Curran's fitness, but I've watched him a lot recently. Okay, 100-ball cricket isn't the same as Test cricket. I get that, but he looks fine. He looks completely fine. I would have liked to have seen the pair of them in the mix, but. I think for England, it is a bit of an experiment series, a bit of a not low-profile series necessarily, because if they lose, they'll get hammered by the press. But it is a chance to just mess around a little bit before, Stephen Fleming comes in with his Flemball. So, I think Flemball, yeah, it's good, isn't it? Flemball works.
Something you put in your handkerchief. It's horrible, though.
Actually, he's wearing a proper 1920s, 1930s vibe today. Yeah, I think for England they've got a bit of rope to play with here as well. Joe Root, chance to settle in. I'm not saying not disrespecting Pakistan, I'm saying they're not challenging opposition, but they're not Australia. And they're not Australian home conditions. This is Pakistan in England's home conditions. The only thing is, like, I can predict the headlines now. Like, the first test goes wrong, Pakistan win. Like, everyone and their mums will blame the 100. I tell you that right now, because it finishes 2 days before or 3 days before the first test. It's this Sunday, the final, and then I think the first test starts on Wednesday. So everybody will go, see, they haven't played any first-class cricket in ages, 100-ball cricket. How do you expect to come into a test series against a world-class Pakistan side and beat them? I can already see the headlines.
Forgive me for asking this, but who was our number 3 in that test series against New Zealand?
Bethel. But he's
injured.
He's injured.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's who I'm missing.
And he's out for the series, which has meant more juggling on top of the accommodating the absence of Stokes. Who, Atif, is who's exciting you in the Pakistan squad? Who do you think is going to make a real impact on the series? I mean, it's an interesting. There's some names I do know. Many I do know, but some I've looked at. So who can we really look out for, do you think?
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
I sold them. They were too expensive. I got a great deal on these scooters, though.
You expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
It'll be fun. Just think of the core strength you'll build. This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. So the next time you need someone to get the job done right, get matched with quality candidates with a good job. Visit Indeed.com/nexthire and sponsor your job today.
I don't want to say, because I feel like I'll put the mockers on him straight away. And like, so Abdullah Shafiq, right? He's spent some time away from the Test team after a sequence of poor results. Like, when he burst on the scene, people were like, "Well, this guy's even better than Babar Azam. He's going to be the next big star." And then he had a horrible sequence, where he just got sort of single-figure scores, a sequence of ducks actually in a row, and then he was out of the setup. Recalled by Pakistan for that West Indies series that just happened, and got himself a glorious unbeaten 160, like old school Test cricket, like a 300-ball 160. I think he's the kind of batter with the kind of technique that could do really well in England, especially if the ball isn't hooping all over the place. We'll wait and see. I like Abdullah number 3 for Pakistan as well. I suspect Imam ul Haq will open the batting, but we'll wait and see. And then you got your Babar Azam at number 4, and and then your middle order. Or maybe sorry, there's Shan in the mix as well, isn't it? So yeah, sorry, Abdullah, I expect to probably maybe open the batting with Imam, and then you'll have your Shan Masood at 3 probably.
Abdullah Fazal?
No, Abdullah
he's
Shafiq.
withdrawn. He's not in the squad.
I was going to say.
Well.
Yeah, Abdullah Shafiq played a few. I think he might have played on the last tour to England. No, he didn't play on the last tour to England, but he was in the squad when England played Pakistan in 2024. And yeah, like I just was really impressed with that 160. The way he played it, it was virtually chanceless as well. Kind of temperament you want, I think, in England, just staying calm. That they could end up 65 for 6 going into lunch on the first day. It would be very Pakistan to do that, but I hope they don't, because their lower order doesn't, history doesn't show them standing up too much. So, and then Abbas, man, you can't look past Mohammed Abbas. He's been amazing in county cricket, criminally underutilized in Test cricket for me. Like, this guy's phenomenal. A proper, I think the thing they sort of hold against him is his lack of pace, because he doesn't really get up beyond 80 miles per hour. So they're like, well, you got to be more than 80 for Test cricket. It's Pakistan, the country that gave you Shoaib Akhtar, Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis, all that. But I think actually, like, a good technique swing bowler is really, beneficial. Just look at record. He's had incredible runs, and at one point he kept. Do you know the story about him keeping Pep Guardiola out of his room?
No. I don't know that. No.
He played at Hampshire for a long time. Did Abbas, and he was very successful for Hampshire. And so they gave him like the big suite at what was then the Aegeus Bowl, the Hampshire Bowl. They've got a Hilton hotel at the Hampshire. Oh, this is nice. I can say brand names here. This is quite good. I don't have to say, the hotels are available. Don't have to say that. So the Hilton at the Aegeus Bowl, they gave him the suite, like the big boy room for Abbas, their big overseas signing. Now, Man City were going to play, I think, Southampton. And so they were staying in that hotel, and Pep always gets the biggest suites and stuff like that. So he turns up, and he's like, whoever the person was, that we need this room for Pep Guardiola, and they're like, nope, sorry, that room is reserved for Mr. Mohammed Abbas. So Abbas at the Aegeus Bowl.
I think Manchester City always stay there, because when I went to see Middlesex play Hampshire, City were playing at Southampton, and all the players were there. Pep was there. I got into the lift with Tim Murtagh, who was the big captain, who's now captain of Bayern Munich. Vincent Kompany,
yes.
Claudio Bravo, Sané, I can't remember, and Tim Murtagh and me. And I was a bit discombobed by the quality of the company. So we went up, and I pressed the wrong floor. And they all got out. So they just followed Vincent Kompany, realised it was the wrong floor, and we waited and came back and said, "Sorry, lads, that was my fault. I was just discombobulated by being in the company of world-class sportsmen."
Well, look, they all had really nice
Manchester City players.
They had some really nice
rooms,
but they
didn't. To be fair.
They didn't have the best rooms, though. We can put it. They didn't have the best room. That was reserved for Abbas. Probably not anymore, though.
That's really funny. I'm not sure you answered the question there. Oh, you didn't want to, did you? Because you didn't want to jinx anyone.
I told you
Abdullah Shafiq. Who's the big one?
The big one is Babar. Babar Azam.
Is he in form again?
Well, sort of. He got a really pretty 88 against the West Indies before he got out, and he was gutted when he got out, because I think, milestones are massive in Pakistan, obviously, right? So they're massive all over cricket.
It's just the idea of,
so if you can get past that 3 figures, then you get a little bit. But yeah, he got that 88. He was batting with Abdullah Shafiq. They were both batting brilliantly. So I think, I think Babar is still what he is. He's a world-class batter. He was on the cusp of becoming, one of the all-time greats before his form took a massive dip a few years ago. And part of that, again, comes back to him playing all the formats of cricket. Like, if Babar was a test-only cricket, I think his game would have come on and on and on, and you would be talking about him in the same way as we talk about the likes of Joe Root eventually. But obviously, this is hypotheticals, and that's not the world we live in. And Pakistan doesn't care about Test cricket in the same way as, England, Australia, and some others. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's a world-class batter. What I don't want to see is another beautiful 35. I need him to get a big score. I think this is a big series for him, back as captain as well. In England, they all love playing in England. The Pakistanis, they love coming to England, and they get a huge fan base. And I think they'll be shocked that there's been a smaller fan base than usual for them already, like at Beckenham, where they're playing their warm-up match, and then granted it's a heat wave and blah blah blah, but less than 80 people turned up to watch them at Beckenham against the select 11. Well, if you think about historically, if you got a Pakistan-England Test match in England, you'd get about a 60-40 split in terms of fans of the crowd, especially the cities they choose. It's more pronounced when India play. In India, like 80% anywhere they go. But like with Pakistan, but it'll be a lot lower than that, and a lot of that is because of their performance and the dips and the disappointment that the fan base has had with them. And I think he's got a chip on his shoulder about that. Like, I'm gonna be that. Like with Pakistan, but it'll be a lot lower than that, and a lot of that is because of their performance and the dips and the disappointment. Little pressure, the lower order tends to crumble, or even if the top order gives them a platform. I think they're averaging 9.77 for their bottom 4 wickets, which is, I think, the second lowest of all test playing nations. So and we saw an example of that in the first test against the West Indies as well, where they went from a sort of winning position to a middling position to what turned out to be a losing position. So there's hallmarks there of the old Pakistan team that can crumble under pressure, particularly the lower order. But there's also a bit of excitement and sort of some tempered enthusiasm, because they did get the win and they're looking good in their warm up against the PCC Select 11 at Beckenham at the moment. At Kent, the Pakistan used 8 bowlers. All the seamers got a run out. Abbas, who I'm expecting to lead the attack, even though he was mysteriously left out of the second test, which is really weird. They said we're going to go with a spin heavy attack, and they replaced Abbas with Ubaid Shah, who's also a fast bowler. So go figure. But but I reckon Abbas will lead the attack. Muhammad Ali will probably be alongside him, and Khurram Shahzad will be in the mix. It's possible Ubaid Shah gets a game, because he's considered quite a good tail wiper outer. And then obviously Sajid Khan, who's like the bald spinner with the big celebration where he slaps his thigh.
We always think of him as those old
He's a
like
pantomime villain.
early cinema, black and white cinema. He'd be and the cape who was tying the Virgin you mentioned earlier would be tied to the railway tracks.
It's exactly
I was thinking like a young Dick Dastardly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah.
That's him.
So he's become sort of Pakistan's frontline test spinner. I think it was between him and Noman Ali, and ended up, maybe because he's a little bit older, and he got a deal at Lancashire as well. So I think he's going to play championship games or 6 weeks of championship cricket
for them, I would think.
Yeah, so he's going to be over here regardless. So that sort of gives Pakistan a backdoor option to get him. They also have some younger spinners in the lineup in the squad, I should say. So it'll be interesting to see. I think England is still favourites. I think England are definitely massive favourites at home. But I do think this heat wave might help a little bit, especially going into Headingley. The first test, it won't swing and seam as much as it normally would. I mean, it would if they'd played in May and June.
Well, not this year. It was bloody hot then. I mean, this is it. Headingley is one of those places where if it's really sunny, it's packed full of runs. If it's overcast and damp, it's full of wickets. It's it should be a run-heavy thing. But England will no doubt win the toss on a fucking blazing 30-hot-degree day and decide to bowl, because that seems to be the fucking way we do it at the moment.
No, you got Joe Root now.
Oh, well, that's
true.
Yeah, that's
sensible
true.
choices.
Yeah, maybe.
And alongside him, you got Marcus Trescothick. I think the only major issue for England, I have no issue with the squad. Like, you could have gone a few different ways. I would have liked to have seen Rayan Ahmed in the mix. And they've talked about Sam Curran's fitness, but I've watched him a lot recently. Okay, 100-ball cricket isn't the same as Test cricket. I get that, but he looks fine. He looks completely fine. I would have liked to have seen the pair of them in the mix, but. I think for England, it is a bit of an experiment series, a bit of a not low-profile series necessarily, because if they lose, they'll get hammered by the press. But it is a chance to just mess around a little bit before, Stephen Fleming comes in with his Flemball. So, I think Flemball, yeah, it's good, isn't it? Flemball works.
Something you put in your handkerchief. It's horrible, though.
Actually, he's wearing a proper 1920s, 1930s vibe today. Yeah, I think for England they've got a bit of rope to play with here as well. Joe Root, chance to settle in. I'm not saying not disrespecting Pakistan, I'm saying they're not challenging opposition, but they're not Australia. And they're not Australian home conditions. This is Pakistan in England's home conditions. The only thing is, like, I can predict the headlines now. Like, the first test goes wrong, Pakistan win. Like, everyone and their mums will blame the 100. I tell you that right now, because it finishes 2 days before or 3 days before the first test. It's this Sunday, the final, and then I think the first test starts on Wednesday. So everybody will, see, they haven't played any first-class cricket in ages, 100-ball cricket. How do you expect to come into a test series against a world-class Pakistan side and beat them? I can already see the headline
on the series. I mean, it's an interesting bit. There's
number 3 in that test series against New Zealand.
Bethel. But he's
injured.
He's injured.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's who I'm missing.
And he's out for the series, which has meant more juggling on top of the accommodating the absence of Stokes. Atif, is who's exciting you in the Pakistan squad? Who do you think is going to make a real impact on the series? I mean, it's an interesting bit. There's some names I do know. Many I do know, but some I've looked at and I go, I don't know who they are. So who can we really look out for, do you think?
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
I sold them. They were too expensive. I got a great deal on these scooters, though.
You expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
It'll be fun. Just think of the core strength you'll build. This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. So the next time you need someone to get the job done right, get matched with quality candidates with an Indeed sponsored job. Visit Indeed.com/nexttime your job today.
I don't want to say, because I feel like I'll put the mockers on him straight away. And so Abdullah Shafiq, he spent some time away from the test team after a sequence of poor results. Like, when he burst on the scene, people were like, well, this guy's even better than Babar Azam. He's going to be the next big star. And then he had a horrible sequence, where he just got sort of single-figure scores, a sequence of ducks actually in a row. And then he was out of the setup, recalled by Pakistan for that West Indies series that just happened, and got himself a glorious unbeaten 160, like old school Test cricket, like a 300-ball 160. I think he's the kind of batter with the kind of technique that will that could do really well in England, especially if the ball isn't hooping all over the place. We'll wait and see. I like Abdullah number 3 for Pakistan as well. I suspect Imam ul Haq will open the batting, but we'll wait and see. And then you got your Babar Azam at number 4, and and then your middle order. Or maybe sorry, there's Shan in the mix as well, isn't it? So yeah, sorry, Abdullah. I expect to probably maybe open the batting with Imam, and then you'll have the Oshan Masood at 3 probably.
Is that Abdullah Fazal?
No, Abdullah
he's
Shafiq.
withdrawn. He's not in the squad.
I was going to say.
As well.
Yeah, Abdullah Shafiq played a few on the last tour to England. No, he didn't play on the last tour to England, but he was in the squad when England played Pakistan in 2024. And yeah, I just was really impressed with that 160. The way he played it, it was virtually chanceless as well. Just the kind of temperament you want, I think, in England. Just staying calm. I say that they could end up 65 for 6 going into the first day. It would be very Pakistan to do that, but I hope they don't, because their lower order doesn't, history doesn't show them standing up to much. So, and then Abbas, man, you can't look past Mohammad Abbas. He's been amazing in county cricket, criminally underutilized in Test cricket for me. Like, this guy's phenomenal. I think the thing they sort of hold against him is his lack of pace, because he doesn't really get up beyond 80 miles per hour. So they're like, well, you got to be more than 80 for Test cricket. It's Pakistan, the country that gave you Shoaib Akhtar, Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis, all that. But I think actually, like, a good technique swing bowler, beneficial. Just look at his county cricket record. He's had incredible runs, and at one point he kept. Do you know the story about him keeping out of his room?
No. I don't know that. No.
So he played at Hampshire for a long time. Did Abbas, and he was very successful for Hampshire. And so they gave him like the big suite at what was then the Aegeus Bowl, the Hampshire Bowl. They've got a Hilton hotel at the Hampshire. Oh, this is nice. I can say brand names here. This is quite good. I don't have to say, the hotels are available. Don't have to say that. So the Hilton at the Aegeus Bowl, they gave him the suite, like the big boy room for Abbas, their big overseas signing. Now, Man City were going to play, I think, Southampton. And so they were staying in that hotel, and Pep always gets the biggest suites and stuff like that. So he turns up, and he's like, whoever the person was, that we need this room for Pep Guardiola, and they're like, nope, sorry, that room is reserved for Mr. Mohammad Abbas. So Abbas at the Aegeus Bowl.
I think Manchester City always stay there, because when I went to see Middlesex play Hampshire, City were playing at Southampton, and all the players were there. But Pep was. I got into the lift with Tim. Who was the big captain who's now captain of Bayern Munich? Vincent Kompany.
Yeah.
Yes.
Claudio Bravo, Sané, I can't remember, and Tim Murtagh and me. And I was a bit discombobed by the quality of the company. So we went up, and I pressed the wrong floor. And they all got out. So they just followed Vincent Kompany, realised it was the wrong floor, and we waited and came back and said, sorry, lad. I was just discombobulated by being in the company of world-class sportsmen.
Well, look, they all had really nice
Manchester
rooms.
City players.
They had some really nice rooms,
laugh,
but they didn't.
Be fair.
They didn't have the best rooms, though. We can put it that was reserved for Abbas. Probably not anymore, though.
That's really funny. I'm not sure you answered the question there. Oh, you didn't want to, did you? Because you didn't want to jinx anyone.
I told you Abdullah Shafiq.
Who's the big one?
The big one is Babar. Babar Azam.
Is he in form again?
Well, sort of. He got a really pretty 88 against the West Indies before he got out, and he was gutted when he got out, because I think, milestones are massive in Pakistan, obviously, right? So they're massive all over cricket.
It's just the idea of,
so if you can get that 3 figures, then you get a little bit. But yeah, he got that 88. He was batting with Abdullah Shafiq. They were both batting brilliantly. So I think, I think Babar is still what he is. He's a world-class batter. He was on, one of the all-time greats before his form took a massive dip a few years ago. And part of that, again, comes back to him playing all the formats of cricket. Like, if Babar was a test-only cricketer, I think his game would have come on and on and on, and you would be talking about him in the same way as we talk about the likes of Joe Root eventually. But obviously, this is hypotheticals, and that's not the world we live in. And Pakistan doesn't care about Test cricket in the same way as, England, Australia, and some others. So, Yeah, I mean, I think he's a world-class batter. What I don't want to see is another beautiful 35. I need him to get a big score. I think this is a big series for him, back as captain as well. In England, they all love playing in England. The Pakistanis, they love coming to England, and they get a huge fan base. And I think they'll be shocked that there's been a smaller fan base than usual for them already, like at Beckenham, where they're playing their warm-up match, and then granted it's a heat wave and blah blah blah, but less than 80 people turned up to watch them at Beckenham against the select 11. Well, if you think about historically, if you got a Pakistan-England Test match in England, you'd get about a 60-40 split in terms of fans of the crowd, especially the cities they choose. It's more pronounced when India play. In India, like 80% anywhere they go. But like with Pakistan, but it'll be a lot lower than that, and a lot of that is because of their performance and the dips and the disappointment that the fan base has had with them. And I think he's got a chip on his shoulder about that. Like, I'm gonna be that star again that I am, and it all starts in the middle. So I think there'll be at least one classic Babar Azam innings in this series.
It'd be good to see. I've always liked Babar, man. I mean, obviously I want to beat them, but I do.
You know those people that are so. I've had a chance to meet. You know those people that are kind of dull, and they don't really have any other interests other than cricket and batting, and they can talk to you about the bats, and they can talk to you about pitches and runs and innings and things like that, but they have nothing to tell you about art or history or culture or anything else in life, right? It's just batting. That's Babar Azam.
Really? Oh, that's a shame.
I wish can you get him on the show with us?
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd challenge that. He just possibly doesn't choose. If he's being interviewed about cricket,
he's very
19th century philosophers or whatever you want him to expound about.
That a lot of like really famous people, because like he's not on the level of Virat Kohli, but he's Pakistan's version of that, which is like obviously a less famous Virat Kohli, but maybe the most famous sports person in Pakistan. So when you have that level of superstardom, it has an impact on your behavior and the way you see the world, because obviously people are behaving with you a certain way, and it's very difficult to stay grounded and and he's got like an entourage, he's got his brothers and his dad is always around and stuff like that, and he's like, I think it's really remarkable actually that he's managed to keep the singular focus on cricket. Like people speculate about him all the time, like, oh, who's Babar Azam dating, when is he getting married, and all the this is all over the press, and the modern players are like, they're looking at their phones all the time, they're on social media, but he's managed, I think, for the largest parts, to make sure that's never become a story, and his story's always been about cricket, whether it's good or bad.
Cool, good for him.
Interesting. What about England then, Bear? I mean, is it a little bit back to the future in some other squad selections? We got Surrey's Ollie Pope, we got Surrey's Dan Lawrence, both back in. Are they forward steps?
Well, they're not necessarily forward steps. I mean, I think Dan Lawrence probably deserved a chance. He was the one who got treated quite bad. I don't think his technique's really up for Test cricket. But as a number 6, again, if you stick him down there and have got runs on the board, then he's the kind of guy who'll push it on, which is, is Fleming actually going to start this series? Is Fleming?
No, he doesn't take over till the South African series.
So, I mean, how are England going to go? Are we going to?
It's Marcus Trescothick's in charge.
So are we going to carry on Baz balling? I don't know.
No, I don't.
I'm not sure. I mean, Duckett can't play any other way, really. Can he?
I don't know what Atif thinks. I might challenge that. I think he's.
I mean, he can.
It was interesting in the New Zealand series. He was leaving a lot more balls than he. But
he still scored
had for a while.
He's always. I think you've got to leave him to play his natural game. Okay, he doesn't have to go out and blast it, but I think he's quite an aggressive batsman. I'm not convinced about. But then he's only played 3 tests, let's be honest. Jordan Cox I actually quite like. I'm not sure he's number 3. But where is Ollie Pope going to be picked then? Because Ollie Pope would be, for me, the guy who never 3 very well, and is probably better suited lower down the order. Which means you're going to go, Duckett, Emilio Gay, Jordan Cox, and you've got Root, obviously, Harry Brook. And then you've got Jamie Smith, who's going to be 6
I think
or 7.
Will be first choice wicket keeper still.
Yeah. So then you've got the spot at 6, basically, if that's what you're saying, is where either Ollie Pope or Dan Lawrence sit.
They're positioning Bryden Cast as your one all-rounder, which is probably just as well, because if you both Matthew Potts has got way more wickets at way cheaper rates all season than Bryden
Yeah,
Carr.
I mean, Bryden Carr, he started so well, didn't he, at the beginning, and he wasn't very good in the Ashes, and had a couple of decent...
So is Ben Rain, for that matter.
Yeah, but then you've also got... when you look at the bowling attack, there's actually quite a lot of opportunity. I mean, there's a lot there, isn't there? I mean, for me, so if you have a top 6 that includes either Lawrence at 6, then you've got Jamie Smith at 7, or one of those two switch around. What's going on?
Come on, Ella. One of the pub cats is being attacked by another cat, but she's managed to extricate herself and go and hide in a shady spot. I think they were only playing, but all is well. Carry on. Sorry, I'm back with you.
Right. So you've got down to number 7. So then you've only got 4 spots left for your bowlers, right? So you're going to go 3 pacers probably. You're probably going to keep Shoaib Bashir. Jofra definitely plays for me. Gus probably starts, which means you've got 1 place for Cook, Fisher, Ollie Robinson and Josh Tongue.
Which you'd prefer Tongue, providing he's fully fit.
Wow.
I would suggest, based on form.
Based on form, but then Ollie Robinson is
that's true. No, Ollie Robinson,
he's going to get you wickets, isn't he? So it's a bit of an unbalanced side, really. I mean, this is the problem that Stokes being out of the side, really. I mean, Bryden Carr is nowhere near as, he's not an all-rounder in Stokes' class by a long shot. So it's interesting where England go with the bottom half of that innings, or do you just have 6 batsmen, and then Bryden Carr at 7?
And then 4, you've still got 4 bowlers.
But then the question is, do you want 4 seamers? I mean, this is it. Bryden Carr doesn't sit there for me as a genuine all-rounder as a batsman.
No.
And therefore, do you have 6 bats, Bryden Carr at 7? Although I'd say Gus Atkinson's a better bat than Bryden Carr. So, do you actually use Gus Atkinson as an all-rounder? But I wouldn't really want him batting at 7. And who do I want out of all that lot batting at 7? Ollie Robinson's probably a better bat than Bryden Carr. It's tricky.
Well, there's a lot to break down there, but like if you look at Ollie Pope, for example, like this is a weird series for him because he was captain in Pakistan the last time around. Like Stokes was sitting it out, he was injured, and so Ollie Pope was captaining that side, and he's got a good record against Pakistan. So does Zach Crawley, for that matter, and he's not going to play against them either. Stokes became so integral to England's Test balance,
absolutely,
because of Anderson and Broad's retirement. So when Anderson and Broad went back to back over the course of 2 seasons, it really left their sort of bowling attack a little bit less convincing. And that's no disrespect to the likes of Potts and Atkinson and Tongue and Archer, obviously. But again, Archer, he's had this sort of stop-start career, and you have to manage your fast bowlers. I understand that. It's not a knock on Jofra Archer. He's phenomenal, but you have to think about protecting him, keeping him in good shape, and things like that.
Well, he'll be the first on the. For me, he's the first bowler on the team sheet.
For sure. I mean, made a very good case for himself. You don't even have the likes of Chris Wokes anymore, so that experience is really just on the shoulders of Archer now. Like, he's your most experienced seam bowler in your attack, and also your sort of strike, your strike bowler. I think England will back their younger players to stand up. Like Bryden Carr in that all-roundery spot doesn't sit up for me. I wouldn't play Bashir, and I would play Rehan Ahmed in that Stokes spot. For a while, Brendan McCullum used to back Rehan Ahmed to be Stokes' successor in terms of that all-rounder position in the England side, because he's a big hitting batter who's also got proper technique and also a really more than useful bowler, and really good in those crunch situations. There was a game during the T20 World Cup, I remember I was there in Kandy, and Rehan Ahmed, nerves of steel, finished off a game that England had no right to win.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, so he's got that temperament as well.
But he's not even in the squad. He's not for
the first 2. So him and Sam Curran, they're saying third game maybe.
Okay, well, you see, for me, the problem with Rehan Ahmed, and I've been saying this a lot on air, is for me as a bowler to get in his head. For me, he bowls too flat, and if you watch the ball out of his hand, he bowls too many googlies, and he doesn't have I don't know whether it's been taught, he's been told, or what, but if you watch his standard leg spinner, he never gets it going revolution. It never comes out going around on a horizontal. It's always scramble. So he doesn't get the movement that he should as a leg spinner. So he bowls too flat and he doesn't have he gets the revs, but he doesn't get the seam position right. And I think someone needs to, he's either been told to do that, he's decided to do that, but I think someone needs to get in his head and basically say, this is how you're going to get back into his bowling.
Yeah, I mean, he had a very good start to his Test career against Pakistan as well. I think he played his first Test against Pakistan in 2022, I think it was, and he got a 5 on debut. Very impressive performance then, and like he's just like, I just feel like it's the temper. Like McCullum was really big. I know people, it's a bad word sometimes, Brendan McCullum, but because people, McCullum said this, but like he talked a lot about player temperaments, and I really believe that that's important. Like the kind of energy a player brings to your team, and how they fit the puzzle of the team rather than just as an individual player and their skill set. I would argue, we could go back and forth on Rian's skill set, but like his temperament is undeniable, and I just think that's a player that right now will offer you better value than Shoaib Bashir.
Well, I kind of agree with that. I mean, this is it. This is my point with him. This is why I get frustrated. Well, because I don't know enough about what's going on in the bat with him. But I mean, precisely that. He's certainly got the. You stuck him in the all-rounder position at 7. He'd certainly offer you enough with a bat.
And this is the series to do it. Like, this is Pakistan. It's not the Ashes. You're not overseas. You're in home conditions. Like, this is my big gripe with India. India blooded the
Either team is going to make the World Test Championship finals anyway.
And only one of them, I don't think either of them is too broken up about it either, sadly.
Well, that was another question I was going to come on to in a minute, but if we get time.
I just wanted to finish my point, right, which is about where you debut, where you give players their opportunity. This is really important. Like, Suryavanshi made a name for himself as a 14-year-old in India, playing in IPL, those pitches, that environment, blah, 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 blah. You decide to debut him in England, right, in way more challenging conditions, with bigger boundaries, a much higher class all-round bowling attack than he was facing in India. Like, no disrespect to the people that he was hitting for 6 or blah, 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 but you've got England in English conditions, like, it was a recipe for disaster. Like, you like now risk having a situation where he's only 14, 15 years old, whatever he is, but, you risk stunting that growth, that momentum that you create doubt if you don't give him the proper opportunity. For me, this is a beautiful opportunity for England to give Rian Ahmed that spot, that Ben Stokes spot, and back him. I know they've got a puzzle to put together. It could go fine without him, of course it could, but I just think there's a resource there that they're not fully utilising. And I used to say this about Adil Rashid as well, oddly enough, the other long-term leg spinner for England, that they utilised him too late. Like, he was ready 4 or 5 years before they actually played him, and now look how many wickets he's taken for England in white ball cricket. I think Rian is the one big admission. For me, Sam Curran, like, people keep going on about his fitness. I don't know what the difference is between a test match fitness test and a 100-ball fitness test, but he looks fine. I really do think he looks fine, and he's the kind of bowler who would give Pakistan trouble.
This is it. I mean, we were talking about him as potentially captain, actually, in the last series. Just because.
What are you, Nigel Ambani?
Yeah. Well, he's got the experience, and the thing was, he would fit again. I mean, I think every test side, to balance any test side, if you've got a quality all-rounder, it just helps your balance endlessly, doesn't it? I mean, it means you get an extra bowler and an extra batsman, and you can still have your full bowling complement and your full batting complement. So having someone who can fill that role competently enough in both roles is kind of like the golden shot. It's like what you're looking for every time. And of course, we had Stokes, and before that we've had Flintoff. It leads to a very genuinely an unbalanced test side where you're always seeking either an extra batsman and you've not got enough bowling, or vice versa, you've got too much bowling and not enough batting, and it can create mayhem in the wrong conditions.
Are your ad campaigns lighting up the dashboard, but not the pipeline? That's bull spend, and marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
My boss asked for results, so I opened my dashboard for the only positive-sounding metric I had. Impressions.
Cut the ball spend. See revenue, not just reach. LinkedIn delivers the highest return on ad spend of major ad networks. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend £200 on your first campaign. And credit. Go to linkedin.com/lead. Terms and conditions apply.
Yeah, but like this is it. I mean, this is the Stokes conundrum. He was such a big player for England. He was always going to leave a hole when he left. But then so did Jimmy, and so did Brody. And I feel like this is the next phase of that's happened. One comes before two. Yes. One becomes two. Have you never played club cricket? One brings two, two brings three. So yeah, look, they've got an opportunity here. The first test is at Headingley. I think that's their best shot. I mean, Lords could be tricky. I don't know if
they've lost at Headingley in 6 tests.
Yeah,
they've won the last 6 tests. They've won their last.
They have different. I would argue different circumstances / conditions.
Very different. Yes.
So like I think. Yeah, this could be their big shot, at least to set the tone. What would be really painful for Pakistan, though, is if they manage to get themselves, which they've done far too often of late, which is get into a winning position and then squander it. Will this, and if that opportunity, which it almost certainly will, to England, can they take advantage? This is the battle for me, is who can pick up the baton first? Who can pick it up first?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, we're talking about Jimmy and Brody going over those couple of years. I do think that England have finally settled on a sort of group of bowlers who are gaining experience now and who look like there's 5 or 6. I mean, the ones in this particular squad, you've got Jofra, Gus, Ollie Robinson, if you can keep fit, Brian Cast. There's 5 bowlers there. A couple of others on the fringe who they seem to have selected as a group who are going to move England forward. And I think with experience and more tests, I think with Test cricket, particularly worldwide Test cricket, when it helps when a bowler gains a reputation, and by playing in a team and getting a reputation, that puts things in other opposition's minds. And I think that's been a problem coming out of the Broad Anderson era, is that no one has a reputation except for Jofra probably, and so teams aren't scared of them, and and now they're starting to get a little bit of a reputation, which will hopefully push them on to that next level, and we might have a group of bowlers that can take us on for the next 5 years or so. But the batting again is, up in the air for England, for me, with all these holes.
So what about, let's put our cards on the table then. 3 test series. Bear, where's your money?
I think England will win it. I don't know if it'll be 2-1 or 3-0. I don't think there'll be any draws. Never is these days.
Pakistan haven't played over here since 2020. They haven't played in
since COVID.
6 years.
Yeah, they played.
I haven't played in front of a crowd in nearly 10 years in England.
I was going to say COVID,
not a test
wasn't
crowd, So England to win, but you put a number on it. It's only 3 tests.
I'll go 3-0 England. I'm always positive, aren't I?
Foolhardy optimism.
Absolutely.
What about you?
I don't think it's that foolhardy considering the opposition. I think England are much even with all the issues, they're much more settled. So I don't think 3-0 England's a bad shout, but I can't say 3-0 England, so I'm going to say 2-1 England.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, given the weather, is a draw a possibility somewhere? That's my only thought. I would
like a high run scoring draw.
I'm going 2-0 England, but I do think, I think a high run scoring draw is on the cards given the baked
the weather might break and we suddenly get a really cool.
If any of the pitches are really turning, then on the box seat.
Well, they've only got one spinner though, haven't they? Really?
Well, to get Sergeant Khan, and we know what he can do. Okay, we've got to ring the last orders bell. We've talked a lot about the series. There's a couple of other things I think worth just bringing up. New England coach Atif, it's a Kiwi. Is it an upgrade, or is it just now for England? The right Kiwi in the right job. When you look at the two of them, what do you make of the change England have made there?
I don't mind it. I think of the people available, he was probably the best option for England.
Never coached a test at test level before.
He hasn't, but he has won IPL titles, and like you can't sniff at that. It's it's very, very high level cricket. Probably about as close to Test cricket as sort of franchise cricket gets anyway. He's got a fantastic reputation. Everybody that's ever worked with him has really liked him. He's got a very good relationship with Brendan McCullum, which people used as a negative, and I don't understand that at all. Surely you want your red ball and white ball coaches to have some synergy and friendship and understanding. They can guide. They can guide
I think that's a plus. I think
it's a plus as well.
Probably in the right box now.
Yeah, I mean, they're together, like they can share ideas and opinions and root for each other. They're both business partners as well, from what I understand. So I think it works. The pair of them together. I'm cautiously optimistic about Stephen Fleming. I think he's a pretty good signing at this point for England in that head coach role. The challenge will be again sort of motivating a different group of players and finding his core 11, which I don't think he has yet. I don't think he knows what he's going to watch this series very closely and decide what his 11 is going to be. He probably had a big hand in that decision to have Joe Root as his captain rather than Harry Brook as his captain as well. So it's science. Everybody knows what he's there for, to put in a much more competitive and ideally winning Ashes performance next summer. So how does he build to that? We'll see this winter. We'll see this autumn and winter.
Okay, and then my last question, I think, for both of you, because you sort of touched on it earlier and I sort of mumbled agreement. It's the World Test Championship. Neither team really, I would say, has a realistic chance of getting to a final. And you threw in the comment of, I don't think either team cares either. And it's probably too big a discussion to get into, but briefly, why not?
I care.
It annoys the hell out. Well, you care, Bear.
It irritates me that I want to get there.
But that doesn't answer the why.
Let me ask you this, Bear.
or the BCB not care.
Let me ask you this, Nige, right? If I said to you that England will never ever win the World Test Championship, but they'll win
5 Ashes series in a row.
Yeah, well, 3 Ashes series in a row. Would you not take that?
Oh, if we won an away session, I probably would take that, to be fair.
There you go.
If we won in Australia, I'd be fucking cock-a-hoot, mate.
Well, there you go.
If we managed to win in Australia, that would massively increase our World Test Championship.
But it irritates me that these two things can't be run alongside each other, because they are essentially... Because the reason England never get, or never even start looking like they're... I mean, I've said this so many times on it. The reason that England never look like they're going to get to a World Test Championship final is because whenever the cycle starts, we either have a 5 Test series against Australia away,
or India,
or India away, either at home. And we are not as good at battering those two sides at home as they are at battering us at home. So if we have India at home, like the last series was a 2-2 draw, it wasn't a bad start to the World Test Championship, but whatever. The last time the World Test Championship before that, we had the Ashes at home and it was a 2-2 draw. But the last time we played in India, it was 4-1 to India. Last time we played in Australia, it was 4-1 to India. And then you've got over rates as well, and all that shit really fucking...
So we don't travel well.
We don't travel well. No, it's not that we don't travel well. It's just when the cycle starts with us at home against the big sides, we don't get the big wins against the big sides that will push you to the start.
Yeah.
Like all things, it's like running any race. You need to start well, and we don't start well enough, because all the little sides in between we tend to beat. We've got a pretty good record against everyone else, home and away.
For anyone who doesn't live in Australia or India, we apologise for referring to you as little.
Well, no, I don't mean it like that. That's true. That came out wrong. I don't mean it like that. But I mean England, Australia, and but it's the other thing, because the other thing is the amount of tests you play. All the other series, well, now they have to be a minimum of 3 Test series, don't they? Everything for the World Test Championship. But previously, it was a 2 Test series and a 2 Test series there. But the big series would be the ones against Australia and India, would be the ones that we never got enough points again to push us anywhere near getting to a World Test Championship. So, to answer that question, yes, I would love it if we won 3 Ashes series. But if we won 3 Ashes series in a row, I think we'd have a good course. We'd have a good chance of getting to the World Test Championship final.
You might or you might not, because if you won them, you'd win them 3-2, and you wouldn't get the big way it works in the World Test Championship. The big culprit here is the English sports media. I believe, because the way they frame everything is around the Ashes, and I've seen it. I'm on the inside now, lads. Right, I see it all the time. It's all about the Ashes. What's happened in the previous Ashes? When's the next? What's happening before the next Ashes? Is so and so going to be ready for the Ashes? Is so and so the next right man for the Ashes? Nobody talks about the World Test Championship. They just don't. They don't consider it something, and it's like that. It's a cultural change that sort of needs to happen before England start taking it seriously. There's absolutely no surprise that when England would dock those points for slow over rates in the test against New Zealand, it wasn't a big deal at all. It wasn't like, oh my god, that could be the difference between qualifying for the world. No,
well, it was too late by then, to be fair.
Yeah, but still, like people, like it's all about Ashes. That's the and look, I get it. The Ashes are fun. They're a great series. I stayed up to God knows what o'clock to watch England take a hammering over the winter.
We won a test in Australia, for fuck's sake.
They won it. Yes, they did, and a really exciting test as well. Yeah. That was like, which is annoying because I know, like I've paid for TNT Sports for that. Anyway, no, I didn't. Of course not. I was listening on TMS, I just think it's the narrative. It's the narrative of the media and the way that they position things. It's up to the board to sort of drown that out a little bit and have a longer term strategy and think more about, okay, this is how we want our fixtures. This is what we're targeting. These are how many points we're going to get from so and so and so, and make that plan that gets you there the way it does for South Africa and India and Australia.
I will say this, I have a big gripe about the slow over rate thing with the World Test Championship as well. Not just because you get fined for slow over rates, but you only get fined for slow over rates if your innings goes over 80 overs. So Australia are always batting slowly and England are batting Bazball. England would get 355 overs, so Australia wouldn't get fined for their slow over rate. Same, and then obviously they bat for 120 overs to get 350. The scores would be level, but because we bowl more than 80 overs, we get 5 slow over. I think that is very shonky and needs looking at. You either fine people full stop for slow over rates, because everyone bowls at slow over rates, right? So why 80 overs and that really fucking irritates me about that. Or you have some other system to fine teams for slow over rates, and just if you scored a certain amount of points, and it should be a points that there are things about the scoring system that irritate me and are penalised sides, when actually if there's a result, who gives a shit that it was slow over rates, right? Everyone wants a result and everyone wants to see a good game.
You've come on to a question I was going to think we possibly close with, because I think we rang the last orders bell a while ago, but and that was exactly that. If Brendan McCullum and Bazball was all about fast-paced, aggressive cricket, constantly on the attack, I'm probably overstating it. How come, if those are the values, the team keeps getting dinged for slow over rates? Those two things seem to don't belong together, and yet that's always been the same story. How come? It's nuts.
In that match against New Zealand, in one of the tests against New Zealand, there was one morning where I think someone got dinged twice on the arm or on the head, and I think in the first 40 minutes we managed 3 overs. There was something insane like that, just because of what happened on the pitch. It wasn't to do with the fact that the team were bowling slow. There were things that happened on the pitch that meant, and I don't know whether that comes into it or not. But you got left and right hand batters. You're constantly changing your strategy. Every team, I think, in teams in parts of the world where you tend to bowl pace, South Africa, Australia, England, I think it's in the modern game they just don't seem to be able to bowl at 15 overs an hour, which is what is required. I think if you go to the subcontinent where you can bung on spinners for 70 overs a day, I think you can keep your over rate up. I think it's as simple as that.
Yeah,
I do think it's as simple as that in a modern game, and there needs to be a look at that. I mean, everyone gets really worked up about over rates, and we're split in Guerrilla. I know Gary gets really fucking worked up about Elvis. He's always banging on about over rates. Doesn't bother me. I want to see a game of cricket, and I like a result at the end of 5 days.
Yep. I don't mind draws. I'm older than you, Bear. I'm quite happy with it.
I don't mind draws. It's very exciting.
Attritional
dull draw is dull, especially if you spent 5 days doing it.
Well, look, I'd say one thing, right? Like, if you want to improve your over rates, Rian Ahmed wouldn't have been a bad shout. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there you are.
I'm just saying.
perfect
That'd
note
be
to
true.
close
That'd
on.
be true.
Well, we're going to be on air from Wednesday for every ball of every game. Very exciting. We're looking forward to it. We hope you're going to join us. If you're a Patreon, then of course you will be getting us first fastest into your inbox, probably within about half a day of it being recorded, if not sooner. There's our production department, which is also our facilities department and property management.
Everything else.
It's pretty quick. It's pretty quick to get it out to our patrons, and then obviously become a Patreon. You just go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket or go to our website, and then it's right there in your face when you land on the website. And there's a lot of good reasons to do it. Our guest at the bar with his virgin mojito is the fabulous Atif. Thank you for joining us, Atif.
It's my pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Every time a Pakistan series rolls around.
The Bishop and the Bear.
That's almost exactly the theme tune. As Morecambe Wise famously says, all of the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order.
Cheers, guys.
Fantastic. We will see you all soon, and well, hopefully on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye. And don't forget you can Patreon us at patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket if you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Guerrilla Cricket. Revolutionary cricket commentary.
And we're back, I think, Tony? No? I was going to ask if people wanted us to cover South African tests. Of course, it's not exactly a population-controlled sample space. Yeah, it's very tough. Yeah, it would have been fun, I think. So you don't need me. I'm happy to be needed, I'm happy not to be needed. Sound like a starter for Brett.
Selling your...
Ready to launch your business? Get started with the commerce platform made for entrepreneurs. Shopify is specially designed to help you start, run, and grow your business with easy customizable themes that let you build your brand, marketing tools that get your products out there, integrated shipping solutions that actually save you time, from startups to scale-ups, online, in person, and on the go. Shopify is made for entrepreneurs like you.
Sign up for your $1 a month trial at .com/setup.
What makes a good bet? At Virgin Bet, we think it's a simple bet, a responsible bet, a last-minute winner when you're down to 10 men kind of bet, with generous offers. A bet that puts sport first. Sound like your kind of bet? Then you're ready to get started. Sign up and new members get 30 sports bets when you bet £10. Virgin Bet, a good bet. £10 sports bet settled in first 14 days. 1.5 minimum odds. Free bets valid 7 days. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. And alongside me today for this really special podcast is fellow Guerrilla commentator Tony Bishop. And the biggest name ever to grace the Guerrilla airwaves. Although Gladstone Small might have something to say about that. A man who scored more than 27,000 runs in international cricket, captained his country to 48 wins and 77 matches at the helm, and presided over some of England's most painful moments down under. Yes, Adelaide 2006, I'm thinking of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Ricky Ponting. Hi, Ricky. Great to have you with us. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you all doing?
Yeah, we're not doing too badly, although, of course, we're licking our wounds after what happened at the beginning of the week. Have you recovered from that first test yet? I mean, what an experience that was.
It's a very small world, mate. I mean, I'm obviously in the Australian camp all week and I'm working in a heavily English commentary box for the last week and sat back for the first part of that game, first 4.5 days of that game, really just taking little prods in the ribs right the way through that test match. And right at the end of the game, the Aussie boys obviously did the right thing and got across the line. But when I say it's a small world, actually, the day after the game, played golf with Brendan McCullum. And we talked all things Birmingham, all things Test cricket, and it was great to catch up with him. Yeah.
Did he give you any insights as to what's likely to happen at Lords?
I don't think anything's going to change too much. Listening to him, I think they're pretty clear on the way that they want to play their cricket. With him and Ben, since they've been together, what they've been able to do with English cricket, but more importantly, I think world cricket. With the amount of people that were sitting back and watching and talking about last week's game is brilliant, and I know that they are thinking about that. They're thinking about what people think about the Test game and how can we make the Test match game more appealing to a lot of people, and how do we get viewers involved. And I mean, the television numbers through the week last week were absolutely through the roof. Whether it was Sky's numbers, I know, were astronomical, and obviously we had some people out from Australia doing the Channel 9 coverage, and the numbers back in Australia were huge as well. So, the anticipation for this series was massive. The contrasting styles between the two teams was something that everyone's talked about for a long time, and then to see it actually unfold and see two different ways and two different methods sort of come together over 5 days in Birmingham was unbelievably good to watch.
Was there a part of you that was the traditional Test approach win out over the newfangled Stokes and McCullum?
Well, only because it was Australia that was playing that way.
But generally not.
If it had been anybody else playing that way against Australia, I wouldn't have been that happy to see it. But I mean, it's refreshing. It's definitely refreshing to see the way that they're going about their cricket, and also listening to a lot of the messaging that's coming out about the way that it's also good. But I think what we might see, though, I mean, I think England were unsure and a little bit nervous as to how that style was going to go against Australia, and was it going to stand up, and do we need to tweak anything to try and beat this very good Australian team? And I think we will see both teams probably make some little tweaks to the way they play their cricket in the second test at Lords. So that's once again what's so intriguing about this series. I think the conditions will be different at Lords than what we saw in Birmingham. England have probably got a few selection headaches they've got to work out as well. I mean, there's no way in the world that Moeen Ali can play again after what we saw with his finger. They'll probably as well. Johnny Bairstow made some errors last week, but I've got a feeling that Brendan will want to keep him in the side because he offers so much with the bat. But England have probably got a few more questions to answer after Birmingham than the Australian team do.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Pat Cummins, because he's a player that I and I think the rest of us on Guerrilla Cricket admire greatly. I mean, from the very start of his career when he, then the injury troubles that he has, and of course, tour he had to go back from the India tour because his mother was very unwell. I mean, amazing that he could come out and perform like that. I mean, you probably know the guy quite well. I mean, what has he been going through?
Yeah, I know Pat really well. I actually handed him his baggy green cap as a 17-year-old in Johannesburg a number of years ago now. So, you know, I played a bit of cricket with Pat. I've watched him develop as a player and as a leader certainly as a leader over the last couple of years now. Yeah, I mean, things have been tough for him. You know, I think we quite often forget about what, you know, these guys go through. We see them on the playing their cricket. We make judgments about them as people and cricketers when we don't really know, you know, what's actually happening in their personal life. So Pat's, you know, he's had a tough time. You know, his mother passed away, and he had 3 months off cricket before the World Test Championship final. And I think, you know, I commentated that game, and I saw him bowling in that game. He looked like he was a long way off his best and a long way off where he needed to be. I think he bowled 10 no balls in that game. He bowled in his last 10 Test matches combined. So, you know, it was obvious that he was lacking a bit of rhythm, but it didn't take long for him to get it back. I mean, everyone will remember his batting in the last innings of that Test match. But if you wind the clock back another day, he got 4 wickets in England's second innings as well. And as we know with Pat, they're always big wickets too. He gets the big players out, and you know they bowled England out for 270. And if they'd have gone on to get 300 plus, then it might have been a different result. So you know, everyone should think about his all-round game, leadership, batting and bowling, and it'll go down in Ashes history as one of the great Test matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the time that we thought there's something special happening here was when he got rid of Ollie Pope. I mean, that was almost an unplayable delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's been working on that particular ball for a long time. I mean, people that haven't watched Pat bowl much you've probably not seen him swing the ball ever. He's more of a seam bowler, running, hit a line and length, and you know, use his scrambled seam deliveries, but he has been working on that particular ball. He bowled it a couple of times in Australia a couple of years ago when India were out. A big hooping in swinger, and he generally tries to bowl it as a Yorker, and he got it spot on to Pope the other day, and it was too good for him. So he's a very skillful individual, no doubt about that.
It was kind of odd because we hadn't seen much movement out there at all, had we? And then suddenly he just got hold of the ball and produced an absolute worldie from nowhere, it seemed.
Yeah, it was a bizarre game as far as conditions were concerned. I mean, Australia got those conditions, was it late on night, day 3, when it was cloudy and the lights came on and the ball started to move around a lot. And the interesting thing for me, which was a bit of a topic of debate in the commentary box late on day 5, was, you know, around England taking the new ball or not. Yeah. Because, you know, the old ball was hard to score with, but it was also less likely to get a wicket. When England did take that second new ball late on day 5, we thought that it would present some easier scoring opportunities, and it did. But we also felt that there would be a better chance of getting some wickets. But it actually didn't. It didn't swing at all. The brand new ball right through that Test match in Birmingham didn't move. It wasn't until it got to sort of 15 to 20 overs old and the lacquer came off where the ball started to swing a little bit. And England didn't have enough time in the game to get to that stage where it would start to swing.
Yeah, we've been saying that it doesn't seem to swing until a few overs have gone by. I suppose the other thing that was interesting about that was how, as you say, whether to take the new ball. And the fellow commentators were here. I wasn't on air at the time, but I was coming to the door and I was saying to people, "Don't take the new ball, don't take the new ball," because it looked to me as if, as you say, that lack of pace might have been what proved crucial. It looks like, of course, then Joe Root stayed on, Alex Carey, and you know, after that, Patrick Cummins hit a couple of sixes, and everyone was laughing at me.
Yeah, I mean, the other part of that as well is when they did take the new ball, they opted not to give it to James Anderson, which was a little bit strange.
Do you think it was just because he'd just seen a little bit off colour in this Test? I mean, not quite the man that we know him to be.
Well, he said that as well, but if you watched him, I mean, it didn't look like he was that much off the mark. You're talking about England's leading ever Test wicket taker, and an Ashes Test match on the line. I know where I'm throwing the ball. Well, I'm throwing the ball straight to him. I mean, if Glenn McGrath's in my side and he wasn't at his absolute best, I still know where I'm going. I'll give it to him because I know he'll get the job done more often than not, regardless of how good a touch he's in.
So your advice to Ben Stokes would have been to turn to Jimmy Anderson.
Oh well, mate, hindsight's a wonderful thing. It might have been the same. If you're just playing percentages, which I mean, as a captain, a lot of the time you have to just play the percentages and think about what's the most likely scenario here. Like if you look at, I mean, you can answer this question yourself. If you know who's more likely to get you a Test match wicket, James Anderson or Ollie Robinson, I know which one I'm going to.
Yeah, very, very, very fair point. Now let's move on from the Test match. We'll probably return to it as we go through the interview. But let's talk about well, one of the reasons that we're here is because you've now got your own wine label, which we are proudly drinking and showing off to various people. Now, the first one that we've got here is the Mowbray Boy Pinot Noir. Tell us about your journey into wine, how you got into it, and how you've come to have your own wine label.
Well, firstly, you're making me very jealous. I'm sitting there watching you drinking wine. I'm sitting here with a big bottle of water beside me. This is not the way it's supposed to be.
This is Guerrilla, mate. This is Guerrilla, mate. Come on in. Come and join us.
I was going to say, next time I'll do this in studio rather than...
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Our journey into wine. Well, I mean, my wife and I are both avid wine drinkers, if you like. You know, through my playing career, you know, I was lucky to travel, you know, lots of different countries around the world. I'll rewind it. I was actually introduced to wine mainly through my wife. You know, my background and upbringing in the northern suburbs of Tasmania, Launceston, on the, you know, almost brought up on the wrong side of the tracks, if you like.
Yeah.
I wasn't sitting around the dinner table having a glass of Pinot with my dinner. That's for sure. It was very much a barbecue and a beer sort of upbringing that I had. But you know, once I, you know, played a lot of cricket for Australia. A lot of the more senior guys in the team would have a couple of beers at the end of the day's play, and then move on to a glass of wine. You know, I met my wife, and she sort of she was a wine drinker, and so early days when we were dating, I'd take her out for dinner and look on the wine list and try and find the most expensive bottle of wine and try and impress her. And me not knowing anything about it, you know, to be a Margaret River Chardonnay or something, to be a couple of $100 that I'd have to fork out for dinner to try and impress her. But that's where it started. And you know, through the years now, I mean, I've been retired 11 years, and we've been together for about 22 or 23. It's been a really fun journey to go on. As I said, the countries that we travel to, the regions we go to, sampling different wines from different areas, and then to start our own business nearly 4 years ago now. It's been an incredible thing to do together. That's the point with this. It's a passion project for both of us. We both love wine, but we're also very passionate about this brand, and people need to understand that it is us. It's Brianna and I. We're the major shareholders in the business. It's not, you know, we're not being paid to put our wine. This is our business, and we work on it every day. And we, so far, as I said, nearly 4 years in, we've loved the journey.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, as soon as I knew that you had this wine, I was thinking, oh, great, I've never heard about Tasmanian wine, generally speaking. You know, we talk about the Australian areas that are known, the Hunter Valley, Barossa Valley, various places like that. But you have, it's not a complete Tasmanian wine setup, but there are a couple of Tasmanian wines in that. And the Mowbray Boy, it's the first one that I'm holding up to the camera to show people. That's the first one we're talking about. Why did you feel that you wanted to represent where you were brought up? It's just something that you felt that's where you learnt your cricket and that's the community that you were in?
Yeah, it was the first thing I said to our winemaker and my other business partner, David Krenich, is that I want to be able to tell story through the brand as well. You know, I want to be able to tell stories about me, my life, my upbringing, obviously a bit about cricket, and tie all these stories in together. So, you know, being a very passionate Tasmanian, and you know, I wanted to have those Tasmanian wines in the range. So we've got the 3 Tasmanian wines in the range now, the 2 Pinot Noirs and a Chardonnay, and we're about to there's a Pinot Gris. It's about to be bottled as well that we'll include into the range, which will be sold exclusively in Tasmania. But yeah, the Mowbray Boy. I mean, storytelling. If you asked anyone in Tasmania to describe me, the first thing they would say, oh, he's a Mowbray boy.
Right.
You know, that Mowbray is my local cricket club. It's the suburb that I sort of spent my early teenage years in, and that's just how I'd be described. So, but as I said, the upbringing that I had, I don't think there'd be too many guys at the Mowbray Cricket Club that I grew up with that would ever have thought that I'd have my own wine range. Let's put it that way.
Will they be drinking it now, though? Have you converted them?
A couple, yeah. They're pretty hard to shift away from a BB can. Let's put it that way. No, it's the feedback we've had, and it's, you know, it's great that I've got that sort of support in my home state. I mean, a lot of people from Tasmania, I'm sure, even though we've got 9 or 10 different wines in the range, the Tasmanians are that parochial that they'd probably only buy the Tasmanian stuff and drink the Tasmanian stuff. Yeah, it's certainly been well received in my home state.
Talking of Tasmania, I visited there during the 2006-7 tour, and it was a lovely place to go. I really enjoyed it. I went to Hobart. I went out on the Southern Ocean, and it was superb. But with your roots there, have you ever felt that Tasmania has missed out in regards of being part of the Australian summer or Test summer? I mean, it always seems disappointing to me that there quite often isn't a Test. I know there was in the last Ashes, but quite often there hasn't been a Test there.
Well, yeah, there was in the last by default as well, remember, because they couldn't go to Perth. It was Perth game. So that was the only reason that game was moved from Perth down to Hobart. And it ended up being a night game too down there.
Yes.
So with a pink ball, which they'd never done before. Look, I do sometimes get a little bit disappointed that Tasmania hasn't been able to host more international games. But there are only so many games that can be played in Australia, and there's a lot of venues, and there's probably a few other venues in Australia that would say the same thing, that they. I mean, Canberra's probably another good example. We've got a terrific ground in Canberra, and I've been on the front foot for a number of years, and even when you talk about that Hobart Test match, I was very much on the front foot then. When it didn't look like it could be Perth, then I was on the front foot, basically demanding that it had to be Hobart.
I imagine your opinion carried a fair bit of weight.
Oh, I'm not sure. It ended up being played there, so I guess it must have had something to do with it.
Okay, well, we're going to move on to what the Ashes is, which is the Pinnacle, and Tony's going to ask you some questions about the Pinnacle, McLaren, Vale, Shiraz.
Yep. I can tell you we've done a couple of wine tasting evenings with your wine, Ricky, and the Pinnacle's gone down.
What's that? Yeah. Well, I'm hearing it for the first time.
We've had about 7 roads already, as you know.
And we're back. After a little prelude to the Test match, is what it felt like. An introductory course before the rain came, if you weren't around this morning. Pakistan at 23 for 2. With Ollie Robinson having made 2 early strikes to remove Masood and Awais with 2 very good deliveries.
It was a pitiful over rate, though. I mean, 10 overs in 3 hours.
Very poor, very poor. But we've made the most of it, loafing around on sofas as we do during rain breaks.
There's been a healthy debate, shall we say, in the green room.
Yeah, always something to chat about there.
And if we are quiet enough, you can probably still hear booming voices of Gary and others.
Yeah, there will be non-stop chat out there today. Messers has joined us with his leather jacket.
Is it cold out there?
From the depths of Western Australian winter.
Is it cold?
It's 9 degrees at the moment, so yes, it's cool.
That's as cold as it gets in Perth, right?
Oh no, it was down to 0 degrees a week ago.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, it gets cold. It gets cold. I'm not entirely sure if I'm supposed to be on or not.
You are. And you are.
And guess what you're doing?
I'm doing socials.
A real turnout.
My timetable says 110 to 140, and seeing
yes,
140, I thought maybe
Tony is revising it as we speak. We still don't know what time tea is. That's the issue. But I think it's going to be 4:10 to 4:30.
Yeah, there's a possibility we may get some more rain, so don't let's get too hung up about it.
Well, they are just showing some pictures from Headingley. The sun is currently shining on the square, but in the hills away to grey. I don't know what direction that is. It is very grey, so it may not be talking about cricket for long, but there are cricketers on the field at Headingley now, and the umpires are approaching the middle. Quick summary of what happened earlier. Awais out for a 0 on the very first ball of the match, followed not long after by Shan Masood for 5 of 20. Imam Ul-Haq, apologies, is on 5 not out, hasn't looked entirely comfortable. And Abdullah Shafiq is on 12 not out. It has been a morning for the bowlers, what little morning we had. Yeah. Conditions very favourable, right?
Ollie Robertson bowled exemplary line and length and troubled the
he
batsman
got
on both.
Amazing movement off the pitch.
Troubled the batsman on both sides of the bat. Jofra Archer, for some unaccountable reason, only bowled 2 overs. And then Gus Axton came in and bowled what was possibly the most expensive spell of the lot.
Yeah, and there you go. Within half an hour of Joe Root's new stint of captaincy, there are unaccountable things happening with the bowling changes.
Well, I was half right. It's not 4:10, it's 4:40 tea time. So it's going to be 1:45 to 4:40 UK time.
Strap in, folks. Almost a 3-hour session now.
Then the final session will be 5 to 7, plus potentially another half-hour overspill, but I'm not sure about that.
Interesting. We have a super chat from Jay Grover.
Well, hey.
Who has sent us £2. He just says, "Hooray, Richard has von-trapped it."
What?
Top lad.
I don't know what that means, but hooray, and that sounds friendly.
You've made it all the way from Austria in your letters.
I have. Well, actually, I'm wearing my cricket trousers.
Because apparently they're the only trousers that are dry.
Yeah, well, when one wants to travel light and one is doing shopping, one reverts to one's weekend sporting gear, and I think it's appropriate enough, as we're about to have some cricket to talk about with Gus Atkinson set to do the bowling. He's actually got an over to finish, so that's no surprise.
No, it's 2 balls of his third over.
Here he comes. He's going to bowl over the wicket. It's going to be Shafiq to take strike. He goes back and defends into the covers. It's a gentle start to this, as we said, scheduled 3-hour session.
5 minutes short of, yeah.
And we just get a look at those early dismissals. Weiss is one on the very first ball of the day. To be fair, you couldn't have hoped for a nastier one. Jagged back a long way and trapped him LBW.
Shan Masood followed with an absolute torpedo that swung in and nailed him in front of middle and was a hit about 2/3 of the way up.
This one swings in gently to Shafiq, who drops a bat on it, and it goes out into space in the covers. They're going to get 2 to complete the over, which will take the score up to 25 for 2. So we had a super chat. Were there any other socials during the interval?
Well, Farong says more rain on the way, should pass for the Bear in the third session. I actually think that there is rain to the west, but I think it's going to pass south of Headingley. So I don't think there will be more rain. It's possible, of course, but I think it's looking reasonable, put it like that.
Now, I'm interested to find out. Of course, Atkinson had to finish that over, but is he going to continue his spell, or is he going to revert to Jofra from that end and have Robertson from the end he's attacked the bowling from before?
Well, we'll find out in 6 balls' time, but it is definitely and unsurprisingly Robinson to take this next over. He's making some adjustments to his
attacking field. 3 slips, 2 gullies.
Hence all that space out in the covers. Here he comes now around the wicket to the left-handed Ul Haq, who goes forward and defends to a good length ball. A gentle good length ball.
Yeah, he's certainly not wound up to his full limit of his capabilities with the first ball.
77 miles an hour, that one. So I think
that might be called a gentle loosener.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the things as a fast bowler is that if it's been raining, you just want to be careful with your footing when you first start too, just to make sure you're not going to slip over.
It's a good point. This one is one that rears up actually at Ul Haq. It doesn't handle it too well. It goes flying off in the direction of slips, but a bit down. And all those men in the cordon, I didn't have time to count them all. Did you notice how many there were?
3 slips, 2 gullies. I thought he actually played that pretty well because he played it with loose hands and it dropped well before gully.
Yeah, he did seem a little surprised by it somehow. But yeah, made it head downwards for sure. Well done on that. For Ul Haq. Here comes Robinson. He's on the mark again. It's a shortish again. Forces him back again. Once again. Keeps it down.
Just a bit too high and just a bit outside off stump. So not really worth the effort of the appeal. And of course England have burnt 2 appeals or 2 reviews already in the 10 overs.
Yes. That's a good point. As we see the replay of that one, it did jag in a fair bit as well. Oh, it was very close to the no ball there, was Ollie Robinson.
You might invite Gary and Hendo to keep it down a bit in the green room. It's actually coming across the air a fair bit.
Guys.
as Robinson makes his way into the stumps again round the wicket to Ulhak. It goes past the edge into the keeper's gloves. There'll be no run.
That's another good ball. No balls. The subject from bane of my life on Saturday.
Oh yes, what happened?
I was umpiring for the first 19 overs and had this young tearaway quick bowler coming in who wasn't going to be a real talent, but he's obviously not been coached about the back foot no ball rule.
Oh.
So he was right on the side crease every ball, and often with his foot planted but raised. But if it landed, it was a no ball every ball.
These whippersnappers trying to gain an advantage. There's a very fine off drive here. I don't think it should be the first boundary of the day. No, it won't. Jofra Archer is after it, and Imam ul Haq will get 3 for his efforts there.
Yeah, just to finish that story, So I warned him he was close to the line, and I had to give him one, and then I showed him what he'd done. But no, someone should have got him well before it got to playing in a league match to point this out to him, because clearly had no coaching or assessment of his delivery stride.
Yeah, just the rules of cricket. I mean, you should learn that in the.
And I'm doing a
under
disservice
nines.
if I don't give it. There's a lot of people who wouldn't give it, but I'm doing a disservice because if he plays at high levels, he will get called eventually.
This last delivery of the over is defended out into the cover. There's a thought of a run, but there won't be one. So after 11, Pakistan are 28 for 2. Anything coming on the airwaves, Messrs?
Not a lot yet. Zippy Tuna says, "Yay, Test cricket."
Well,
Templeton Davis says, "Test cricket is best cricket."
To be fair,
James back.
do you realise that we are in the middle of a broken spell of Test cricket that goes for 19 days?
That's excellent.
If every game goes the distance.
If every one game goes the distance,
Yes.
there's 19 days of Test cricket in a row
Brilliant.
across the world.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it is fabulous, and it's the start of a period of many months of Test cricket. Lots of good series coming up.
Jay Grover has sent us another £2. Thank you, Jay. Says, raising a glass for Richard, never watching SOM.
SOM, I'll have a think about what that could mean. People seem to speak a different language to me. Oh, there you go. Well, Atkinson will continue. It's shaping onto the leg stump. There is an on drive of sorts, but Ulhak picks out the fielder. No run.
Well, even though he lives in Vienna, I don't think he's high on the hills.
No, you have to go to Salzburg
as a lonely goat herd.
I live in the flatlands, the prairies of the east. There's very little singing going on. Lots of people blowing into tubas, though. Brass music is popular. Ulhak are ready for another Atkinson delivery. Again, it's a bit too straight, and it's turned off the hip. I think they should get back for 2 on this one, and Imam ul Haq will move into double figures now with 10. And
there is a special super chat from Jay, directed to those in the green room. He spends £2 to say, "Could the obese goblin chorus please hush?" They're very noisy today. I don't know if there's an open mic somewhere near.
I'm not sure if any of them conform to my impressions of a goblin, but we'll pass that on. This one is wide enough to leave, and Ulhak accepts the invitation. So Atkinson does continue, not Archer. Maybe there's something we don't know, Jason.
Yeah. I mean, it's very odd for Archer to bowl 2 overs, 2 maidens, and then get taken off. So maybe he's felt a twinge?
Yeah. I'd have to wonder. I mean, is there an argument that Atkinson is somehow better suited for these conditions with the newish balls?
He swings the ball quite nicely. He's not much less in pace, but I'm surprised nonetheless.
Here he comes again. Oh, this one pops up on the leg side actually. They're going to get 1 run. There's a little bit on the back of the length. I think if there'd been a fielder somewhere around there, would have been a very easy catch. But
well, I think that's what they're planning for, but they've only got 1 man in the round the corner.
We're getting another look at it. I don't know if a short leg might have been was
it's off the hip. Yeah, it was in the air for a long way. A squarer short leg would have had a decent chance at that.
Yeah, might have had to give himself a couple. It did come off at reasonable pace, but
if he's going to bowl that line and that length, they want a man just behind square and a man just in front of square for that kind of clip.
Atkinson continues to the right-handed Shafiq, who lets it go. As we've just seen a graphic that was it Robinson bowling much shorter than the others, or well, here we go again. Yes, it is Robinson, whose average length has been shorter than the others, but it's been a good length. Or was that distance from? Wait, that's distance from the batting crease,
it's
right?
Fuller.
I was going to say because he hasn't been the short-pitched bowler. It's been more, has been more the other two.
And we did notice on that one that Jofra was the shortest of the 3 used so far.
Oh, this one does, I think the bowler will claim beat the edge there with a little bit of away movement, but Shafiq survives and the over is over. 31 for 2.
Quite seriously, there is a lot of noise getting onto air from the green room. Could someone actually take the time to ask them to really hush it up?
We can hear you on air.
They're just so friendly with each other.
Yes. Leah says, yes, Austria, founded as a Roman colony for those affected by incurable STDs.
Well, it was the limits of the empire, yes.
Pat Badshaw says, ahoy, old salts and sea dogs. So, you know, Jason, what that means in terms of what you need to look out for a jingle if there's a 4, don't you?
I do.
Funky on the dance floor.
Oh, that one. I have to remember which one that is. That's going to be an essay in memory.
Well, you can have a think about that as Robinson continues. He will concede a run here. He's gone over the wicket to the left-hander, and it was really very, very straight, that delivery. Just drops into the leg side for a single. Let's see if there was bat on that. Yeah, I believe there was. So another one for Ul Haq. Moves on to 11. Stands still pretty full at Headingley. It's a good turnout, especially considering the threat of rain today and the fact that some people still do go to work. Shafiq takes strike. This one is full, this one is wide. It gets the treatment, it gets the drive. It goes rollicking away across the square, which stretches all the way to the boundary, and it'll be one of these.
We'll see whether I'm right or not. No, I'm not right.
Just four.
So I'm going to be playing all the very anonymous 4 signs whenever they come up now until I get the right one.
Well, hopefully from Pakistan's point of view, you'll get lots of practice at jingles. Shafiq, of course, a man who's, I believe, coming off 100, a good 100 in the West Indies.
Big 100.
Robinson comes in again. This time Shafiq defends. He's got the ball's going away. We've seen actually Robinson move it both ways today. He is a bowler to see off if you can today, but did offer up a bad ball with that previous delivery that went for 4. Mind you, you could argue he was reaching for it a little bit, and the bowler may not mind that shot.
He's a very elegant.
Now commentary's going to be a little bit difficult from him, but I believe that someone's pulled out a cable over in the waiting room. Our tech team is on it. All the televisions here have gone down.
Here we go. It's going to recover eventually, but that may not mean that it doesn't get through to people who are coming through on the Zoom feed. That might be a problem.
So suspect we're going to miss a delivery or 2 here at best.
It should take 30 seconds for the card to reinitialize and get all the encryption sorted out again.
I would be happy with that as an outcome. 30 seconds.
So I can't recall the last one you commentated on. Shafiq's had a 2 off the last ball from Robinson.
Yeah, we didn't see that.
Yeah.
But, I think it was played down through third man.
Messes to the rescue again.
Okay, Robinson on my feed is just coming into bowl. Pitches on middle, played out to short square leg. by Shafiq, and there's no run. 2 for 21 the score. And I hope your feed is coming back.
Well, there's a
not at the moment.
That's the end of the over, right, Messrs?
No, there's one ball to go for me because my feed is a little behind yours.
No worries. No, there's all sorts of shenanigans and kerfuffling in the main room, but we have no pictures yet. So do continue.
Well, they are a little quieter now. There were several comments on the feed about the outrageous behaviour in the green room.
Well, I mean, the fact that cables have gone flying out of televisions is proof of the outrageous behaviour.
This is what happens when you don't get Test match cricket for 60 days.
Everybody gets overexcited. Last ball of the over is on a good length just outside off, defended by Shafiq. It's no run. So there were 6 runs and a leg by off the over. The score at the end of the over is 38 for 2. Robinson has 2 for 21. And I'll cross to me for social.
Carry on.
Stephen Kelk says, Boying, escaped my real world commitments. Glad the cricket is back. For Wrong says, the replicated rhombus of Gobshite alas defeats the cone of silence. Eric J says it's kicking off in the green room.
It's kicked off. They kicked the thing out the wall.
I wish to put the hurt on the green room, says Jay. Are you back yet?
We are not.
First of all, the next over is bowled by Atkinson, defended by Imam ul Haq out to mid-on. There is no run.
As this celebration of the return of Test cricket continues, and it really is a celebration today, not just for England and it's starting its new era, but for this ghastly 100 being behind us.
Oh, God, that was weird. Atkinson in again, and he gets a thick outside edge, which goes on the ground through the slips for 4 runs.
And we're not going to have a jingle because I don't know how to make them, and Jason's left. Jason is actually in the other room trying to fix the problem.
So Imam ul Haq is up to 15. The score is now 42 for 2. Yeah, the ball went on the ground between the third slip and the gully. There's 3 slips, a gully, and a point at the moment. And Jay Grover said a super chat for £2 saying the green room is a geriatric animal house. It's a little unkind. Third ball of the over from Atkinson goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
So I'm now being joined by Gary.
Yeah.
Hello, Gary.
Yes, hello. Technical problems. So apologies to listeners if the listeners haven't all gone away. And if you had gone away after such a long break, then I wouldn't blame you. But we should be back soon.
No, well, Messrs is doing fabulous ball-by-ball recovery.
Is he?
From Australia?
Fourth ball of the over. Atkinson outside the off stump on a good length, defended by ul Haq straight to mid-off. There is no run.
Oh, sorry, Messrs. I thought we were broadcasting dead air, but we're not.
No. Well, I mean, even before when we were broadcasting, we were broadcasting the green room as well as us.
Oh, yeah. Apologies for that. I really didn't know. Jason is back now.
Jason is back. Yeah, maybe if you want to finish the over, Messrs.
Okay, it's the 5th ball of the over for me, as Atkinson is in just left outside the off stump by Imam. It's nice to see a ball being left and nobody getting upset that there was nothing done about it.
And there have been several of those this morning, and the world has continued to turn.
Yes.
And as I was saying earlier, scheduling a Test match seems to be the best way to get to rain in England.
Yes. It's a certain inevitability about it, isn't there? Although, I mean, most of England is dry today. It's just that band of rain going across the north.
It did rain in London last night, apparently, according to Tony. Although...
A final ball of the over from Atkinson is again short outside the off stump and left alone by Imam ul Haq. It's 42 for 2 at the end of the 14th over. Exactly 3 runs and over. Imam ul Haq is 15 and Shafiq is on 20.
Lovely. And you can do social and we'll be able to continue with the 15th over.
Okay. Leah says, hello Gary, did you watch my all-time All Sharmas IPL 11 special? Should be right up your alley.
Gary's now gone off air.
Heat wave to rain wave as soon as the proper cricket starts. Farong says, cords flying, raucous from the green room. We have an angry bear when he enters the building, methinks. That bear never really gets angry. Very well, except when there are stupid missiles.
So Robinson has continued. He's got one to jag back in at Shafiq. It has struck Shafiq roughly at midships, but not painfully so, I think.
Just beaten the defensive bat and wrapped into his inside of his front pad, but it's a bit high, which is why there wasn't any appeals anywhere. Possibly inside edge as well. Yes, I mean, the green room needs to learn how to turn on the skybox, basically.
It's not as though they've got anything else to do other than make a noise.
Good luck with that one.
Robinson continuing. He's got 3 slips. It's jagged in a little bit again, but a little bit too straight. Hits the top of the pad. No harm done.
I mean, Shafiq notionally played at that, but he's wary of the short leg there and clipping it straight to him, either directly or off the pad. So he's that was the ball before, I think, which we saw a deviation off the inside edge onto the top of his inner thigh.
We got 3 slips last time I checked, and a short leg and a point fairly close in. Shafiq faces up again. This one can be left alone from Robinson. So what we've seen since that break really has been quite a few balls around waist height and players being kept back. Not quite as much dramatic movement as before the break. And maybe a few 2 straight ones from the England bowlers.
I think Shafiq might have decided to get a slightly more aggressive or assertive play. I mean, he's a very elegant player when he gets going. Plays some very classical shots, particularly through the offside. And I think attack may be the best form of defence in that time.
This one he does drop away onto the leg side very gently, and they take a scampered single. That one was really neither attack nor defence, just a little bit of timing to a fairly full delivery into the space.
And as we see Dan Lawrence cleaning the ball and shining it on his pristine England jumper, maybe there's just a little bit of dew being picked up by the ball still, and therefore they need stopping it A, swinging, and B, they're not gripping it quite as well as they could have done. But yeah, 4 slips in a gully still for the left-hander.
Quite a different field, no short leg. This one is defended by Ulhaq. I still have to stop myself saying Inzamam.
I guess the lack of short leg is that Imam doesn't thrust his pad out quite so much.
Yeah.
Therefore, he doesn't go quite as hard at the ball, so it doesn't clip off the inside edge.
We'll just have to hope it doesn't go flying through that area for Joe Root's sake.
Well, yes. I mean, he's fair play to him for stepping up, but he's on a hiding to nothing as a returning captain.
Robinson to complete his over. This one's a steady ball and steadily defended. 43 for 2, Pakistan.
Well, on the subject of angry bears, Stephen Kelk says, when escaping the bear, the main thing is to run faster than at least one other gorilla.
Yeah.
Running, I've got to say, for a lot of gorillas, I'm not sure running is something that's done too often.
Shuffling might be the appropriate word.
Looking at the assembled talent, yeah. Do well to lose a athletic competition.
Well, I was happy. I ran quick enough to take a catch on Saturday.
Oh, very good.
I'd been disappointed if I dropped it. It was right up in the air.
Where were you fielding?
Square leg. On the boundary.
That can be tough when you've got time to think about them. Atkinson to continue. It's good length. Forward comes Shafiq. Tries to defend, I would say, but ends up going out towards deep backward square leg.
It's a bit of a half and half shot, really. Yeah. I mean, he's gone half forward. It's hit the inside half of the bat. He squirted out halfway to the boundary.
Yeah, some similarity to that single he got late in the previous over. It is really just about picking up what they can at this stage.
Well, you don't want to lose any more wickets in this session, I think.
Well, exactly, without losing wickets. As Atkinson comes in, this one is going to get the full treatment. A beautiful straight drive, clearly the shot of the day so far by Imam ul Haq.
It's not that jingle either. It's all right. Well, we'll find it eventually, Pirate Vote.
Yeah, right between the stumps and the non-striker, just manages to evade Atkinson.
That always used to be told to me as, no, that shows when your balance is right, is when you can on-drive close to the stumps properly. When that's taken on the up as well.
This one's left alone by ul Haq. Yeah, it wasn't full-on half volley, was it?
No, not at all.
So good signs for ul Haq, who, yeah, many might say hasn't achieved as much as he might have liked in Test cricket. Perhaps today's his day.
He always struck me as a little bit of an unlucky opener. He always seems to get the good ball.
Well, the good ball definitely went down the other end this morning, first up. And his partner was sent on his way.
That's a shame, because I like what I've seen of Way so far in the 2 tests he's had.
Well, he'll have at least one more chance in this series. At least one. Here's Atkinson over the wicket to the left-handed ul Haq, who goes back and defends. So Atkinson perhaps a slight overcorrection.
I'm not sure they've got another opener. I mean, in the squad. I mean, people on internet tell me otherwise, but I think the alternative is to have Shan Masood move up to open and have somebody else get in the middle order.
Yeah, no,
and that's not worked out well for Pakistan in the past either.
The best thing he can do is make a load of runs in the second innings and put the debate to bed. 4 slips go down, ul Haq lets it go through to Smith. 1 ball to come in the over.
Good carry. I mean, that zipped off.
I do have some good news. Although there is cloud overhead, it does appear from the radar that the rain has passed to the south of Leeds.
Well, that's jolly good of the Yorkshire weather, I must say, because I'm only over here in the studio for 2 days this year, and it would be a shame if it were largely rained off.
Yeah. Well, past weather is no guarantee of future weather, unfortunately. Much like investments.
Atkinson to continue. It's quite wide, and ul Haq is not tempted to go for that one. Lets it go. 48 for 2 are Pakistan after 16 overs.
I can tell you that there is some rain forecast for tomorrow, though.
Oh, good. I'm not on air.
Yeah. So there was a lot of discussion about mints and coins as a result.
What, Murray mints? MINTS?
Guerrillas running, not interfering here, but the Monty Python upper class Twit of the Year sketch came to mind.
I was thinking the Ministry of Funny Walks myself.
Leah reckons about 250 should be a pretty good first innings score. Gives them a shot to enforce a follow-on, and should mean they shouldn't lose if there's more rain about.
You got what you wanted. Time for a jingle, because Jofra Archer is at the top of his run. And
it's a good jingle. I'll do it after this ball.
After this ball, which I'll describe to you now, as 3 strips go down. It's quite short. It's turned around the corner. Well, pops up around the corner, let's say. And Shafiq will get down the other end after a single. Let's see if there's bat on that. There was another one.
No single. Just a dot. So here's just a jingle.
Did I imagine that? Okay.
You did.
He will break your helmet. Break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
This one is full and straight and driven gently out to mid-off. Well, the jingle tails off a little bit. I thought it was over, and then it wasn't.
No, I did with the mix mastering.
Oh.
So you could see the ball was about to be bowled.
Oh.
It's this.
We've got untold levels of technology going on here in the laptop. It's best I don't go near it. 3 slips, short leg, gully, point. Here comes Archer to the right-hander. Shafiq lets it go. It's an easy leave outside off stump, that one.
Yeah, there's lots of tech we don't let Guerrillas in here.
Quite
some tech we
so.
shouldn't let Guerrillas in here.
I've only thrown one mobile phone against the wall in my time, and one laptop. So I think that's about par for the course. It's reasonably understandable, I think, after 46 years.
I've unintentionally smashed 3 laptops.
Intentionally smashed 3 or unintentionally?
No, unintentionally.
Oh.
I drove over one. I managed to get one underneath the seat of in a plane where it crushed it. And I can't remember the other one.
Defended by Shafiq, no run. How did you end up driving over a laptop, Messrs?
It was again at the airport when I was being picked up, and each of us thought the other one had put my bag in the car, and neither had.
You discovered the hard way.
Yes.
That's how the infamous story of how my dad had 2 accidents in the same day with a car.
Both involving laptops?
No, both involving, well, one involving me. Both involving me, to be fair, after this ball.
Which is wide down the leg side. Smith goes flying and manages to stop it going for 4 byes. Won't be called.
The first one was we were on the way to take me to the station to go for a sail training course. I was a young kid at that point. The car was on the carport. Put my gear in the back. Slammed the boot down. And Dad thought that the back door would also slam shut. It wasn't. He drove backwards and wrapped it around the post. Reversing it.
Classic.
So I had to drive all the way into the station, holding it in. And on the way into the station, he hit an ambulance on the way up the backside. Well, it didn't move at red lights.
Archer finishes over as Shafiq goes back and defends. It is a maiden. 48 for 2 is the score. We are due a change. Gary's here right on time
hovering
to carry on ball by ball, and I'm staying here to be chief chatterer.
Super chat from Jay Grover, our super chatterer, who sends us £2. Says it's just making a fucking tiki torch. It's a small vape, actually, Jay. And John Danby says maybe England need more test specialists, especially bats. Bethel getting injured in the ODIs has lost them. In form number 3 and left arm spin. Root captaining and providing the only spin option. I think the good thing for England is it gives opportunities to try out other people at this time. You know, Jordan Cox wouldn't have got a game if Bethel hadn't been injured, and I'm not sure that's not a really good thing for England to give him a run. Okay, I shall catch you later.
Gus Atkinson is in, and that beats the outside edge of a pretty indeterminate shot there from Imam ul Haq in the spectacles. You often see players playing in the shades these days. Indeed, I think Jamie Smith behind. Oh no, he hasn't. But shades are a common thing. But the bespectacled cricketer,
a rarity indeed. Clive Lloyd at one time.
Clive Lloyd, very much the bespectacled cricketer. Gaikwad, I think, for India was bespectacled cricketer.
Kumble.
Before
he got the contact.
Here is Gus in again, and that's wide, and that's almost the first cut shot certainly I've seen today. It was wide and short, and this outfield is like absolute glass, and therefore it went across it to the point boundary for.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
So bespectacled or not. Who's your favourite bespectacled cricketer? You can give your suggestions at YouTube, and we will read them out. We seem still to be one short. I don't know who's coming in.
Oh yes.
Here is Gus in again, slightly longer hair, and this is defended immaculately by Imam ul Haq, who's got 23 now off 44.
Did you mean his hair's grown since the second ball of the over?
Not since the second ball of the over.
I suppose it has a little.
Sometimes people ask me, and I say, it's not really like me to do this, but I do say it when I'm asking for proof of age in the supermarket on a Sunday, and they show me the proof of age, and then they scan something else, so do you need to do it again? I said, well, not unless you've got younger since the last time I checked 30 seconds ago.
Jason should be on socials, by the way.
Oh, Jason's coming back in, I think. As thanks, Jez. As this is clipped off the leg. If anything, England have been just a bit too leg-sidey, and Pakistan are through for a well-run 2. You won't often hear the word Pakistan and well-run in the same sentence, but there it is. England have been a bit leg-sidey, do you think, Richard?
Yeah, and also, I would just say they haven't bowled those obvious wicket balls that we saw before lunch, which were just gimmies for the bowlers in terms of those balls deserved wickets.
Yeah, the break came at a bad time for England. The rain came in after just less than an hour's play, and England were very much on top. 23 for 2, I think it's now 54 for 2. So England still in the box seats as this ball is allowed to go through to Jamie Smith, taking it about knee high. And if Jason's in his place, he can start to read your super chat if there's one of those, and if not, the other things.
Jago sent us a super chat. I'm not sure if you've had this one before. Is Jess smoking a effing tiki torch? I don't know. I didn't notice. John Dan says maybe England need a test specialist, especially bats. Bethel getting injured in the ODIs has lost an in-form number 3 and a left-arm spin.
Here's Gus Atkinson. This is left alone by Imam ul Haq, the left-handed bespectacled cricketer. Pakistan are leaving the ball better than they did earlier. That suggests it's not moving as much.
And they've also been allowed to leave a few. I think that's the first one I remember ul Haq leaving on length now as well.
Yeah.
He's gone back and tried to defend a few of those well enough. But I mean, if you can avoid playing them at all, even better. Root not in the slips.
Well, I'm glad about that, because he stayed in the slips in that return test match he got at the Oval, and he left poor Sonny Baker out to dry, and that was such an inexperienced green attack that England had. I really felt he needed to do what Ben Stokes would have done, which would be talking to his bowlers all the time.
Come to mid-off or mid-on and talk to him, yeah.
You've got to. Well, here's Jofra, who has the unusual figures, I would suggest, these days. 3 overs, none for none. He's in, he's over the wicket, and this is defended into the leg side. There's half a hint of a single to be taken there by Shafiq, but it's not. So 19 balls in a row.
I've got some more bespectacled people to talk about.
Oh, good.
Our own Paul Howard says Sehwag wore bins towards the end of his career. Farong gives us 2 people. Zahir Abbas.
Oh, yes, of course. Hundreds.
And, of course, the well-known from the 81 series, Dirk Wellham.
Oh, Dirk Wellham. He had really big ones, didn't he, Dirk Wellham? The old big John Denver ones, I recall. As Jofra's in again, this is full on off stump, and that's an immaculate on drive, and it is, of course, in the big book of cricket commentary that one must at this point say that it's the hardest shot in the game to play, and it shows that your balance is perfect.
Exactly, and there's now been one of those for the lefty and one of those for the righty. And that's the end of Jofra's clean sweep. Clean sheet, sorry.
And we've got another one from Jay Grover, who gives us someone who is not known for batting in glasses, but known for having glasses. Big Devon Malcolm.
Oh, yes, Devon Malcolm.
Even scary with the serial killer glasses.
And Jofra's now leaking runs. He's just been pushed into the offside, slightly off the back foot by Shafiq. And this is why England burned those 2 reviews I would suggest earlier. If you weren't listening earlier, England had one baddish review and one goodish review, but lost on both of them, because this is settling with the sun out, the ball a little softer, the shine gone. This now looks a pretty decent track for batting.
But particularly I was just thinking after that last shot, which was just timed mini punch into the offside, which is probably a prelude to better timed, fuller punches into the offside, trusting the bounce and the pace.
All the time in the world to just rock onto the back foot, just lay the bat on the ball and go through for a single. So here is Imam ul Haq, and this ball, of course, beats the outside edge after me saying that it's easier to bat. But I think he was largely playing down the wrong line there, was Imam ul Haq. I think nephew of Inzamam, is that right?
I'm not entirely sure.
That moved away very nicely indeed.
Yeah. That was the kind of half a bat's width movement. That was a little bit A little bit Flintoff to Gilchrist, to those of you thinking back 21 years.
Well, things are happening for Jofra as he works his pace up into the upper 80s now, 80s, 87, that last one.
Yeah, he's been slightly wary of slipping himself, as they say. He's round the wicket again to the left-hander. That's a full half volley, and that gets exactly what it deserves. The classic cover drive. And Pakistan aren't quite up in Bazball territory, but the scoring rate has advanced considerably since the early lunch come rain delay.
I think England have bowled fuller, and they've taken advantage of anything that's bad. It's gone away because of the quick outfield.
63
and the attacking fielding settings.
63 for 2 now, and it's another drive. And is it going to be? It might well be. You know what? Oh,
it hasn't gone.
It hasn't gone for 4, the off drive, but it has gone for 3. So that takes the score to 66 for 2. Shafiq has 27. Imam ul-Haq has 32. And I would suggest if these two are together in an hour's time, Pakistan are going to be well on top.
Yep. We've got more suggestions for specky people. Jeff Boycott batting in specs at the start of his career.
Yeah.
Daniel Vittori as well.
Yes.
Dilip Doshi, another spectacle cricketer.
Dilip Doshi.
Have we mentioned the really obvious one from the last 6 or 5 years? The one who got sponsored by Specsavers?
Oh, no, we haven't.
Not long after. Jack?
Jack Leach.
Oh, of course.
Jack?
Yes, Jack.
It took a while for me to remember that as well.
And Staksham Shuja says most of Pakistanis are watching this session because India versus Pakistan in Hockey World Cup is also going on at this time.
India versus Pakistan in the hockey. Well, hockey certainly used to be big. I'm not sure how big
Pakistan's
it still
always
is,
been really big in hockey.
Yeah, but India against Pakistan in tiddlywinks, let's face it, that's going to be big, isn't it? So we have a change of bowling, and if I can find his jingle, I shall play it.
Be number 11, I would expect.
Josh Tongue, let's get together and lick 'em right.
Brian in Brisbane asks, afternoon all, back from lunch, have I missed much abuse of the bear? No, the bear is going to abuse us for breaking his kit in a minute, I think.
Round the wicket is Josh Tongue, and he's right on the money, first up, but because, as you say, Richard, they're trusting the pace now. He was well inside that ball, was Imam, the left-hander, and is just able to work it to long leg, and they're through for a single. 67 for 2 now in the 20th over.
Yep, nice gap for him to take that easy single into. It was perhaps a tiny bit too straight for Tongue, but first ball of the spell. Let's go easy.
It's definitely been England's approach to attack the stumps, and I would be a hypocrite if I were to complain about it, because I'm usually saying they should attack the stumps more. But you do risk that hit onto the leg side. You can't play that one. That was on a length. It was quite sharp, and it squared up Shafiq completely and went over the top of middle stump. Had it not had the deviation in the air and off the seam, it probably would have missed leg. Nobody's playing that ball.
That's a Jaffa, absolute Jaffa.
So the unplayable balls are back.
Yeah, the unplayable balls. Since we said they'd gone, they've come back. Not the most brilliant camera work there, but that was absolute beauty. Shafiq just a little bit acknowledges there that the ball had moved a long way. This ball just comes into him very compact at the creases. Abdullah Shafiq, is it Abdullah?
Abdullah Shafiq,
Abdullah Shafiq, and it just works it down to long leg for a single. So Tongue is doing what he does, which is go runs, Jaffa, runs. And he's very much a runs or Jaffa bowler, which means he can produce sort of figures of 3 for 90 off 15 overs.
But he'll keep you watching.
He'll keep you watching.
But those 3 may happen in 6 balls.
Quite right, Jason. As this is well outside off stump, and that was
neither nor.
Yeah, but that was one of those balls that I think it might be primarily an English thing, because it swung after it passed the batsman, and just as it got to the wicketkeeper, And I don't know whether that happens in other countries, but it does happen at quite a few English grounds. The ball swings after it's past the bat.
We've got other people with glasses. Jeff Howarth, that's lucky 6.
Oh, yes. Here's Tongue again, and this one comes into Imam, who left the ball, I think, on length.
Yes.
And it's through to the keeper. So this continues to be an interesting over from Josh Tongue, but he is, as you say, an interesting bowler. You can't take your eyes off him.
And he'll be thinking, I can't have that. No leaving on length. I've got to get it up there just a little bit more.
Yeah.
But he's totally left that on length because it was flirting with off stump on line, I would say.
And if you haven't seen Josh Tongue, I'm sure most of you have, he does deliver a bit like Ben Stokes from kind of 11 o'clock, so the arm is past the perpendicular, and that does make the ball do strange things. And that was just a length ball on off stump and defended. So an unremarkable ball to finish an interesting over. Pakistan 20 overs into their innings. That's 68 for 2, and we're back with the spectacles or the super chats.
John Dunby makes the point. If one of the English quicks goes down, England only have 3 specialists. They've got to hope Pakistan don't get a big partnership in either innings.
Only 3 specialist bowlers of any description, he means.
Yeah. Where else am I going to go next? We've got some more specky people, but these are more trolling us, really. Eric J says Penfold.
Oh, I see.
Lockie 6 says Dame Edna.
Yes, indeed.
Tom Murphy, Dirk Wellerman, Percy Fender, Bespectacled Lawson is an optometrist.
He is an optometrist.
And what contrast? Right, says John Danby.
Yeah, I think David Gower wrote or spoke of going to see Jeff Lawson in his practice. As here's Archer is in again, very much stump to stump is Archer, so he's harder to work into the leg side because the ball is not sort of going naturally into the batsman. It's coming straight at you. No run.
Trying to think of a person who had a higher front leg lift than Jeff Lawson. And the only one I can think of is probably Patrick Patterson.
Well, I was just going to say Patrick Patterson is your man.
But they're both horizontal, if not slightly above horizontal.
Yeah, very much a goose stepping. Think Basil Fawlty in the Germans episode. Here is Jofra again, very close to the stumps. A little thickish inside edge there from Shafiq. There was a bit of a gap there, Richard, between bat and pad.
Yeah, and Jofra has straightened it up, I would say. There was a stat that went up earlier that half of his balls had actually been left alone after 2 overs. So he's found his line a little bit, making him play at least.
Yeah.
Well, but the length hasn't quite been there.
Jofra has that ball that jags back at right-handers.
Yeah. Shoaib Bashir looking on, interested.
Why is he there? He's allowed to be there today, but he won't be there tomorrow.
This is down the leg side from Joffrey. You can see the leg side delivery was coming because he was getting straighter and straighter. But the radar will be recalibrated. He got away with it really because it was an easy tickle for 4 there, but didn't.
Apparently, all the squad members who aren't in the side, aren't in the 11, are being released to play in the county matches tomorrow.
I see. Interesting.
And Don Topley's going to come out and do 12th man duty.
No, they've got 3 as usual. They've got 3 academy staff from hosting county.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a nice thing.
To do 12ers.
Yeah, very good.
So Bashir will be on his Todd.
This is a full half volley from Jofra, but Shafiq is just punching it to Ollie Robinson at mid-on. There, he's one of the taller figures. If it's a tall figure in the field, chances are it's Ollie Robinson or Josh Tongue, I think.
Unless Australia's playing, in which case it's Bo Webster or Cameron Green.
Yes, both 5 inches taller than those two have mentioned.
After this,
Gus Atkinson is quite tall as well, but it's the real tall guys are. There aren't as many in the England team as one often finds in Test teams.
Marco
these days.
Janssen.
Oh, either Janssen, yeah. As Jofra's in, and this is defended into the offside, and that's good running again from Pakistan. They know that there is a single if they play a dead bat on the offside, and Shafiq was through.
Survived the direct hit there.
Yeah, he did indeed. Through for a single. He goes to 29. Pakistan making good progress, 69 for 2. They're also making sort of un-Pakistan progress, and I'm not trying to get a wicket here, but both batsmen look calm, at ease,
serene, almost
confident in each other's running.
I mean, you could. What they're being allowed to do by England is just wait for the bad ball and hit it.
Yeah, there is that. And are England already sort of looking around, saying, can anybody just give us a bit of off spin here or something?
Well, the camera does keep up picking out Dan Lawrence, who's in the slips, incidentally, with Brook for company and Duckett for company.
Yeah. Here's Archer again. This is outside. Off stump goes through to Jamie Smith. It's the end of the over. 69 for 2. Jason?
Got some more potential speckied cricketers. Can Rolf Harris play cricket, says Tim Milton Davis. No, I don't think so, but he was, if I recall, a state-level swimmer.
Yes, let's not look too deeply into the history of him.
Apparently had a problem with his third leg, says Greystoke.
Yes, that's why I don't want to go there.
Barry Humphries, the ultimate all-rounder, says Greystoke.
Barry Humphries, I saw his one-man show at Richmond Theatre. He was himself in the one-man show. He talked a bit about art, talked a bit about Dame Edna. He was quite advanced years then, but he still held us in the palm of his hands.
I think Eddie Barlow may have worn specs once upon a time.
He did. I mentioned that in the green room.
This turns round Shafiq there. So it looked like it was going easily down the leg side, but I think we find that ball just straightened a little from leg stump into hitting leg stump, although it didn't hit the leg stump because it got a leading edge.
It was quite going over the stumps as well.
It was, yeah. I think they could do with a man on the leading edge here, sort of quite close in.
Who's made a very good point that they were pushing out the ball before the break. They're waiting for the ball now.
Yeah. That's cricket for you. Tongue is in, and that again straightens up Shafiq. There's a appeal that's a little half-heartedly from Harry Brook, but they definitely need someone here on the leading edge, I think.
And they've got a super chat from Jay Grover, who says, for £5, I propose a terminal sanction for any commentator who refers to a bespectacled player as Harry Potter. Pick Abra Ahmed. Well, Abra Ahmed is playing in the Golds versus Greens match, I think.
Well, he was yesterday. The game is finished. And you could pick a decent Pakistan 11 out of the 22 on the field for that, as a little thickish inside edge from Shafiq there, who is finding that inside edge.
Yeah, that's the third one now.
Leg side. It suggests he's playing for just a little bit of a waist swing, which may be wise. But you can kind of see the ball snaking through the gate or little inside edge onto the stumps here. So I'm thinking inside edge onto the stumps, and I'm thinking popped up off the leading edge here for Tongue, who's running in. What's he going to do? He bowls a half volley, and it's a thick outside edge this time. It goes to a sprawling, I think, Dan Lawrence at point, and there is no run. He's asking questions here, Tom.
Yeah, and there's enough in it for the bowlers to keep them interested at the moment. But what they're not doing is quite building pressure with the bad balls are there.
Yeah.
The batsmen are getting off strike or getting boundaries or both.
Yeah. So, I mean, you might say Tongue asking questions. Can you ask questions without a tongue? Well, I guess
you could write them down.
You could. You could write them down. You could use sign language, I suppose.
You could text them.
Yeah. And here is Tongue again, and this is defended more compactly by Shafiq, slightly off the back foot. I mean, I don't like calling that defence a back foot defence because it's more like a static defence, isn't it? You just stay on the crease. You don't go fully back to defend, but you're certainly not fully forward.
Yeah, he could have come forward to that, I think. It wasn't that short. But they're playing nicely under their eyes, if that's a positive.
It is a positive.
Well, I get the feeling that their Tongue is bowling a much straighter line now, and therefore they're forced to play every ball.
His second over has been more predictable than his first over. That's a half volley, though, and he just punches that to Shafiq, and I think that's the second time in a row he's stolen the strike off the last ball of the over. It's 70 for 2. Shafiq has 30. Imam ul Haq has 33, and Jason has your almost endless list, it seems, of bespectacled cricketers.
No, well, it's dried up a little bit for the moment.
Well, that's fair enough.
Tim Milton Days says Abra the Wizard. He's getting his Harry Potter in by the side door.
Abracadabra.
And I'm trying to work out the context of most of the rest of the one. Quidditch is real, says Lockie 6. Yes, well, obviously. It's a long way to be surrounded by sharks, says Tim Wilton. Grace says the sharks only operate in low IQ areas, you'll be fine.
Yes, I'm not sure about that context. But meanwhile, back at the cricket, it's a decent crowd, I would suggest, particularly because there was rain earlier. It certainly doesn't look like it's a sellout, and maybe some people will come in after tea, as they sometimes do.
Have they come back from their corporate lunch yet?
Yeah, there is that. As Joffre's outside off stump through to Jamie Smith.
Must be the nightmare of mass catering if everything finished half an hour early.
Yes.
And then suddenly you have to change all your timings.
Yeah, and the sausage rolls haven't arrived.
For service.
Yeah, and if the game finishes early, well, the homeless who soon won't be sleeping on the street will maybe get
some very nice tucker.
Yeah. What I don't know what the prices are for Headingley today. Maybe someone can enlighten us. But they're usually about half the price of the London tests, as Joffre is in again, and this is horrible down the leg side, and it's missed by Shafiq.
I wouldn't say half. I'd say more like 2/3.
Would you?
Yeah.
100 quid at Lords and 35 quid, 40 quid at the Headingley? Maybe a bit more.
Nowadays, it wouldn't surprise me if it was 60 because...
Yeah, you might be right.
Even up north, inflation.
I mean, the scandal of the European Athletics Championship, the prices there were stratospheric.
What were they after for that?
Well, there were 90 quid seats, and there were some cheaper seats than that. But it wasn't just that, as Archer is in, and this is just pushed into the leg side.
Pales into comparison compared to the World Cup ticket scandal.
Well, yeah, but I mean, this is the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. It's a glorified club athletic stadium.
It is.
The facilities are limited. I believe the park and ride was £22.50.
But people keep on paying it. I mean, sports fans have got to say no
but
to
they
this.
didn't, though.
Good,
that was
good.
it, because there was a lot of empty seats there. And the BBC, as ever, were bigging it up, saying it's sold out. It's almost sold out in these days and sold out the others. It clearly wasn't. But there was some excellent sport there, and I'll come back to it now, as this ball has just hit... take the thigh pad, I think, there. I think, yes, the umpire's about to signal a leg by. Getting down the leg side from Archer, whose radar is slightly off beam. What irritated me is it's the first time I think the European Championships have ever been in the UK, I think. And I'm pretty sure that stadium was built by the taxpayers of Birmingham.
I'm sure. I think it has been in the UK, but not for a long time.
Well, not for a long time. And Birmingham gets the European Championship, then it prices out the man in the street from going.
None of which should surprise us in the current climate. Everything is a shameful money grab.
As Archer is in, and this is over the head of James Smith. No run. Sorry, Jason.
Ben McCormick says, I'm in the Howard stand on Friday, and that cost 113 quid.
Really?
Ouch.
Wow. Oh, well, I'm
and
sorry,
Eric J paid 90 odd quid at Headingley last year.
Well, this is important news then. Thank you for those. I mean, there may be some tickets at 40, 50, but that is a lot of moolah.
Well, the Ashes Test next year will be £150 in London, at least, I think.
Archer is in, and this is pushed by Imam. It's the end of the over, 71 for 2. I'm going to come back to ticket issues in a moment, but Jason.
We have a super chat from Greystoke. Sends us $2 saying, I prefer Imam ul Haq. He was a laugh a minute. I think he was almost as sour-faced on occasions as Gautam Gambhir.
Yeah, lovely batter, though. Lovely batter.
Lords and MCG caterers lost a fortune with 2-day tests. That's Hooves. Farong says, at this rate, I would expect the lad to make his international bowling debut sometime today.
Yes, indeed. Well, going back to the point, I agree with you that the money grab is disgusting, but so much today is transactional, so much in sport, which was always a haven from things like, sort of
corporate
business cases and corporate stuff, as this ball is just pushed into the leg side, and it looks like they're going to get 2 to a retreating mid-wicket, and they are through for 2. But somehow it just kind of crept into the discourse that somehow I think that's the 12th man, isn't it? Looks very young. Yeah. It just sort of became the done thing that things have to be transactional. The only way of doing something, the only sort of rational way, is to make as much money as you can and to find the market for people who will pay the most money. And life isn't like that.
I would find that despite doing lots of things right, Surrey will be very happy off this ball.
That's another absolute beauty that was homing in towards middle stump and then moved away in the air and off the seam and somehow jumped over the stumps from a pretty full length. Sorry, Jason, just say Richard. I mean, how did it miss?
That was an absolute screamer. We're just getting a replay of this one. Oh, again, very similar to the one we saw in the previous over.
Yeah.
The first Jaffa he sent down, Josh Tongue. Pitches on, I'd say middle. It didn't do as much actually as the previous one.
Pitched on middle and going to over middle.
Yeah.
And, he's coming from that 11 o'clock right arm over the wicket, so it has done a little bit. But I don't know how it got over the top of the stumps, as this ball has defended.
It's too short, that's why I have got over the top of the stumps.
We'll go back to you, Jason.
Despite not being in contention for any of the real tournaments, Surrey will be very happy if with their 2026 season, because they filled out the Blast, they filled out the 100. They've had good attendances at 4-day games. I
mean, you do still occasionally hear it in sport and elsewhere. I'll come to it in a moment as Tongue is in, outside off stump, no run, where people say, well, we could charge more for this, but we want the community to be involved, or we want to reach out to emerging or youth or whatever it might be. I'm not talking charities here. I'm talking that space which used to be, certainly when I was growing up, certainly felt it was a bigger space in which you could modify prices for things in order to reach markets who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford it.
Yeah, there's a bigger market for lost leading.
Yeah, and this ball is just clipped off the pads. It was a poor ball by Tongue, and it got what it deserved, which is clipped down to long leg for one of these.
And we're off at the end of this over.
Yeah, we are.
And Hendo is prowling.
Yeah.
I'm sure he can complain about ticket prices.
Yeah, but we still, we still see, theatres will do schemes, and cinemas do schemes for people under 18 and under
over
20.
60.
And, it is still there, but somehow
not for international sport. Maybe India, Pakistan hockey. I wonder if anyone knows what a ticket for that costs. Right in.
It's just that you think that it can't be the overarching, almost continual orthodoxy that you charge as much as you can get away with. As this is a lovely shot. It's an on drive, and it went to the right hand of mid-on, which shows how far he had to get across to do that. And Shafiq goes to 40. This is good stuff, and it's one of these.
You ask where I live.
Oh, it's great.
I shall do some socials whilst Tony.
Yeah, I think I'm staying on. I think I'm going into Richard's seats. That's what Tony is. I can stay here. I'll stay here.
Yeah.
Sorry about the production there on online. Tony is coming in to recline on the ample figure of Samantha Fox.
Muttley says, it's almost like the entire concept of money is not fit for purpose for £5. Leah's joined us. She says, good recovery, especially after Pakistan's standards. I expected self-immolation when they were 6 for 2.
Yeah, they're fighting back well.
Farong said corporate boxes, etc. Effed it all up. Snob/yuppie mentality. I'm not sure about that.
Not entirely. Look, you get people who are fans all over grounds, and you also get people who are day trippers as well.
And discuss this one from Greystoke 666 to finish off with. Here's a tip: your grounds are a tad effing small.
Well, there we
Which
are.
is true, because compared to Asian stadia.
Well, while you were focusing on the game,
Very good.
I heard the conversation about bespectacled cricketers. I went back to try and remember some who were in my Dick Well Abroad trophy team.
Oh, right, yes, of course, yeah.
Zahir Abbas was in there.
Yes, he got a mention.
Alf Valentine, I bet didn't
Alf Valentine, no, he didn't.
Valentine, Dick Young.
Dick Young?
Dick Young.
We did mention Rolf Harris. Oh, no, I can't say that.
No, you can't, no. Who else did I say, Hendo? I've completely forgotten. There was somebody else who was obvious, so I've just literally... Alf Valentine, Zahir Abbas, Dick Young. Maybe those were the three I was trying to remember. There were plenty more as well.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty more as well.
It was not...
Fabulous. There's a drinks break now.
Just before we lose the
I think as far as prizes at Lords are concerned, I think Richard and I were the ones who cracked the code. He and I went the first day of the World Test Championship at Lords last year and paid... we were high on the Compton stand and paid £60 a head.
That's not too bad. How much were the drugs that you needed to get
what
you
were you
high
on? I was about to say,
well,
what got you that high?
The goods lift.
Yeah.
I commandeered the goods lift. I said I fucked around walking up all those stairs.
Well, what I was going to say with the specs is that apart from Dirk Wellham, I can't think of any cricketer who has big sort of Dennis Taylor specs, and I just wondered why that's so. Do we not need them for cricket to be able to get a full vision of a Skyer or something? In other sports you often have quite big specs, don't you?
X-ray specs.
Not X-ray specs.
Wasn't that polystyrene?
It was the late polystyrene.
Polystyrene, yes.
I know you're antiseptic. Your deodorant smells nice.
So in terms of that, sort of reverse thing, I never played when helmets were required, but it always struck me that they would be distracting in terms of your vision, having that on the edge of it.
I'm told you get used to it. And certainly riding a motorcycle, the first time you're riding a motorcycle and you put a helmet on, it's all you can see is the bloody helmet. And then it just disappears because your eye, like it automatically, without any sense of consciousness, takes an image and reverses it because real life is not upside down as it is on our retinas.
It's like looking through a letterbox the first time you wear a helmet.
Yeah.
Right, it's 81 for 2. Shafiq and Inzamam Haq are badgering along very nicely indeed. This partnership is 75 now.
75. So we're 6 for 2. Wow.
So it's almost, Gary, as if before the rain delay, which came very early, remember?
Yeah,
it was
after about an hour.
23 for 2, and then they took an early lunch. It just seems to me it's a completely different sense in the game after the rain break than there was before.
Yeah.
That's carved by Imam Al Haq, safely enough, wide of third slip, down to deep backward point, and it's going to get in 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, it came at a bad time for England. The bowlers lost a bit of rhythm. The other side of the coin is that luck as ever plays so much of a role in the game, and England had that bit of luck with the 2 wickets. They've bowled 3 or 4 Jaffers in the last half hour, and they haven't taken the edge. They've just gone over the top of the stumps. They haven't taken the pad.
Archer round the wicket to the left-hander. That was another example of exactly what Gary was talking about. It was an absolutely cracking ball. Could have got the edge. It didn't. It went through to Jamie Smith. That didn't miss. Oh, I'm looking at the Jofra's hair as well. It's interesting. Yep, nipped away.
Yeah.
Probably an inch away from the edge of that Inzamam Al Haq bat, and there's no run.
There's a famous quote from Jonathan Wilson who says that he didn't actually say it, writing about football 20 odd years ago, where apparently he wrote, "Goals are overrated." Now I'll come to that point in a moment.
Right. Well, anyway, that's Fuller defended, and a big no back to Shafiq from Imam Al Haq. Something is making Messrs Chortle.
Yeah. Well,
no, what you just said.
Yeah. So I'll explain in cricketing terms. You'd be saying that wickets are overrated, but by that he meant that the outcome is almost independent of what goes into it. So you bowl good balls, some of them take the edge, some of them don't, some of them just go over the top of the stump, some of them don't.
Archer, he doesn't think wickets are overrated, and that's wide of off stump through to Smith, and there is
I'm not sure
no
the
run.
analogy applies. Goals are actually goals.
Yeah.
You know, they do work.
Yeah, well, wickets do as well. The point he's making is that you can, and we all know this from cricket, you can bowl a brilliant spell and get 1 for 15 off it. You can bowl
a rubbish spell.
We know what gets
3
wickets
for 10.
because Jez has got the T-shirt, and get 3 for 10. So the outcome is sometimes, not always, of course, independent of the action that led to it.
Chain a jangling, rather chucks that one down leg a little bit, and it's turned nicely off his legs by Imam should be fielded. Well, Josh Tongue, now he started off as if he had all the time in the world. It was a gentle jog, and he seemed to misjudge it completely and realised at the end he's had to throw in a dive. He's probably hurt himself. He's tripped over one of the sponges, and he's kind of brought that on himself because he misjudged how fast the ball was going and suddenly had to kick on, didn't he?
It was a very sort of 1970s bit of fielding where the big fast bowler says...
the 1970s bit may not have had the dive at the end.
No, but the kind of, the big fast bowler says, well, I'm not going to bother with that. Is he going off now? He had a bang on the knee there.
He did.
He's half hobbling. He might be going off for a bit of magic spray. Jofra is
Jofra's got every right to be not happy.
Yeah,
because,
I agree.
I mean, to be honest, it was probably 3 whatever, but it was just he just misjudged how far he had to run to the ball. In comes Archer. A little bit of extra spite and venom in that ball, but too wide of off stump. Through to Smith again. It's the end of that Archer over. None for 20 for him. Off 7. 88 for 2. Pakistan going nicely after the resumption, and remember, quite a long session. Messers.
The Earl of Sheffield has sent us another £2. Thank you, Jay.
Quite superb.
A world based on barter would leave me screwed. Lockie says Gary saying overarching is very modern. Seems to be an overarching thing with the youth. Ben McCormick points that Clive Lloyd had big specs.
He did.
He was in my team.
Yeah.
He was in my team.
They're on the front cover of Super Cat, his biography.
And Jay says £2 for Naylor's sophistry.
Oh.
Well, thank you again.
Well, I'm never short of that, I promise you. Change of bowling.
Well, yes, indeed. Ollie Robinson back into the attack from the football stand end.
That's enough of that.
And he's going to be bowling to Imam Haq. Still 3 slips for England. That's a terrific ball. And immediately he's aiming at the stumps. It just got a little bit of a way nibble past the outside edge. Kept pretty low too. But Imam Haq survives. He's on 40.
Now, this is a little bit of a test of Root's captaincy because I've been lucky enough to go and see a lot of England, obviously over the last sort of 15 years in England, and I'll come to it after this ball.
Robinson in Barrow's got such. Well, I say Barrow, he's got a lovely easy run. That was also pretty easy to defend.
Now you don't see
both
it
on 40. These batsmen, 88 for 2.
You don't see it so much on telly because it cuts away and stuff like that. But I can promise you, in a situation like this, Ben Stokes is going round, he's talking to players, he's shouting, he's getting the man on the boundary, keep your eye open. He is extremely active all the time. Root, in my opinion, from when I've seen him,
Tad more passive.
Very passive. But he is shouting and talking here and clapping of hands. But I think he's not in the slips, which he really should not be.
Robinson in over the wicket, defended by Imam Haq, out towards cover, and there's no.
I think is he at mid on there? I think he is at mid on, walking in now, talking, shouting. He's got to be more active in these situations. Partly because England have got used to having a very active captain who's in the game all the time, who demands to be looked at, who's talking all the time, he's having a quiet word, having a loud word. If they go straight back to Root sort of doing a couple of claps from second slip, they'll be weaker for it. But it's good to see that he is being much more involved with his bowlers and fielders now, because they need his help here, because it'll begin to go quite flat in a long session.
Imam Haq's been hobbling a little bit here. I think he's in a spot of bother.
Oh, he is? Has he got
in
a bit
fact,
of cramp?
He's wandered away and he may have to have a little sit down. I think you could be right. It could be cramp.
Is he all right?
He's on 40 off the 65 he's faced. In fact, these two are pretty much neck and neck, aren't they?
Yeah.
40 off 67.
He's
for
hobbling.
Shafi.
That doesn't look good. Is it cramp? He's certainly
He's
clutching
holding
his
the back of
calf.
his calf.
It's where you do get cramp.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be cramp, the way he's looking at it there.
Well,
but they're not
really
stretching it out.
He's not been out there so long. After
No, you shouldn't.
Maybe, again, I mean, a long break in proceedings can...
Bit of pickle juice for him.
Cannot help at all. Does not help at all.
Did you read about Jamal Musiala?
No.
Local boy, of course, plays for Germany, but went to Whiteleaf School or Whitgift School, I think, in Croydon, like a few England cricketers. He's got this condition which means he blacks out occasionally for 10 seconds, becomes completely still. It's kind of epilepsy, and it's now happened twice in pre-season matches. He says he's okay.
Sorry, Gary, were you talking?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it just seemed unusual in a young person, but apparently it's relatively common, and they just kind of freeze, and then they're often okay as soon as that freezing moment is gone. You have to take there are some drugs that can push it back, because obviously if you're in a car or riding a bike, it's very dangerous.
Well, I would say. Right, well, Imam ul-Haq
not suffering from
is on his backside. He's got his shoes and socks off, his trouser leg rolled up. He's not become a Mason, but I think he is getting some pretty serious...
It's not cramp.
...manipulation to... You don't think it's cramp?
No, well, I think if it were cramp, he'd be getting different manipulation from the physios, and he might be getting the pickle juice to jolt it away.
Well,
Greystoke 666 has a lovely story. He says, when I was a real young'un, the West Indies had a net at my school. I stood a few metres behind Clive Lloyd, obviously, when he hit an effortless 100-metre plus shot over long off. It went through the headmaster's window.
Oh, excellent.
Great acclaim.
Excellent. Excellent.
Did he get summoned to the headmaster's study?
Yeah.
For a sound thrashing.
Yeah.
He's a big fella, Clive. I don't know.
You wouldn't want to risk it necessarily.
No. It was Arlett's line in the World Cup final in '75 was about swishing the stick of rhubarb, wasn't it? I think that was Clive Lloyd who inspired the stick of rhubarb line.
Well, yeah, and I think it was Jeff Boycott who kept...
he was
continuing it.
He would
reference to his mother's batting.
He would refer to it as mother's
in
batting,
her pinny,
but it was
with a stick of rhubarb.
Yeah, I think it was Arlett who said it of Clive Lloyd, who made 100 off, I think, 80 balls in that final, which is extraordinary.
It is, given the smaller bats
and
narrower bats,
no field restrictions. And
Jason's gesturing.
Barong has come up with an idea to satisfy both you and Vivian, Bernie. He suggested what would be the likelihood of the domestic ODI final being relocated to Sicily.
Well, I'd sponsor it to a degree.
Gin.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure where in Sicily they'd put it. Certainly wouldn't on Mount Etna.
We'd ask Emilio Gay, because he's an Italian international, isn't he?
He was. Yes, he was. Yeah. We're having a quick look at the earlier wickets. Remember, the very first ball of the day, very first ball of the series.
Sicily
was pretty plumb too.
Sicily, one of my favourite places to go to in Europe. I mean, it is poor, it has to be said, it is genuinely poor in lots of parts of it. But God, that volcanic soil makes the food taste good. And some of the landscapes you get.
And the wine.
Extraordinary. Oh, the wine.
If you're fond of your Nera d'Avola grape, they have some fantastic wine in Sicily.
Yeah. Very much so.
Jay Grover says, daffodil with walking stick, also a stolen line.
Yep.
And then just says thistle, I'm not quite sure.
It's a thistle.
Yeah.
He's knocking a thistle.
Yeah. Well,
as if he's...
Imam is back, Tony.
Well, he is. He seems to be repaired, which makes me think it probably was cramp. He's going to face the last 3 balls of Ollie Robinson's over, and he defends the first into the onside. And there is no running. England continuing with those 3 slips. They're not taking a backward step.
They've played that kind of half crouching defensive shot quite well, where it looks to me wrong. Both batters have played it well. It could have half jump, half crouch, But what's important, as Richard said earlier, is they play it below their eyes, and there's very little space between bat and pad. So it's a very compact shot. It's not very elegant.
Robinson, nice easy run up that he has. Wide of off stump, left by Imam, taken by Smith in front of first slip. Again, so it's been a maiden over. It's taken a while because we had that little break in play while Imam al-Haq had to be tended to.
You see him walking down the track there to try to mitigate the sideways movement that Ollie Robinson has got considerably more of than any of the other bowlers.
He has rather. 25, well, we're nearly finished 26. This will be the last ball of the 26th over.
It's amazing that we're not really all that close to the equivalent of a session of play yet.
Is it going to be a maiden for Ollie Robinson? Yes, it is. Jamie Smith, who's been standing up to him, took that pretty well, actually, just outside of off stump. So it's 88 for 2 after 26 overs, and Shafiq and Imam al-Haq remain on 40 each, Messrs.
Well, they played 2 hours and 8 minutes, even though they've only bowled 26 overs. Tim Wilton Davis says it's too hot for Pakistan. 19 degrees at Leeds. I'm not sure it's too hot for anybody. Who's one says, stop bowling so straight, bowl to your field. This is a game of patience.
It is a game of patience, that's true. Nice to see the football stand end, because we can actually see the football stand there.
Yeah, we're getting a nice little view there of the football stand behind the cricket stand.
Are they
back, of course.
Leeds Rhinos?
I think it is the Leeds Rhinos, yes.
Oh, yeah, Jason's giving us
the
thumbs
Leeds
up.
Rhinos.
Leeds Rhinos. Keithley Cougars. Yes, I'm not sure Cougar had the same meaning when Keithley were called Keithley Cougars in the late 80s.
Cougars, you mean?
Is it Cougars?
Well, I'd say Cougars, not
Would
Cougars.
You?
Yes.
Oh, God, I'd say Cougars. That's all.
Right, well, that's odd.
That's Liverpool accent, you see. Liverpool
Josh
accent.
Tongue, anyway. To bowl his 4th over. No, he's not. He's had to pull out. So the Tongue has had to pull out at the last moment.
It's almost like us up north speak a different tongue to you guys down here.
Wow.
Yes, that's poor, isn't it?
What we don't know is why he had to pull out. Maybe Shafiq caught something going on behind
we're certainly
his
not.
arm.
Certainly the deliveries per minute has gone down quite a bit in the last sort of 10. I think
Still 3 slips there.
5 balls in 10 minutes.
That's down leg and low. Jamie Smith tumbles and takes.
What's the opposite of a Jaffa? Because that was the opposite of a Jaffa. Is there a term for the opposite of a Jaffa? Is that pie?
A pie normally.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd say
Pie is normally a hittable though.
Yeah, pies are hittable.
So I'm sure it wasn't a great ball. It was speared down leg. It was taken on the dive by Jamie Smith. There is would you call it a short fine leg? Would you call it a short backward square?
It's almost a kind of deep leg slip, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a deeper leg slip.
It is leg slip, really.
That one's pushed nicely. That gets the scoreboard ticking again. It's a lovely shot by Shafiq. Effortless, but it was the economy of body movement. Pushed it down to long on for a lovely little on drive for 4 runs.
And I've got the right jingle for once.
And Jofra Archer, who was the nearest fielder, it was very interesting to see how quickly he realised I'm not going to get anywhere near that.
And if you
There's no point in wasting my energy.
No, if you beat the infield, it's 4 here. So, that
Certainly
puts
has been quicker.
40, 50 runs on a par score, I would suggest.
In he comes, just turned off the back foot by Shafiq into the offside this time, pushed towards point. They'll take a sharp single. And the score will tick on to 93 for 2. And so that's 70 runs added since the premature lunch break.
Yeah.
And we have a very extended afternoon session.
And we had 2 wickets and 2 reviews in that short session before the rain break. So shows how the game has changed its rhythm. Root is very much at mid-off and very much involved talking to the bowler, so that's good to see. But in the same way that goals are overrated, that might be overrated unless it can produce the wicket England need.
93 for 2. Yeah, I mean, how long is the afternoon session? 1:45 to 4:40. 1:45, 2:45, 3:45.
just shy of 3 hours, I think.
Just shy of 3 hours. That's a fair old chunk of
It
play.
is, with no
Round the
spinner.
wicket to the left-hander. Just moves it away from him a little bit, but Imam ul Haq says, no, I'm leaving that.
Yeah.
Through to Smith it goes, and there is no run.
I think
93 for 2.
I think if I was Dan Lawrence, I'd be expecting the call in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, we need a bit of frog in the blender action.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's moderated or simplified his action, or if it's still kind of...
Jason will have seen him at the Oval. Jason, I don't think Dan Lawrence is any different in his action than he was. No, that's right. That's my view as well.
Who was the lad who ducks his head when he bowls?
Paul Adams?
Yes, that's the fellow. That's clipped. Oh, it's half-fielded. Jofra Archer has to do some tidying up on the leg side. Was it Ollie Robinson who didn't dive especially
Harry
convincingly?
Brook? Can't be Harry Brook.
Could be Harry Brook. Don't recall mentioning him much at all today, Harry Brook.
Yeah. It was mid-wicket.
No,
it was Ollie
Robinson, I thought it was.
Yeah, Tongue and Robinson, neither of them are very good in the field at all, it has to be said.
Old-fashioned fast bowlers.
Old-fashioned fast bowlers, not your Stuart Broads and your Jimmy Andersons. Well short of him, actually.
Well, I'll get to give him his due.
Yeah, he got something on it.
A, he got something on it, and B, he was thinking there was potentially a catch there, so he had to commit to a dive.
Yeah, you're right.
So I think you're being a tad harsh on the lad. 3 slips go down. Hurrah! Oh, well, they've ended up taking a single.
Oh.
It was dabbed into the ground by Shafiq. He didn't seem to know much about it at all. In fact, I think it was it Inzamam Wah? It was.
No, I think Imam called him through, didn't he?
Well, either way, it looked like it was going to roll back onto the stumps. And England were waiting to see if that would happen. And in the meantime,
it was Shafiq because he's right-handed.
They ran anyway. Yes, Shafiq. He doesn't know where the ball is at all. In the meantime, Imam ul Haq's up his nose, going, "Well, we'll take a single. Come on."
It's good running.
It was very good running, which you don't always say.
No, you
about
definitely
Pakistan. Touch of gloves
don't
between
always
the
say.
two.
They clearly trust each other because Shafiq ran on the call there. He didn't know where the ball had gone.
Well, he
absolutely
he's probably
ran on
relieved
the call.
today. Well, if he's asking me for a single, then I'm not out.
Yeah.
It's not on the stumps. I'm not sure it would have had quite enough to carry it to the stumps. Messers.
Farong says, I've been quiet on this subject. The magnificent Tigers in Darwin, Australia disrespectful of the game and the opposition. Will use this series as training session before the tour of South Africa. I think
Here comes
the
Robinson.
Tigers-
Hurries Shafiq, defends into the onside. No run. Sorry, Messers finished that one.
I just think Bangladesh played really good cricket. I don't think the Australian team were disrespectful. The press may have been, but they had a full strength team. They just didn't bat well. They bowled reasonably. They didn't feel very well. I think they were out of touch, but I do think Bangladesh showed that they can bowl really well, they can bat really well, and they can field really well.
Yeah, for a long time.
Tony Robinson that nips in a little bit, turned around the corner. There's a man at deep backward square. It's Josh Tongue. They'll take a single.
I think for a long time Australia didn't offer Bangladesh any test matches in Australia from memory. Of course,
not a
England
big money
was-
tour, is it?
Yeah,
Bangladesh
England
comes
weren't,
to town, sadly.
weren't queuing up to host them either, to be fair. But it must have felt all the sweeter for the Bangla boys to give a good old-fashioned shoeing. I think it was. Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it was indeed.
Yes, it was.
I heard a lot of chit-chat about Cameron Green, or maybe when I say heard, read on our internal chat group. That one's beaten the outside edge again of Imam ul Haq. Smith standing up, took it well.
I mean, I think I instigated that by on the last day saying he's really got to make 100 here because he played 27 Test matches, I think 300s and 550s, and whether there's room for Cameron Green and Bo Webster in the same side. To his credit, I think he was last man standing, Cameron Green, but he didn't make the 100.
Yes, he was. He did. Yeah, he made the 100.
Did he?
He was out for he was out for 103. I think.
I think I'd pick him over
fair
Webster.
enough.
Right, Robinson round the wicket. Stout defence by Imam ul Haq, not as stout as his uncle, mind you. And there's no run. Just the one run off Robinson, who's been wonderfully economical. Definitely, well, he has the only 2 wickets to fall. Very much the pick of the England bowlers. Archer, I think you could say, has bowled in fits and starts well.
Tongue has done what Tongue does, which is to bowl some beautiful deliveries and some pies.
Indeed. Round the wicket, Robinson. And, nicely kept down, steered down to deep fine. Easy single taken.
I mean, Pakistan have just played some very orthodox upper order batting, haven't they? They've not reached out for the ball. They haven't tried to hit it too hard. We haven't seen a hint of a reverse or trying to manufacture something out of nothing.
Well, after
they've
the
just
rain
been
delay,
happy.
it might be a bit early for that sort of thing, to be honest.
They've just been quite happy though to play very orthodox cricket.
Should be David Brooke. Can you see David Brooke at all in the... Oh, that one's nearly through, but defended by Shafiq.
Yeah.
Can I see
David
David
is
B?
in.
Excellent.
Are we doing one more? Or?
We'll do one more
One
over,
more.
and then we'll let David collect his thoughts. That is the end of that over. Messers, something was making you chortle halfway through that over.
I don't think so.
Oh, it's just your default. Your
Tim
default
Wilton
setting.
Davis says, lack of respect from the Aussies. Colourist shocked. Who says, yeah, we got beat. It happens. Tamir batted out of his skin. Yes, he did. He batted beautifully. I thought that was a real revelation. It was lovely to watch. But I thought their bowling was the surprise to me. I thought their fast bowling was really, really good. Made very good use of the condition, and their lines and lengths were great. And Australia just weren't prepared. I think Australia's batting is very, very fragile indeed at the moment.
Some evolving to do from Darwin.
Well, Tongue's going to be into very good. Edged! Taken!
Nice
the breakthrough has been made. It's Imam ul Haq. Tongue has made the difference. That was a better ball. Get very low. Taken at second slip, I think. Imam ul Haq's furious with himself. But England have probed away. They needed that wicket. This stand was really starting to build something for Pakistan.
Second slip.
It was an excellent catch by a man we said we haven't seen much of. And he probably heard and went, well, here you go, I'm going to catch this.
What he did
Harry Brooke.
It was to stay down, so he didn't raise his hands too much, which meant even though it was knee high or just below, he was able to get to it. And we can say 3 down that.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Indeed, they do. When David is on...
Jay has a question for
go
you,
on.
Gary. He sends us £2 and says, Gary, why do you argue backwards from your conclusion?
It must be the academic in me. It's a typical academic thing to start off with a hypothesis and then prove it.
You need to provide the support to your answer.
I was never much of an academic, really, but I think 25 years in universities have probably got acculturated to it a little bit.
That's how I used to deal with research, when I was in advertising. I know I know what I want it to say, and I say to the research company, right?
I used to
create me some research that backs me up.
Dissertation supervisees, I used to say to them, well, what conclusion do you want? And they'd tell me what they want. I said, well, design your questionnaire to reach that conclusion.
Okay, well, the new man is our friend Saud Shakil.
Yeah, it is. So, Shakil, are we going to change it, or are we going to carry on to the end of the over?
We'll finish at the end of the over, and then David Brooke will be
Because if David, it depends, the test match may be too interesting, but I'd be very interested in his views on Sussex, because I think they've got a couple of really important matches coming up for their survival in the First Division, and I hesitate to say this, maybe their survival as a county cricket club, because they're under penalties, there's changes in administration, players are losing their contracts. It's really quite sad what's happened at Hove.
Well, it's another left-hander, Saud Shakil. He's from Karachi, plays for Sindh and Quetta Gladiators, amongst others. That's defended into the offside to a shortish point, and there is no run.
And they're already losing players. Henry Crocombe is coming to Surrey, as I'm sure Jason knows, big fast bowler. And but the players responded so well early season in the county championship, getting excellent results, and would have been top without the penalty at one point. But their form collapsed a little bit before the break, and they've got some really important matches coming up, and I really do wish them well. David will have a much more of an inside track if he has time to say.
Sure.
I think you're over-dramatising.
Oh, I'm not sure I am.
Josh Tongue, we've now got 4 slips, and that's wide of off stump to the new man, Saud Shakil, who leaves it. Goes through to Jamie Smith. No run.
I mean, I know
3
that
balls of the over left.
sports clubs, when they go bankrupt, could have reinvent themselves as Phoenix clubs, like Rangers in Scotland did, and there's some other examples. But I feel for the players. John Simpson's been a tremendous servant for Sussex since he moved from Middlesex, and I don't know whether his contract is being renewed, but stuff like this, it's you feel for them.
South Shaquille, by the way, is on the back of 100, of course, that he made in Beckenham. 100 not out. He made 1300 not out there. But he had a very poor series against Bangladesh.
Oh!
That's got to be really close. It swings in.
No, England don't look as interested as an inside edge there.
Maybe there was.
It looks like it was hitting all 3 to me.
Well, I'm with you, Gary. Ben Duckett is taking on the role of.
He's saying it's going
semaphore indicator.
I've got that going down.
leg.
Yeah, he's.
So
you're with Ben
you
Duckett.
and Ben Duckett,
or Ben Duckett thought it was a no ball.
complete
One or the other.
agreement.
Let's have a look here.
Certainly.
Inside
edge. Big
it's not,
inside edge.
It's not missing leg stump, but it is a big, fat inside edge.
I would point out, Gary, that even now, if it weren't for the penalty points, Sussex would be on top of the championship.
Is it even now? Wow.
Yes, they're only 11 points off the lead.
That's
They've won more games than anybody else.
Superb call, Jazz.
Round the wicket, tongue left by a sturdy Saud Shaquille.
Yeah, I think they have a 12-point penalty. They had a 2-point penalty, I
Yeah.
think, in the one-day cup as well. Yeah, but it's the contracts of people. These are people with families and mortgages who sign them in good faith and have done absolutely nothing wrong.
1 ball left of this over. He made in Bangladesh 8, 6, 0 and 15. To the point where I think they gave him a little rest and didn't take him to the West Indies, Saud Shaquille, but he's out there now.
Well,
so but on the back of 100 against that PCC 11, and he's off the mark. And he's off the mark by steering this nicely backward a point, and it's going to get him 4 runs. Emilio Gay's not going to catch that. 101 for 3, 29 overs complete. Gary, you taking a wee break?
Yeah.
David will be in, we hope, any moment now. There he is. And who else have I got? Jason, you're joining me, aren't you?
Yep. Just one last thing from Farong on the Bangladesh test. He says it was Tanzan's second test. Mahmood put it on the pot. Australia was still in off-season mode. That's right. Drop catches, wrong line and lengths. Batters playing the ball in front of their hands. No practice or nets. Yeah, they'd had a week's practice in Mackay, I think it was previously, but even so, I think you're right. Okay, I shall catch you tomorrow. Good
Thank
night.
you very much, Messrs. Good afternoon.
Hi, David.
Tony, good afternoon.
Hello
Jason.
there, David.
Hello.
And thanks to Gary as well for his insights. I think I'm on the commentary as
You
Robinson bowls Smith standing up to him, and Shafiq lets that one go. I'll come back to that Sussex question. The classic
Yeah,
question.
you've seen a lot of this at Sussex, won't you, David? Robertson with keeper standing up.
Well, certainly Simpson is not shying in standing up, that's for sure. Rumours that he's going to Nottinghamshire, but I'm not sure if that's been confirmed yet.
Be a good move for him.
Well, it'd be a sad loss, yeah. It would be a big
Sad
loss.
loss for everything. I mean, I was surprised that Croker moved to Surrey, but then again, if he wants a way out of Sussex, because it sounds like they're in financial problems.
I don't think they were able to match the terms that Surrey, and they're under restrictions in terms of what they can offer. But,
Just wondering who's going to be let go from Surrey for that.
Robinson bowls and Shafiq covers up. Interesting statistic. Is it Surrey had 17 players represented in the 100 this year?
Yes,
I
it
couldn't
did.
work that out. 17. So it sounds like they've got a big enough squad to not to let anyone go. That ball from Robinson just jagged back into to Shafiq. Hasn't he played well today, Shafiq?
He's done very well.
Well, he had a fantastic tour of the West Indies. The second test, he got a sublime 160.
He did. Obviously, Robinson bowls. He's defensive there. And obviously West Indies had gone one up in the series, so prepared a pretty flat track for the second test. But even so, it was a really good innings. Yeah, it didn't look like it was ever going to come to an end. In fact, it didn't come to an end because he was unbeaten, wasn't he, on 160?
I do wonder whether or not this spells a bit of a death knell for Port of Spain, because Taruba obviously looked like a much better wicket from the West Indies point of view.
Well, yes. I mean, Port of Spain, though, was better attended, wasn't it? People can just walk into that ground, whereas getting to the Brian Lara Academy requires a day trip, a bit of planning. That's forward defensive by Shafiq there. Two Sussex players opened the bowling today, of course, technically. Archer and Robinson. Don't see much of Archer at Hove these days, but sometimes you find him watching from the back.
And we also had a Sussex bowler opening in that West Indies versus Pakistan series as well, in Jayden Seals.
Yes, ex-Sussex, I think, because he was on his way to Hampshire before West Indies intervened to block his no-objection certificate. They wanted him in the West Indies Championship. That's full defensive by Shafiq, even though that championship was reduced to just, really, some teams only played 3 matches. How can you have a first-class tournament where some teams only play 3 matches and then expect to be competitive in test matches? That's the measure of the economic situation of West Indies cricket. They took a loan from the ICC, of course, and they're really struggling at the moment. That was a no ball indicated, front foot no ball from Robinson, so you have to take that one again. Just over quite a bit over the line, actually, not as much as Amir was in that famous occasion. Shafiq deserves a half century. He's on 47. Robinson bowls to him again. He's right on the money. That's just ticking away, though. It's just veering towards the leg stump.
That's two of them.
Yeah, there should be 2 here. And who's that out there other than the boundary? I can't quite see.
I think that is the sub-fielder. Yes.
One of the academy players.
Yeah.
Yes, because they've released all the squad players, haven't they? With the exception of Bashir, because he hasn't got. I don't think Derbyshire have a match. They've released all the squad players in England to play in the county matches.
They have.
That start tomorrow.
They do.
Yeah.
So Matt Fisher will be heading down to Surrey, and also Ollie Pope.
And Shafiq, that's beats him. Good ball from Robinson, asking a lot of questions, making the ball talk, other such epithets. It's the end of that over. 30 overs gone, and Pakistan with that loss of Iman, 104 for 3.
Jay Grover says, "Hooray, David!" By the way, am I doing socials or you?
What?
Who's doing socials? Me or you? I thought it was. "Hooray, David!" Says Jay Grover. For wrong, now stop me if we read this one because I was concentrating on describing the cricket. It was Tanzid's second test. Mahmood put it on the pot. Maybe he means spot. Australia was still in off-season mode. Drop catches, wrong line and lengths. Batters playing the ball in front of their hands. No practice or nets. That's a summary of the ineptitude of Australia and being well beaten by Bangladesh.
Also
of course.
On an unfamiliar pitch, top-end pitch as well.
Very true.
They played some one-dayers there, but they've not played a test match there for at least a decade or more.
Well, they played a lot of tests in the last 12 months, is one of the lines of argument here. We seem to have got somebody. If anyone's an admin, can we lose the spammer? You'll know who he is. It's all or she.
Hopkinson to start a new over. Very well pitched up, and Saud Shakil plays that defensively.
He's looked good, Atkinson, but he's just been a little bit off his best. No, he's bowled a lot of balls that have zipped past, and he's often bowled, but he's got it right. It's been a bit too straight and been worked off the wicket, particularly for left-handers. So hopefully, when he's right-handed to face, he'll be a bit better in his line.
He bowls again to kill. That reaches his edge, but it bounces in front of first slip, which of course is not Joe Root anymore. It's now a diminutive form of Ben Duckett. Yes, looked like he's taken that on the. They're holding his hand. Looked like his elbow.
I was looking at that because he parried it into the ground. I thought that's got to hit the helmet. Let's have a look again in ultra motion. That's edged well short. I don't think even Jamie Smith would have got that, but as he parries it, he punches it towards the helmet. Yeah,
when
just
you say
over
even
the top.
Jamie Smith. Yeah, when you say even Jamie Smith, is he that safer pair of hands? That's left by Saud Shakil.
No, but he is further up. He's further up than the
he's got a pair of gloves on. Yeah, and he's got a pair of gloves on as well. Yeah. Oh, Ben Duckett's still wringing his fingers there.
Oh, his paw is damaged.
He's looking quite worried. I hope he.
I would go off and get that seen to.
Yeah, I think I might if I was him.
There's plenty of people who can field there. Not least Root, but then Root doesn't want to be in the slips when he's captain. Or shouldn't, according to your arguments.
That's, again, the whole pitch top is right the way through Saudi, actually. Was he beat him for pace? I think it was going very fast through the air and completely beat him there.
Just a little bit of movement away, I think. Movement away.
Yeah.
It'd be good to get him before he gets in because he's quite a durable batsman. Once
Well,
he
he
gets
is.
going.
Yes. Yeah, he is. He's been that. He was pretty much a, big part, permanent part of the middle order. But as Tony said, he was. He didn't make the tour of West Indies. Here's Atkinson, and bowls to him outside the off stump. Lets that one alone. That was quite wide. Gives him a bit of breathing space here. He's on 4. And Atkinson's been the most expensive of the England bowlers. Is that a fair representation of his bowling today?
So. I thought he was slightly.
He started off well,
not as tight as everybody else.
He didn't maintain it. But he seems to be doing a lot better now.
I think he actually bowls better once the ball gets less shine on one side. Once it's new, he's struggled a bit. He's a bit of a better bowler with the older ball.
Atkinson, that's outside the off stump, not troubling Saud. Joe Root's not been afraid to change the bowling when he hasn't seen the right outcome. In fact, took Archer off after just 2 overs, didn't he?
He did.
This morning, which
I
was
did wonder whether or not that was an injury thing or the fact that he was just the most.
I think he wasn't penetrative enough.
Well, we saw
apparently the shortest England opening spell of any bowler in 50 years since 1976.
We did see a pitch map where he said he was bowling the shortest of the 3 pace bowlers that had been used at that point. So it might have been he was bowling the wrong length.
Yeah, compared to what Robinson was doing at the other end, that opening spell of Robinson was beauty to behold, wasn't it? Here he is again now. That just takes the edge of Shafiq's back. He's going to get his half century here. Going to come back for 2. A well-deserved 50 from Abdullah Shafiq. And he'd be very happy with that. Restored Pakistan came in at 6 for 2. And he's seen them to this respectable total now. He's hit some.
Very much an opener's strike rate, 50 off 82 balls.
He's done well.
7th 50, he's hit 6 centuries in his career. Robinson made that one lift a bit, but Sugar got on top of it. And is that going to go all the way? No, it hasn't. It's been parried, and it just take a single.
Yeah,
that was Cox who
did his dive. The designated ginger in the side.
Got to have one, always.
Well, if
Quota
we let
system.
Pope go back to Surrey, then he's the last ginger standing.
Do you think Pope, wouldn't you say he's more Auburn than Ginger?
No, he's definitely ginger.
Right.
That's as ginger as you get.
I would have thought Cox would be a ginger as you get, but on the ginger scale, where would you put Pope? Surely Cox is at the extreme end. Discuss. Well, not discuss. Just reflect. Robinson, yes, 4 slips in place now. Appeal for LBW. Did it hit the pad first? Umpire remains unmoved. And let's see what his signal is.
Is that Palakar?
Yeah, there's a potential review happening here. There's discussion about it. Joe Root coming up to. What did you think, guys?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so. It didn't seem to have much going for it, and I think Joe Root thinks the same, doesn't he?
The fact that it ended up so far on the leg side, I know it came off the pad would be an indication, surely. And Robinson walks back to his mark. He moves on. That one just did a little bit off. Did too much.
A bit too high, potentially.
Yeah, a bit too high as well. Otherwise it was okay.
No. In fact, I think he appeals and then goes, no, forget it. I don't think that was.
Yeah, when he saw it wasn't given, he said, forget that. Wait till I appeal next time. Forward defensive, Shafiq. Next time it's Only appeal, yeah. It's probably as if to say only appeal when it's really out. That one was an error.
I mean, that's what I say. I say to them, no, I only appeal when they're out.
Pitched outside leg. There we go. End of discussion. Not by much, mind you, but nonetheless, it was outside leg.
Yeah, probably have missed as well. Joe Root, of course, fielding at mid-off now in his captain's position. Sheffield won't let that trouble him. He hasn't let anything trouble him too much so far. Excuse me, Robinson. Again, on a string. That one defensively, but nicely timed. And goes like a bullet up to the captain at mid-off. Robinson 2 for 30. First ball of the series, of course, getting a wicket today.
Yeah.
Don't think that's ever happened in England before. First ball of a series. First ball of a test match, yes. The last one being side bottom to Darren Ganger. First ball, but that was the second test, I think. Here's Robinson bowls, and outside the off stump, Sheffield leaves it alone. 108 for 3. Tony.
Well, our friend the spammer, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it seems to have the word Khyber and Khyber line every couple of words, prompting Tim Wilton Davis to say carry on up the Khyber, which I seem to recall had Sidney James and Joan Sims as Lord and Lady Rough Diamond.
It did.
And I think, was it Bernard Breslaw has bunged it in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was. Anyway, all rather
Other
racist.
euphemisms.
Yes, indeed. Even Stevens says Hooves, I'd go along with you. Hooves on that. Comments about spam leading to Monty Python references.
Song,
spam, chips, spam, fritters. Indeed.
Yeah, spam,
yes,
bang. Egg and spam without
the egg. A lot of
egg.
spam chat. For some reason Bob Dylan gets a mention. I don't know why he's appeared regarding spam. Maybe that was from something else.
Atkinson to start a new over. He's just drifting a bit too far outside the off stump. That's the other ball that Soud can leave without any trouble. Going back to what Gary was saying about the Sussex exodus, I've got four down here. Hudson Prentice to Hampshire, Allsop to Gloucester, Crocombe to Surrey, Simpson question mark possibly to Notts. Have I missed anyone out there? I wonder.
I'm sure James Coles is a target for somebody.
Well, Coles has said he would stay at Sussex even without an increase in his wage. He's shown some loyalty, but whether that happens or not, his contract, of course, wasn't up for renewal. Again, it's outside the off stump from Atkinson. He's got to get better directed than that because Soud is a new bat and he's not really putting him under much pressure at the moment.
Yeah. What about the fringe players? I mean, I had the last Sunday I had the privilege of hosting Newbury at our club, the cricket bat company who were playing taking JP Morgan, their clients. I had A. Lenham.
Oh yes, outside the off stump. That's better ball because it actually did jag into. Maybe he was setting him up with those wide ones, and then bowling the one that comes back in. You're mixing in corporate circles there, Jason, with JP Morgan and Newbury bats.
I wasn't playing. I just turned up to admin and do bits and bobs. But there were two guys from Glynde and Beddingham I knew who played against my godson in the Village Cup. There was and also the one star of the side, James Kirtley.
Goodness Lord.
And his 13-year-old boy.
Wow.
As opposed to his 19-year-old boy who's now playing for Sussex. That's Ollie Kirtley. And that one has been angled down, shall we say, by Soud. It evades the third slip. That's Cox, the very ginger.
And he's
Cox,
injured as well.
Now he's got tape already on his fingers, but that's hurt him as well. They take a single.
Well, I mean, he's a proto keeper, isn't he? So he'll have broken digits everywhere.
Actually, I thought it was a good stop initially. Certainly, something hurt him.
Tough life at third slip. You tend to get those ones that fly off.
Yeah, I thought first and second slip were a lot easier than as you went towards gully. I thought the gully was the worst place in the world to field because you either got dying quails or absolute rockets.
Atkinson, this time again the line's not right. It's down the leg side, and Shafiq can just watch that one down the leg side.
had someone hit my hand so hard that it was numb for the rest of the innings.
Yeah, James Kirtley's other son is now playing for Sussex. Ollie Kirtley made his debut, I think, against Surrey in the 50-over competition. Went for 90 off his 10 overs. So then he get better from there.
Well, hopefully he might get a run out towards the end of the season when Surrey go down there to Hove.
Yes. As Gary said, they've got some big matches coming up. That is played defensively by Shafiq. That was better. That was better directed from Atkinson at the end of that over. Shafiq's on 52, South 5, Pakistan 109 for 3.
Farong's still making his case here. Same pitch for both teams. Australia, Bangladesh. Australia were underprepared. That's all I'm trying to point out. Only Bangladesh. A stroll in the park. Tigers won't lose the series, but can win.
Underprepared or over-complacent?
Yeah. Is Darwin the place named after a Brit? Just blame England, says Tim Wilton. Yes, it is. And, well, I don't think you can necessarily blame him, but there we go. What else? Gabe Owens. Gabe Owners. Good morning, Guerrillas. Special hello to Mr. Love Sponge. Hello. I love that Joe Root is the Test captain again. Stokes is a goon. Well, possibly harsh. But I'm getting quite used to being called Mr. Love Sponge. I could live with that.
That's more. Wicketkeeper standing back now at Robinson, and Sal plays that defensively.
Do you get the feeling he's going to stand back to Saud and up to Shafiq?
Right.
Oh, we've got a super chat. I'll wait until later in the end of the over, though.
I shall tee it up.
You can get it teed up. It's a good one.
Indeed. But Robinson's not the quickest back to his mark, so we should have a bit of time. Maybe even after the next pool. If you want to send a super, if you want to do a super chat, you can.
I'll do it after this ball then.
Yeah. Here's Robinson round the wicket this time to Saud, who is defensive. No run.
It's from Lord Grover of Sheffield. I've never been more shocked than the revolution that the Bishop likes Carry On films or finds Carry On films funny. He were born into grandeur humour. Mint job, lad. Fair enough. I do. I think I find them funnier in retrospect than I ever found actually watching them, bizarrely. It might be more the age that they came from. Oh, that's a good ball.
That beats Saud outside the off stump. Robinson asking some questions of the new bat here. Even Carry On Taxi. Was it Carry On Cabby? That was my favourite. Didn't enjoy that first time round, Tony?
That one is it eludes me. I can't remember that one.
With the female taxi, completely female drivers. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do. Now you mention it, it will be in the same cast pretty much as all of them.
Yes, well, in the Carry On series,
Jim
it was only second after Bond for the longest series of.
There you are. There you are.
Films.
That full defensive there from Saud, so he's playing himself in. He's had 20 balls with his 5. He hasn't had to play at everything, but as Jason was saying, he's a very patient player, very compact, good technique. If he does get in, he might hang around for a long time. And Shafiq will be hoping for that. A couple more batsmen to come in Pakistan, so they're not yet, wouldn't say they're in trouble, I would say. Would you say it's even Stevens at the moment, 109 for 3?
Yeah, probably. They've scored well when they've been given the opportunity to, and Headingley's a quite quick scoring ground.
Robinson, that's right on the money again, so he's showing good control and good line and length. That's defensive by Saud, not offering him anything at the moment. Certainly at 6 for 2, you'd say that Pakistan have had a good recovery from that, and a good wicket to get for Iman, the last one out.
I was just wondering about the brains trust that are watching from behind the keeper up above the sight screen, which looked like it had Umar Gul, the bowling coach, there. I'm wondering whether they have to move away at the end of the over so that they're not in the.
That one from Robinson just takes a sort of leading edge from Saud, and it goes to the gully. It's harmless enough. And Lawrence is fielding the ball. He's having a little shine of it. Wonder if he's going to get a bowl later on.
He might get the obligatory over before stumps.
That Darwin Test, says Leah, was peak Test cricket, though. Tim Wilton Davis says Dharamsala is peak cricket because it's up a mountain, which is true, of course.
Do you know what I was most pleased about in that Darwin Test?
No.
Justin Graves.
Ah.
He had a really, really good first test. Got 150 and bowled quite nicely. And a fifer in 5 consecutive wicket maidens.
Oh, well, there you go. Ooh, that's a good
You mean
ball.
not in Darwin, you mean in Port of Spain?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you confused me there.
Yeah. For the West Indies, of course. Yeah, defensively by Shafiq. Yes, we went seamlessly there from the test match in Bangladesh to the one in Trinidad, the first one, where Graves had a very good match indeed.
Is that where Taruba is? Oh no, Port of Spain.
Yeah,
Port of Spain was the second. I thought it was the
Port of Spain
second.
was second. Taruba was the first, but they're both in Trinidad.
Graves got his.
That's
Yeah,
what I
they're both in
hadn't
Trinidad.
appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One's in the south of the island, and one's in.
Yes, that's right.
And it was its inaugural Test match.
Right, Atkinson, just straying a bit onto the leg side. That's taken off by. I think it's going to go all the way. That's first boundary for a little while. 4 runs to Shafiq.
It's Nissan Shi.
Just click the top right corner here.
Nicely timed. It didn't look like it was going to go very
Yeah, it
far.
did, it was
That, but
beautiful.
just a little flick of the wrists, and it evades. Was there anyone at square leg? I'm not sure there was, because the fields are quite attacking at the moment, and but it certainly timed that nicely. And then there was a square leg. No, there was a mid wicket.
6-3 field. Yeah.
Placed very nicely. So again, Atkinson doesn't want to stray down there too much. This one is on the middle stump. It's played down to mid on. It's thrown in pretty aggressively there by who's at mid on? Couldn't see. Certainly tested James Smith behind the
mid-wicket
stumps.
coming round.
Yes.
It was. Might have been the subfield to be named later.
Right.
We'll have a little change at the end of this over, chaps. I'm saying that out
No,
loud.
you
to
said it
alert.
till 4 o'clock.
Oh, hang on. Did I?
You said look at the
Certainly
times.
on the latest rotor, it's 4 o'clock.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Good lord. Okay.
Here's Atkinson, and he's bowling to Shafiq, and Shafiq times that one nicely, but it's well stopped by Jofra Archer.
Saves
Carries
3
it down,
runs.
saves a certain boundary, and they just take a single.
Yeah. Yes, you are a goldfish occasionally, Tony.
Yes. Not even, more than occasionally, I rather fear. That's a lovely shot, wasn't it, actually?
Well, if it happens more than occasionally,
Good
you have
stop
to
by
worry a
Archer.
little bit about Alzheimer's, but
Does Archer stop it and then it basically goes... No, it doesn't go anywhere near the boundary. He did very well, Jofra Archer.
Yeah, he did.
just far
Took
enough
one for
away
the
to
team.
allow a single.
Archer showing his commitment in the field there.
Well, I think no one could doubt his commitment in the last year to English cricket.
And that's defensive by Saud out to the offside.
The only possible blot on that is if the fact that he came back from the IPL and missed the first test. That's the only thing that you could say against him. In terms of performances, he's been on the money every time he's played.
Yes,
that was as much a reflection of the fact that
the IPL room was everything.
Well, yeah, and his team progressed to the final, didn't they?
Yeah.
I think. I hope. 114 for 3.
Whoa, we've got a
Atkinson.
flurry of super chats.
Right, and that's played out by Saud. How do new listeners and viewers, how do they make a super chat, Tony?
Simply have to be logged into their YouTube account and you can select it as an option. Speaking of which, Lord Grover, 11-year-old me were obsessed with cinema. I said I wanted to watch adult films. I meant Bergman, as in Ingmar, I suppose. They gave me Charles Hawtrey. Bother. Gabe Owners -Y81 $5 US dollars. Thank you, Gabe. Wishing Joe Root all the luck in this captaincy, and thanks to Mr. Love Sponge for adopting his title. Well, that's very kind. I assume it's complimentary. I'll take it that it is, unless anyone tells me different. Gabe says Bangladesh is going to get trampled in the second test. Australia were caught napping. Hoove says, I've said this before, Stokes is a bad captain, not a bad player. Yeah, you could take different points of view on all of that, can't you? Gabe says England's team needs maturity and class. Root is a step in the right direction. Stokes encouraged irresponsible behaviour without any consequence.
There's an element of truth in that.
Possibly, yes. I'm just going to have to nip out for a second. I shall be back in 1 minute.
Right. I think we're having a drinks break because we are getting an extended series of adverts at this point, which would make sense in this long session.
I didn't see. I didn't see much of the Australia-Bangladesh match that everyone's talking about. Be interesting to see what happens in the second test.
Well,
there's only one change Australia
played proper Test cricket. Their batsmen were compact. They waited. They hit all the bad balls for four. They bowled particularly well, and wouldn't say Australia batted badly, but they were put under pressure and they chopped on an awful lot of times from balls that were close to the stumps and probably should have been played with defensive shots. There were at least 3 chop-ons by left-handers to balls hanging across that just got the bottom edge and chopped on. And they had Mahidi Hassan, who on a top-end pitch it's much more like pitches he's used to, I think. And he bowled nicely in the second innings and took 6 wickets.
Well, Australia just made one change to their squad. Weatherall's paid the price. He's being replaced by Henshaw. Otherwise, they've left the squad unchanged. So we wait and see. The second test starting
pretty much when this one finishes, I think.
When this one finishes. Indeed. So Pakistan 114 for 3. We lost 1 wicket in this session. Imran was caught. Brook bowled tongue for 42. Recovering from 6 for 2 earlier with Robinson taking both. But Abdullah Shafiq has remained on 57, not out. Robinson, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 30. And of course we've got Mohammed Rizvan to come next. Then the captain Salman Aga. Before we get to the tail, my favourite Pakistan player is not playing today. That's Sajid Khan, because I guess they couldn't.
Oh, he's great fun.
Yeah, they couldn't pick 2 spinners, and he didn't get as many wickets, did he, in the warm-up game?
Well, I mean, this is Headingley traditionally not a spinner's ground, so I'm not sure they picked any spinners regardless.
Well, Ali Osman is in, isn't he? He's the slow left armour,
but he's very much more a defensive spinner than Sajid Khan, who's much more attacking off spinner.
Can be more expensive. I was looking back at his figures when I was sort of doing my prep for this game, and he can be more expensive. That is the risk that he the risk that he carries.
But he turns the ball a lot.
He just
he's very much a character when he does the thigh slap when he takes a wicket.
And he seems to have a habit of not being picked in the first match of a series and then coming in and making a huge impression.
Yeah.
Did that in the away series when England were playing in Pakistan with the hairdryer wicket, that one. Here's Robinson. Now, as Jason predicted, Smith comes up to the stumps for the right-hander and he takes that just outside the off stump. But that was a good ball from Robinson, who's continuing after the drinks break.
Well, Ali Usman took a fifer, didn't he, in Beckenham, including Falconer, which was very unsporting of him.
You can't be against him because he gets out your favourite Middlesex players.
Well, you can. That's the way the
yes, Tony, we haven't
works.
talked about Middlesex reaching the final
Thrilled to bits.
of the Metro Bank, yes.
It's just a shame he can't be there.
Well, yes.
Robinson bowls, and that's just tickled around the corner by Shafiq. It could go all the way. No, Archer's down there. Picks it up, and they're just going to get 2 to Shafiq, and Robinson looking annoyed with himself there. He just drifted down the leg side. Yeah, Tony, were you at the semi-final at Radlett?
I wasn't. I kept changing my mind. It was Watford's first home game of the season, and I'd promised friends I would go. It was just up the road was Middlesex at Radlett. Possibly lurking in the back of my mind was the thought that I wouldn't go to the final, and it would just upset me more almost to have been at the semi-final. But I mean, what a day to be alive, Watford winning and Middlesex winning a semi-final.
Robinson, that's another good ball outside the off stump, just outside the edge of Shafiq.
think these
big
balls need
checks
to
with
be
the
just slightly
non-striker.
further across to make him play, because he can just leave most of these.
And I would have definitely covered it for us, so I would have gone into the media tent at Radlett and reported on the game for us. But I promised my friends I'd be at the footy, and the footy in the end just won. It literally gave me a couple of sleepless nights, because I felt I'd be letting somebody down, whatever I did or didn't do.
Yeah, can't win.
I was kind of rewarded with the best of both worlds in a way.
Robinson into Shafiq, who turns this one round the corner, just a leisurely single this time. I see the Durham coach weighed in on the subject of the conditions at Radlett, saying that the outfield was not suitable for first class mistake.
The one time I've been to Radlett, the pitch wasn't suitable because
it isn't.
Who was it? It was Umesh Yadav pinged Cameron Steele,
and it seems to suffer considerably more with very hot weather, which of course there had been plenty of. Ben Stokes took a wicket, but generally I think Middlesex managed him, or they got him out for 6.
Yeah, he.
Robinson
that's
bowls,
close.
and Hill of
That's gotta be,
LBW.
surely.
Got to be.
Yes.
No, he's given it. He had a long think about that, but the finger goes up, and Robinson has made the breakthrough. It's Saud Shakil, the left-hander, who's walking down the wicket now to consider whether or not he's going to review that decision.
Have they reviewed any yet so far unsuccessfully?
They have.
Yes, Away's reviewed unsuccessfully the first ball.
I gave that pretty much straight away. I think he's walking.
Yeah,
he's been told.
He's making
Shafiq
the long walk.
said, on your bike, son.
Shafiq has said, no, we need that for a proper batsman, mate.
Saud is the chap who looks a little bit like Virat Kohli when he's got a helmet on, isn't he?
Yeah.
Slightly fatter of face, but there's definitely elements of Kohli about it.
Yeah, that's going to hit the top of midland leg.
I think a leg. I'd like to see them track that through. I would have said leg rather than middle and leg.
Cricket number 3 for Robinson. He's having another good
big day
test
out,
match.
Big day
having
out.
a good day out.
Well,
Pakistan 117 for 4.
Yep, let's jingle out.
On your bike, mate.
Well, we're going to have the who's going to come in? It's going to be probably this man. I'll just get him ready for.
Yeah, we're probably anticipating the familiar face of Mohammed Rizvan, of course, who's played county cricket here
for Sussex.
Was playing for Sussex, and he's also, of course, they've been a veteran of a couple of tours to England.
He and Pujara joined about the same time, didn't they? If I'm right, certainly same season.
That's right. There was a period when they were. That's right. They're playing together.
And in fact, it's to someone else.
Shannon,
it's captain.
It's a captain who
has put himself up to number 6. Salman.
I like that. Positive move.
Wouldn't it be nice if Agus Salmon could be given just a game or 2, and after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew? Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
Well, that's well left on his first ball, the skipper, because it wasn't too far away from the stance. Robinson asking all sorts of questions there. It's been an excellent spell from him, and third wicket goes down for him, and Pakistan 117 for 4. That was actually missing the stumps. If only they reviewed it.
Close.
And it was looked leggy, and if only Shakil had. You have to blame Shafiq, the senior partner there, because he had the best view of it. And he discouraged Shakil from reviewing, but Shakil had words to say about that later on. So
that's a bat breaking in the changing room moment, I think.
Yeah, I think Shafiq is probably not going to be Mr. Popular.
I hope he's not sat next to him in the changing room. It'll be a very frosty return.
Right, Jay Grover, super chat. Quickly, DB's long championing of Rob looking vindicated. There you are.
Robbo.
Yes. Atkinson bowls outside the off stump. Shafiq. Yes, I did raised a few eyebrows when I put Ollie Robinson into my Sussex all-time 11 when Tony was running that series on the Bishop. Was it part of the Bishop and Bear?
I think it was pre-Bishop and Bear, if I remember rightly.
Is there anything pre-Bishop and Bear?
Yeah, no, there was.
I mean, you've got over 100 episodes now.
Well, 100. We've just done 110.
Yes, the latest episode is
Atif
a top
Nawaz.
One. Yes, it's a top one with a
Jolly
really good
fun it
preview.
was.
Formerly of this related parish.
Indeed, Atif, another product of the Guerrilla nursery slopes. Atkinson bowls outside. Oh, just played down by Shafiq. So it's Salman Agha rather than Mohammed Rizvan who's come out, but the replays showing that would have missed leg stump, that LBW. It was the umpire had a long think about it before giving it out, and it was a good appeal. All the slips went up, and Sal Shakil again had a little conversation with Shafiq, and Shafiq said, "Look, mate, it's not, you're out," but he wasn't. Yes,
he's not the tallest. I wonder if that coloured the umpire's judgment. He certainly gave it a long think.
It's defensively by Shafiq, who's reached 60 here. So odds swinging back towards England's session now with those 2 wickets, although again Pakistan's recovery from the 6th.
Yeah. What about the Pakistan tail though? What do we know of it?
Add 2 wickets to the score.
Yeah, Pakistan's tail is famous for not wagging around too much at all. So
you've got these 2 guys, Rizwan and perhaps the number 8, to make all your runs.
Shot.
Yeah, that's played out nicely by Shafiq for no runs. They certainly, the tail didn't wag in the West Indies series. That 2 Test series, there were no real contributions from 8, 9, 10 Jack. Who have we got after Rizvan? So Rizvan has been demoted to 7. Then we've got Ali Azman, the spinner, and then the seamers Shazad, Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Abbas. Won't get much
we
out
know
of the
Mo
last.
Abbas is an absolute rabbit.
Yeah.
We've seen
Don't
enough
think
of
you
him
get
for
much.
Hampshire and for Nottinghamshire to know that.
So this is an important partnership. Well, that didn't go where Shafiq intended. He was looking to drive that, send it up at long leg, and they take a single. So that exposes Salman. Wasn't expecting to captain the team, but Baba Azam being injured, he's taken over. I think this is his first Test as a captain.
Yeah, I think he's very much a stand-in for 1 Test.
He said that he would have batted first if he'd won the toss today. I wonder whether that was actually true or whether he was just saying that to give his batsmen more confidence. I don't know, but because it was overcast early on and Robinson had it swinging around. He's still swinging it now, but it's Atkinson with the ball right now to finish off his over, and probably my last here for the moment. I know I'm going to move into the summariser's chair that's pushed out by the off stump because Hendo is coming back in to the hot seat.
Hendo and either
it's Richard as well. So I'm going to hand over to him. Rusty's lad, says Eric J.
Last requests, yeah.
In England, it's hot as a stove, says Gareth Davis. At Pakistan, go on road seeking much cooler climes. Taste for fine wines, instead they just feel like baked loaves. Oh, it's a poem. I've just worked out halfway through. Sorry about that. Shafiq to find some deep heat in his boxes, that one, says Mark. Right, you're taking over. You can pick up from Tim Wilton Davis, about 4 from the bottom.
Little pause there while we rejiggle Richard moving into the social chair. And am I correct in thinking that Hendo is joining us remotely? No, he's in the studio. But the voice of the reassuring tones of Hendo will be with us soon. Richard, hello. What do you make of? What have you made of what you've seen in this last session?
Yeah, I've been enjoying it so far. Actually, nice long session. Good one to fall asleep to. No. Interesting.
Ollie Robinson
yes.
Is on. Sorry, I missed the first ball. Great to see you, Dave. How are you doing?
Well, everything's all right in the world now that you're on ball by ball, Hendo.
Yeah, it's been an interesting battle, hasn't it, with the keeper standing up to Robinson and that LBW shot, which was such fun just a minute ago, which turns out they could have sent upstairs. But none of us sitting in the green room believed that was anything other than out.
Yep, and you can't blame the umpire. I mean, I think height is probably the most difficult thing to judge, because there is often, slightly different bounce. And he's come back and bowled him, and that's an absolute corker from Robinson. And Shafiq, who's batted so beautifully, I was about to say how impressed I'd been with him, has brought that back through a really small gate and has ripped out his middle stump, or off stump perhaps, and England have struck twice now in very short space of time. Ollie Robinson, I mean, that's like a quick off break, isn't it? That's a 77 mile an hour off break. Absolutely wonderful delivery.
How can you leave this man? How can you leave him out?
Says the man of Sussex, which I will soon be too, of course, a man of Sussex. It was a really good innings, though. I thought he batted in a beautiful manner. He timed the ball very well. A couple of on drives that were spectacularly beautiful. Anyway, let's have some updates from the
world of the web.
The world of the web.
So Tim Wilton Davies says, when was the last time we got 100 overs in the first day of a test match? I don't believe we're expecting that today either.
Are we?
Certainly not after that long
time.
delay in the morning. No. But it is a question. It is a question for those who want to go searching for answers. You're most welcome. Yeah. He also says Alistair Cook could still play test cricket. Yankees 7000 says can't blame the umpire, really, that's his one job, in response to, well, yes, but it's a very difficult job.
It is
giving out job. LBWs.
I think it's much easier to give out LBWs watching on TV than it is as an umpire. When I've actually umpired and you're at ground level, I find it much more difficult. You look at a replay especially, or you just instinctively think that's out. You're normally right, but not necessarily.
They really are screaming in your face, which is psychologically more pressure than
that
being an armchair umpire.
Absolutely, you don't have that pressure, do you? That's true. You just sit there, but sometimes it hits the pad, and you just think, "Oh, that's out." And I was amazed, really, that it actually took him so long to raise the finger. So perhaps he wasn't 100% convinced, but he went 99% with the gut, thinking that, well, if it isn't, they can review it. But they didn't. They forgot. Robinson over the wicket to Mohammad Rizwan. And he bowls, bringing him forward. And he gets a bit of an inside edge onto pad with that one. Now Robinson 4 for 33. Have you seen much of Ollie down at Hove this summer, Dave?
Sort of vicariously through the power of YouTube more than I have live, but he's been a very good captain as well. I think that's one of the things that persuaded England to rehabilitate him. But how can you leave him out he came back with that test match at Lord's, then was left out for the last two. How can you leave him out when he bowls like that, where he's capable of, there's so much control that we get from Robinson. It's hard to see why he isn't a permanent fixture now in the England bowling lineup.
Was there not a sort of element of slight injury around?
Oh, with the second test there was. He was fine by the third.
Robinson in bowls. Oh my goodness me! What is Mohammad Rizwan doing? He's tried to play a sweep shot. He's got a horrible top edge. It's flown over the slips. 3 of them have chased it down to third man and retrieved it. They've got back for a second, but that was the shot of a man who doesn't believe he's going to last very long.
And that's how Rizwan bats. It's totally expected, isn't it?
Well, he's got a man at leg slip, 3 slips. I mean, that's the kind of shot that Malloy used to play.
It was a good time to play it, because almost all the fielders were really within 2 pitches of the actual pitch. The field was getting tighter and tighter and straighter and straighter.
I'm just trying to work out what he's got down, whether he's got a long leg in there. This is left alone outside the off stump. Now, for someone like Rizwan, who's quite short, it is difficult when you've got the keeper standing up. You haven't got the stretch that maybe, I'm trying to think of a tall cricketer, tall batsman, but a Graham Hick or someone like that off the top of my head would have in similar circumstances.
That's right. Ever since that Australia Ashes series, we've seen the wicketkeeper standing up is the new sort of X factor, isn't it?
Yep.
It more than sheer pace. Someone who can move the ball and be really accurate with the wicketkeeper up, it is actually very challenging.
Well, I think because so many players have adopted this notion to anyone of sort of under 80 miles an hour, especially, even if it's only marginal, of taking a step, the likes of Brook, the likes of Root even, but actually because they don't really like that lack of pace, they want the pace on the ball. Atkinson, none for 37, 120 for 5 is the score. Salman, the captain, has it all to do. He's yet to score. Rizwan has those 2 rather streaky runs. We're only into the 39th over of the day. And let's have some more. Can you just fit the odd one in, maybe, as we go?
I've got a poem.
I've got a poem?
Gareth Davies.
Of course.
So let's wait for after the next balls. I wouldn't want to embark on verse and have it to be interrupted. I think verse deserves better.
You need to, perform in your head first, don't you, I think. 3 slips. No gully. Short into the hip of someone who's trying to turn it away onto the leg side but makes no contact.
So here we go from Gareth Davies. When England fighting in clubs, Pakistan are thinking of subs. To bring on young Ali to replace old Ali, or never to join Ben Stokes in the pub. I mean, some of it rhymes.
Scanning the last line, the scansion of the last line perhaps needed a bit of work, but...
Got to read out. I mean, if you send in a poem, you're more likely to get read out.
Yeah, you are more likely to get read out. And if you send it in with a super chat, you will definitely get it read out. Atkinson in, and that's a rather, I don't know, slightly uncertain shot from Salman. He was really striding that without really being in complete control of the bat. He took a thick inside edge down to long legs single. He's off the mark.
Suddenly it looks very busy.
Yeah. Suddenly it looks a very difficult game out there, and with 120 for 5, it's just a very different looking scoreline now, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, this could be potentially a 160 all out, 170 all out, unless these two can dig in and
you won't get much
something.
from the tail. Yeah, you won't get much from this Pakistan tail.
No. But really, Robinson has been fantastic, hasn't he? He's averaging 10 since his Test return. Atkinson looking for his first wicket is in, bowls to Rizwan, who tucks this one away off his pads to Archer at mid wicket. There is no run.
Was Robinson's other test Was Robinson's other test the Lord's game against New Zealand on the terrible pitch?
On the terrible pitch.
Good for him to make a return on.
Yes.
Yeah, I should clarify my comment earlier. You were right. He was injured for the second test, but he was fully fit on the third and left out for the test that England lost.
Well, England lost at the Oval as well, didn't they? They lost both those tests. I should talk to you, Dave, about Stephen Fleming. What you think of the appointment? Another Kiwi. Are we just sort of going to drain the Kiwi swamp until we find one that's that works? Flicked away off the straight by Rizwan. He's hurriedly into the run. He's very busy in terms of getting between the wickets.
And determined to play everything on the leg side if he can.
Seems to be that way, doesn't it?
Even if he must use his inside edge to do so.
It's a much underrated part of the bat, I think.
They're quite thick nowadays. The inside edge is as wide as a bat was.
An old style. Yeah, the old days of stool ball, that was for sure. Absolutely.
I was interested in Baz McCullum's comment on Stephen Fleming. He said he's like me but better.
Yes, I saw that. Was that sort of self-deprecating or self-pity? I don't really know.
I thought it was building himself up.
Yeah, it might be. Atkinson bowls, nice drive by Salman, half stop, but they will manage to run through for the single. Mid-on comes round to field. That is the end of the over. 2 singles off it. Pakistan are 122 for 5. Rich?
Yankee 7000 says, well, the English swamp doesn't produce much in terms of coaching.
That's very true.
SKBDZ Ma says either Ollie Robinson is too good or Pakistan just too bad. And Hoof says if you don't have Alex Carey, think twice before standing up to Archer. Well, indeed.
Yeah.
I think even Carey himself might think twice.
I'm trying to think, who would you consider to be the best wicketkeeper you've ever seen? I mean, to me, it's between Alan Knott and Rod Marsh, but I suppose it depends on your era, really. And I don't think any of them would have been silly enough to stand up to Jofra Archer. All right, Salmon facing Robinson again. He's really got a very involved close field. This is pushed up to mid-on. He's got 3 slips. He's got 2 short legs, and he's got root at short extra cover. And even the mid-on stroke mid-wicket, who is quite straight if you consider him mid-wicket, is in on the square rather than off it. So it's a lot of men to have around you. In comes Robinson bowls, and he's forward to that one, trying, I think, to convince that he might have left that at the last moment, but I'm not entirely convinced. And there was, again, good movement away, I think, there from Ollie Robinson. So if he's moving it both ways off the pitch, then it becomes very difficult. And he's got a sort of metronomic rhythm, hasn't he? He's got a nice rhythm to his bowling.
Man at ease with himself.
Yeah, so different from when he was, first picked for England in some respects. Here he is in again, bowls once more. Salmon is forward, but I don't feel like he's really committing to that forward defensive. It's almost like he's holding back. He's not bending the front knee, is he?
It's not a textbook defensive shot. Your question about Fleming, Hendo, I would just make one comment about the process, because it's another Rob Key appointment, and I'd like to have known a bit more about who were they choosing between. It just seemed like the fact that McCullum and Fleming are so cosy together, been in business together as well.
Oh, have they? I didn't know that.
Oh, yes.
In again, Robinson, a little bit shorter of a length. It does move, but it gives Salmon time to get in behind it and defend onto the offside. I didn't know they'd been in business together. That's curious, isn't it?
Who was on the shortlist?
Exactly. I mean, it was just a done deal, wasn't it? One moment, Stephen Fleming was your new head coach. So, yeah, there does need to be a bit more transparency around it, doesn't there? I like Stephen Fleming as a bloke, as a cricketer, and as a captain for New Zealand. Robinson in again, bowls, chipped slightly in the air, but he's timed it nicely, actually, Salmon. It's run away from the man at straightish mid-wicket, and it's brought what has been a rare boundary in this little passage of play.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, for mid-on, he was. I think you get to say he's more mid-on. You wonder whether if he'd been a little bit wider, he would have had a chance of that.
You're right that it was timed, but it was timed in the direction of the fielder.
It definitely was. It was definitely sort of
just wide,
catchable if he'd been a yard or two to his right.
He's got 5 on the leg side, haven't he?
Oh, that's a corking delivery. You can't get near that, can you? It's got away from Salmon. He sort of giggles about it a little bit. That is the end of the over. Just that boundary off it. Robinson 16 overs, 4 for 39.
Hooves says Carey can stand up to Archer and he'd make it look easy because Carey is a freak.
That's true.
See how Smith is jumping away. Carey. I think Carey, Alex Carey. Yes.
I think Carey's a fabulous player all round.
Derazizi says Boucher was decent. Well, Mark Boucher was decent.
He was very decent. Yeah, absolutely. That's true. I don't know. Do you think, Dave, that keepers leapt about more in the olden days, in the black and white era, when you and me were little nippers?
No.
Right, correct answer. I like that.
I don't think they did. I mean, there's one or two that, I mean, could argue that it's technique that makes you, poor technique that makes you have to fling yourself around, but yeah.
Tongue is back into the attack, and this one is dug into the pitch and swivelling with the bottom hand almost. Rizwan gets it out to deep square, deep backward. Tongue is back into the attack. I shall give him his jingle if I can find the bloody thing on here. It's always the one you can't. Well, when you're looking for, you can't find, isn't it?
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
He's in over the wicket to the right-handed Salmon, who rather uneasily manages to prod that back to the bowler. There is no run. Interesting stat there that is in his Test career, Tongue has got an average of 23 against right-handers and an average of 38 against left-handers. The thing is, that doesn't tell you necessarily the whole story, does it? Because what if the right-handers were all 8, 9, 10 Jack? It's you need a little bit more information for that to be truly significant, in my opinion. This is guided out to backward point by Salmon. There is no run.
It'd be interesting to see how Rizvan keeps, to Mohammad Abbas, because in a way Abbas is the Pakistan's Robinson, isn't he? He's on the spot. He's going to move it about a bit, and it also be interesting to see how that very inexperienced top order with Cox and Gay in their top 4, cope with Mohammad Abbas on this particular strip, because it looks like there's something in it for the bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the pitch doesn't sort of flatten out, yes. Tongue in, bowls onto the back foot, nicely guided down towards third man where there is no fielder, but it's Jordan Cox on the end of that slip cord and diving away to his right, gets a hand on it. They'll only get a single, possibly deserved more.
I keep looking at him and thinking that's Ollie Pope at first glance. Ginger hair popping out of the hat.
I looked at him there. And thought, bloody Ben Stokes is.
Well, that's the other one I've had today. Let's call him a hybrid of Stokes and Pope at first glance from a distance.
Well, I did describe him in the introduction, I think, today as sort of between a Stokes and a Bairstow. He's a sort of slightly sandy Ginger, isn't he? Driven, quite a full delivery, almost up in the block hole, up to mid-on. There is no run.
I think the sandiness depends on the light conditions.
I think you're right. Yeah. It's where it's
and whether you're
the
looking
angle
at
of the sun.
It's if it's his good side or not.
The angle of the eclipse.
Oh.
That was a bit of a damp squib, even though it wasn't damp.
Yeah, I agree. It was
the whole thing
disappointing.
About don't look at the sun unless you've got the special glasses. But the best way you can do it is get a colander and look at it on a piece of paper. Well, how can you say you've seen the flipping eclipse? How can you tell your grandchildren you saw the eclipse when you looked at it on a piece of paper through a colander?
Exactly, 100%. I mean, I was out there hoping for better, like many people, and for me the prize would have been that it got substantially dark. But I didn't need a colander, because to actually see a half sun, I mean, I think probably the professionals could film that better, and I may as well watch on television if I'm going to turn my back and see it projected onto a surface.
And I realised that actually I was out of the country for the and nowhere near the eclipse in 1999. I was wondering, I couldn't remember. Everyone was going on about, it's the first eclipse in a generation. I thought, when the bloody hell was the last one? Then I realised I wasn't in the country and I wasn't on the sort of route of the eclipse. So I thought on the basis that I'd missed the last one and there wasn't going to be another one till 2090 that by which time I would be 127. Which
still sitting in that chair commentating.
Incidentally, is my highest cricket score as well. So maybe I will make it. Archer in, bowls, and that's come off the back pad. I think it beat his bat. I thought remember there was an edge, but just that sort of hint of the ball dropping a little bit short of the slip suggests it possibly came off the pad.
Decent bowling change this from Joe Root, getting Archer back in now. Blast a couple more wickets out for England. It could be a good change. Archer hasn't got a wicket today, and he could be motivated, pumped up, in rhythm now to get one.
Yep, 7 overs for 20 before he started this one. I think a fine sight. For Archer in bowls. That's not a fine sight because it's a wide, short delivery. And Salmon, well, it's a fine sight for Salmon because he can watch it sail away to the backward point boundary. But that was a really pretty rank ball for a man of Jofra's quality.
And there have been a few of those from him today, unfortunately.
Well, there have. He's not been at his best. To say, do you know that was the shortest opening spell from an England opener in 50 years, Hendo, today from Archer?
Yeah, what did you make of that? I mean, do you think he didn't like the end he was bowling at? Outside the off stump, left alone by someone who's now into double figures, 11 from 18.
I think Root was making an early move to say, I want you right on the money. He was off target compared to what Robinson was doing at the other end. I think he said, right, let's give Atkinson a go. And but it was the shortest spell since Bob Willis bowled a 2-over spell in 1976.
Oh, magnificent.
Interesting. How is 1976 50 years ago? How did that happen?
Well, do you know, that's true. And the other thing about that is that was a spookily hot summer as well.
Yes.
Do you think it's to do with that? Pushed it to the onside up towards mid on dummy run by the man at mid wicket. They decide not to take the single, or not to risk it anyway.
Got a super chat.
Good stuff. Ooh.
From Hombre Nuevo, £1.99. And the super chat reads, sorry for missing the GPL.
Ah, okay.
Thank you for your generosity.
Super chat cash, super chat cash.
The question, of course, we have to ask is how many goes do you normally have on the GPL? And if you've only given us 199, then you're in deficit. But no, seriously, thank you very much. Pushed up to mid-off Root Fields, and there is no run. 42nd over of the innings. What are we doing for time? 23 minutes past 4. Tea, of course, will be taken belatedly at 4:40. I'm not even sure what time we're supposed to go on to now tonight. Probably about 9.
Till 9 or the eclipse, whichever comes first. The next eclipse in 2091.
Archer in again. Now that's a cracking delivery. Takes it away off the pitch to Salman as he pushes it forward, but doesn't.
Now that
find.
was a win. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say he's bowled 4 or 5 of those balls today, but I take your point about Ollie Robinson has just been more on the money. There was a period this morning where he seemed to be concentrating around leg stump and trying to straighten it from leg stump against Shan Masood. And one ball was going down the leg side, and then the next ball was wide outside the off stump. Yeah, so maybe that's what Root saw and didn't like, but you imagine it would have been some sort of plan that he was doing that. I don't think it was deliberate. Well, I think it was deliberate that he was bowling down the leg side, not just bowling badly.
They've clearly been told to bowl very straight, haven't they? Some of the fields that Root's been setting with the leg slip, short leg, the mid, city mid on, all that. Yeah.
Tongue bowls and is helped on its way down to long leg by Rizwan, who will take a single. Well, Dave, I think it was in the second test against New Zealand in the first day, England bowled straighter than I'd seen them bowl for years, and they had a pretty good time of it. And then was it Glenn Phillips who kind of took it away from them a little bit towards the end of the day, and then on the second morning they were all over the shop. But I did think they were definitely trying to bowl straighter in that game. Outside the off stump, throws his hands at this one. Solomon doesn't perhaps time it as well as he would have liked, but he's timed it well enough, and that is a favoured area, one would suggest. He's going to pick up 4 more down to deep backward point. There we go, 4 more.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Well, there's something about the Glenn Phillips, about the way Salman is actually playing counter-attacking, and if he's there for any length of time, he's going to score.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy watching Rizwan, to be honest. I just thought that bizarre shot very, very early on today. Tongue in, bowls, hits Salman on the pad, but the angle is taking it way down the leg side. There was a polite inquiry from a couple of the slips. I really don't think you should be reviewing that one. England only have 1 left. They burned up 2 in about the first 40 minutes.
That was very leggy.
Very leggy. I mean, I really don't see how anyone at slip could even...
It might have been out 3 or 4 cricket grounds across.
It was probably out in Bradford.
Yeah.
But Not in Leeds. In comes Tongue again. Bowls. And he's flashed at that. And he's got away with it. I don't know whether Jordan Cox got a finger to that. But it's flown down to third man for 4 more. I have to see the replay. I think he might have got just something on it. He's at third slip. We're going to have a look at this. Not sure.
Unsurprising innings this from Salman. He's throwing the bat at anything wide.
Yeah.
And I think if you're going to flash hard, it would have been a spectacular catch if that had been taken.
Yeah, I don't think it was actually in reach. It was about maybe a foot beyond his outstretched hand. So a couple of boundaries and a single, 9 runs, so relatively expensive. In fact, Tongue has been expensive. 35 now as he...
Yeah, they gave a good description before saying it was either Jaffers or... What was it? Runs or Jaffers or something like that? But,
yeah, runs or Jaffers.
Runs or Jaffers from Tongue, yeah.
Yeah, it's gone for 35 off 6.4. Has got that wicket of Imam Ul-Haq. He's in again. Bowls a fuller ball. It's drivable. Not really timed by Salman, but he'll get himself a single up to wide-ish mid-off. And so 10 from the over.
There's good intent from Salman. If he's there for any length of time, he's going to get the score up to 200, and that's what they need. Is if they're just going to shut up shop at this point, it would be a mistake. So, I think all credit to him at the moment.
And it does feel like a little bit of a momentum shift at the moment.
Yeah.
Tongue's job is to produce a Jaffa and turn it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that 143 for 5 is a runaway score from Pakistan, but just the last couple of overs.
Still 1 ball to go in this over, and this one is defended by Rizwan up to mid-on the back foot. 143 for 5 is the score.
2 super chats.
Whoa!
Jay Grover says, rare stuff which happens every Tuesday. Okay, here's a list of rare things which happens every Tuesday. : the proms, Ramadan, an eclipse, and curry night. Rombre Nuevo, again, 199, again. Everyone's a critic, Hendo, smiley face. Here you go. That's I don't know. I just read the messages.
You have to say that the thing is, we move on so quickly on this programme that we forget what was said or what we said literally 2 minutes ago. So I'm not sure what that's about. Archer in bowls. Oh, he brought that one back, and I think Salman was aiming to open his arms and throw the bat at that one, and then he just had to adjust as it came back into him. He still gets a single behind square on the offside, but he was going to throw the kitchen sink at that and then had to adjust. But at least he did adjust.
He just seemed to see every ball as a scoring opportunity.
Yep.
And he moved up to 21 quite quickly.
Yeah. Pretty good crowd.
2 of the more enterprising 6 or 7s you'll find in Test cricket right now.
Yeah. Archer in again, wider of the off stump. I expected Rizwan to go after that, but he didn't.
Yeah.
He left it alone.
Elaborate leave as well.
It was, yeah. So he remains on 5.
He'll be telling his grandkids about that one I left at Headingley. There can't have been many in his career.
I like Rizwan. He's a I don't know. He's full of action, isn't he? He looks like he enjoys every moment of his Test career. He goes onto the back foot to this one and turns it to mid wicket. There is no run. And I thought that was interesting. I don't know if anyone heard the Jordan Cox interview with the BBC last night. Talking about Kohli telling Cox, you only get one debut, so enjoy it. That was before he played at the Oval, I think. Which is true. I'd never really thought of it that way. You only get one debut. Some people only get a debut and are never seen again. Archer in bowls. It was a straight ball, but he's tickled it away down to long leg for another single.
Well, I feel like there must be, it sounds too simple, doesn't it, in this weird world of cricket. There's going to be someone who was handed a cap and then hobbled off injured or some strange twist. So let's throw that out to our online audience. Or a debut that was then subsequently stripped of Test status. There'll be something like that, surely.
Well, there've been players that have scored hundreds and then been dropped, aren't there? In their first match, wasn't there?
But a
West
debut
Indies
that you
guy?
thought was a debut and then wasn't,
Oh, I see,
regardless
yes.
of performance. So you had two.
Archer in. This one just keeps a little bit low once it goes through, and it's quite a tricky take on the half volley for Smith, but he manages it in decent fashion.
I think Salzano for West Indies named in a team. They tossed up to play.
Yeah.
Game then didn't start. Is that a debut?
What you mean, as in it was washed out?
Yeah.
Guyana, was it?
Probably.
Yeah. Here comes Archer again. Final ball of his over. In and forward is Salman, who's just beginning to look a little more comfortable in terms of his defensive shots. That was a little bit more relaxed, I would say.
It's actually a good ball from Archer as well. Can't criticise that. Apropos critics, we have another Hombre Nuevo super chat.
Hey!
Very generously. Continuing to pay for the explanation of the last one that he paid for, $1.99 again. So we're
Excellent.
up into, I can't do the maths, but we're approaching probably over £5 now. Yeah, getting near 6. Critic of how much I offered for missing the GPL. So that's the explanation of the previous super chat. Saying everyone's a critic, Hendo.
Yeah, true. I mean, actually, as I recall it, Hombre, don't you normally put 50 quid on the GPL each day?
I'm pretty sure it is, or maybe it's 75.
Maybe more, yeah, I don't know. Robertson 4 for 39. Tongue's the only other wicket taker. He has 1 wicket. Archer and Atkinson yet to get on the scoreboard or in the scorebook down the leg side from Tongue, who's bowling a pretty ropey spell here. He's almost gloved that in his pull, but he's going to get himself 4 runs. Very fine indeed, and I just wonder whether we need a change. He's just not working for him at this in this little spell.
Boy, for me, I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Hendo, you're just keen to see Lawrence turning his arm over, aren't you? Let's face it, we all are. We're all waiting for that moment when England's frontline spinner
6 minutes till tea.
Yeah, maybe he'll just get that
last
one
over before tea.
Yeah, please. Tongue again into Risman, into double figures now on 10, and he drives this one straight. Archer does well and gets across to it, dives, scoops it as far as the mid-off. I don't really want to see Archer doing that because I just feel that he'll break. 150 up for Pakistan, 150 for 5.
Especially with his history of elbow injuries, that sort of stop always fills you with trepidation, because he took a bit of a tumble on his elbow there.
He did. He's rubbing his wrist. Oh no! It isn't actually. It's not actually his bowling hand.
I think he's just damaged his watch.
That's probably.
I mean, I thought I was kidding, but yeah. No, it's that bone on the inside.
He's bowled him, has he? I think he has.
Bale's flying in all directions.
This was a terrible spell from, as I said, from Josh.
What we were waiting for is Jaffa or runs.
That was Jaffa. And it's Salman, the captain, who's gone. He left a bit of a gap, didn't he, as he aimed a drive at a ball on the up, and that took away the bails, whips them off. In fact, it hit his off stump. It wasn't a very good shot, was it?
It's a good ball, bad shot.
Bad shot. I mean,
combination of.
I think that it wasn't even so much as a Jaffa, really. I don't think it was a straight ball, which is good enough. But
it did hit the top of off, which is
a
good ball without being
an
almighty exceptional
Fair
ball.
Point.
We have, I think, seen some deficiencies in Pakistan skipper's technique this afternoon. I wonder whether. England the bowlers are going to be licking their lips, aren't they?
Yeah, this could be another short test match the way things are going. Because I love Mohammed Abbas, and if he gets a chance tonight, he might take a few England wickets as well. It's 150 for 6. Any more on YouTube?
Darazizi says bring on Stokes. A bit too late for that. Hooves asks if Count Binface can bowl leg spin.
Leg spin,
and there's leg
spin,
and there's been some calls for Duckett to come on and bowl.
I wonder who that's come from. Could it be a man known as Mr. Farong?
Tim Wilton, and also
must be Farong. Farong is our man in
the Duckett camp.
Well, yeah, Bangladesh. I think is he in Bangladesh still, or has he moved?
Yes, Farong started it.
Oh, of course. Of course. We have a new batsman now. Ali Usman is the man who has come to the crease, and it's I think the worm really has turned now, hasn't it? And England very much on top. This is the new batsman. I'll have to go and check out Ali Usman because I don't quite know what he's referencing there. Something about cakes and videos. I'm not sure what that's.
Oh, I missed that. I'm just looking at his first-class record. He has scored one first-class century, averaging 21. Of course, he hasn't played many Test matches. This is only his fourth Test, but I don't think he's much of a batsman. Didn't show much in the Caribbean. In fact, it was a feature of those 2 Test matches that Pakistan tail didn't wag there. So England will be thinking they can get through these now.
Yeah, what were they bowled out for? Was it 120 in their first or second innings in the first Test in the West Indies? I can't remember. It's quite low.
In the second innings of the first Test, correct. It was, they did fold, correct.
Is it Jaden Seals taking a few wickets?
And Greaves.
Greaves,
Justin Greaves, of course,
That's right.
Yeah. With those 4 wicket maidens in a row, was it 5 in a row?
Well, he took 5 in almost, what was it, 5 for 14 or something?
Yeah, and they're all the wickets all in successive wicket maidens, weren't they?
It's incredible. I didn't realise that actually, but that's a great stat.
They're fiddling about repairing something on the stump, well, they were a minute ago, and that might even push this into being the last over before tea.
What? No, Dan Lawrence.
3 balls to come from Tong still, and it's 2 minutes to tea if this clock is correct. Well, so maybe no Dan Lawrence or any other spinner or any other bowler.
Absolutely gutting. So Tongue, 2 for 41 from 7.3 overs. His economy rate is 5.47, but he's nipped out 2 players. So he's averaging 20 on the day in terms of wickets to runs. 3 slips of gully, a leg slip, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and a long leg. Tongue is in. Oh, that's close. Hit him on the pad. Gotta be gone. Second golden duck of the day for Pakistan. And now suddenly the ropey Tongue is on a hat-trick, would you believe? It's going to be reviewed. Usman Ali feels like he has no choice.
Any danger that's going down leg?
He's certainly not going over.
No, it's hit him almost on the full, as good as.
I think, inconsistent rather than ropey is what Gary was saying earlier. But that was a really good one, wasn't it? He just thrown right up, very full length in the block hole, and I can't see any point in reviewing that.
No, I think that's out.
We can see 2 stumps where it hits him, but if it's been given, it's probably taking enough of leg.
But I mean, after what happened earlier, then you might as well review it. It doesn't look to me as if there's any sort of bat on that.
He hasn't got very far down at all.
He's got very far, basically it's about ankle height or just above ankle height. You never know. No, it's hitting leg stump, review lost. He has gone 150 for 7. Are they going to take tea or are they going to bring someone else out before tea?
Bale's all right.
Oh, he's got to wait till after tea.
Why
for
do they do that?
Oh, they spoil all the drama, don't they?
Oh, cricket. Oh,
everything stops for tea.
God's sake.
Priorities in Yorkshire. But we have good news. There's another super chat.
Excellent.
It denominated in THBs, which I assume is the baht from Thailand. I don't know what the exchange rate is, but we've got 100 of them. It's from Gareth Davies, and it says, well, nothing really. It's just a super chat with no content. But we'll take the money. We will take the money. I don't know.
Do you think we could, the super chat that I most want to hear is 5 million in cryptocurrency from Christopher Harbon. Do you think anyone could arrange that from Thailand? Of course, he has a different name in Thailand, so that'd be handy from a Guerrilla point of view. Well, that was an interesting session. It was all Pakistan, wasn't it, for a while? And they were batting very well. Then Tongue got rid of Imam ul-Haq. Robinson came back on and wreaked more havoc. He has 4 wickets. And Pakistan are in a great deal of trouble. that last hour really of that lengthy session.
As we saw, there was the pendulum swinging back to Pakistan briefly after that 6 for 2 start with Imran and Shafiq putting on a really good partnership, and then Robinson came back with another 2 wickets. So it's Robinson's day, isn't it? 4 for 39. He's bowled beautifully, 16 overs. That's one in the eye for those who say he can't bowl long spells. Of course he can. And as you say, Archer not quite on top of his form today. Atkinson was a bit variable, and as we saw, Tongue inconsistent but producing some wicket taking balls.
Of course, Archer and Atkinson are both coming off 100 exertions, aren't they, or whatever. As I wouldn't call it excitement. I think I watched 3 balls of it the whole tournament.
3 more than me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but a flawed tournament has been absolutely ruined this summer by these franchises and players that at least had some, slight connection with their areas. If you're a fan of a player as opposed to a franchise or a team, finding out that Johnny Bairstow has gone to play for the London Spirit and that Southern Brave captain James Vince is suddenly playing for the Mumbai Indians London, and Joe Root is in Wales. It's all just a bit crazy.
They certainly underestimated the value of those local affiliations, which is not a mistake they made in the IPL. Was it because they had the star Indian players assigned to their different areas initially to get to build the local sport? So I think they missed out there. But what a way to finish, Hendo. As you say, Josh Tongue, how can we finish that session? Josh Tongue on a hat trick. Yeah. And then everything stops for tea. Unbelievable.
I mean, in some ways, I kind of quite like that about cricket, which sort of gives it that sort of idiosyncrasy and eccentricity. But the drama was such. I had this argument with Messi during one of the New Zealand tests about teams. I think it wasn't a law that I knew about, which I'd missed somewhere along the way. I think if you're within half an hour of tea and you're out. Team is out, the other team they take tea, and then the other team comes out to bat rather than batting for 20 minutes. And I must admit, I was quite disappointed with that. Messi was right, but I like those little pressurised sessions. That's part of Test cricket to me. And there are so many other things that slow it down that it doesn't really, that kind of thing I don't mind. But anyway. Right, we will be back in about 15 minutes. Dave, are you back on for the final session, or have we seen?
We're back on at doing a 6 o'clock stint today, and then I will be with you for the overspill if that happens.
Brilliant.
And I think I'm doing. Yes, that's right. So I'm looking forward to that and talking to you more about Sussex by the sea.
Indeed, absolutely. We'll see you very shortly. Someone needs to put on a little.
Shout out to Grubby, who's been listening, Hendo, and
particularly well, you might be pleased to know.
I always love it when you and Grubby are on together.
Well, obviously, what a
during the last test, wasn't it?
Do you still get the same tingle from the commentary box, or is it just a different tingle when you're watching an Ashes game not playing?
No, there's a tingle, absolutely, but it is a slightly different tingle. I mean, what I was going through in hand the last 20 minutes compared to the tingle that Pat Cummins was in the middle. I think they're slightly different, but and I said it was that game was. There's so many eerie resemblances to the 2005 game that I played in, and we unfortunately lost by 2 runs. I mean, the first day of the 2005 game, England made 407. Yeah, have a guess how many runs were made on day 1 of this Test match? 407.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. Yeah,
England declared 393. Australia were none for 14. 407 day 1. How many did Australia require going into day 5?
It was 174. Wasn't it? No, it was 174. I think.
Yeah, it will have come down to from 187 to 174. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but what does that equal if you add them all up? What were they chasing?
Hang on, who's interviewing who? He's plying us with his wine, and now he's asking us tricky questions.
Arithmetic is not a strong point. I think you'll find at Gorilla. Generally,
I think there was one run difference of what Australia needed to chase. Last week than there was in 2005. It was an incredible game. Game of Test match cricket with so many similarities. So, yeah, the tingle is definitely still there. Although when it was getting tight, I felt like going and hiding at the back of the commentary box and just waiting for either the wickets to fall or the runs to be scored. But as it turned out, I did about an hour 15, I think, commentary stint. Normally our commentary stints are about 30 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
We did the same thing, actually.
Yeah, I think we did, absolutely. Yeah, it's just so engrossing, wasn't it?
I can tell you one of our fellow commentators was tingling, but that was probably because he was on his 10th class of Pinnacle when he was helping us call that last session.
Yeah. Sky wanted me on for the end of the game. So they brought me in when Kerry got out 8 wickets down, thinking the game was going to be over, and here I am an hour and a quarter later still sitting there calling the winning run. So, no, look, I loved it. Work with, you're calling with Nasser and Athers and those guys, two great broadcasters. So to be on at the end of a game like that, and I was on at the end of the Headingley game last series as well when Stokes got England across the line. So I've been able to call some really special moments in Test history.
Yeah. Do you think the way Ricky England are playing is genuinely different? Now the reason I ask that is Test captain, you won I think 48 Tests out of 77. And I recall the late Rod Marsh once saying, if you can't score 300 in a day, you might as well go home. So there was that kind of aggressive desire to put runs on the board early that was into your teams. Have England just kind of accelerated that a bit? But essentially, it's a similar principle.
Yeah, Rod Marsh told me, old boy, straight out of year 10.
Yeah.
Out of Launceston over to the Cricket Academy in Adelaide, and the first chat we had as a group, he sat us all down as batters and said, right boys, I can see where this game's going. If you're not good enough to score more than 300 runs in a day, then I don't want you here. So what we were trying to find, and I think, to be totally honest, I think this is where Test match batting has probably changed a little bit in the last little period of time. The year that I came through and the teams that I played in with Hayden and Gilchrist and Martin and these sort of guys, Michael Clark, Mike Hussey, guys that were naturally aggressive players. The batting philosophy, and certainly the way that I played, I was naturally an aggressive player, but that was the way that I was taught. It was, how do I score runs really quickly here without getting out? So you were always on the edge of taking risk, but how do I do that without getting out? Now, if I look back to the England team, if you look at the England team that came to Australia a couple of years ago with the guys that they had at the top of the order, it wasn't about scoring runs at all. It was about not getting out first, and then if I make some, then great. It's almost about taking every little bit of risk out of the equation, hanging around, wearing the bowlers down, picking up ones and twos and the occasional boundary and scoring runs that way. So it's been refreshing to watch England play, but I definitely think, Brendan, I know Brendan really well. I've known Brendan for, probably 30, nearly 30 years actually. And it's no surprise to me that they're playing that way. And, our best teams, we probably scored at, close to 4 runs and over. This team scoring at close to 5 runs and over, which is remarkable in Test cricket.
Well, no, look, the Pinnacle McLaren, it is called the Pinnacle because it represents the Ashes and your fantastic association with the Ashes. You won more Tests than you lost in the Ashes. Not so series. Does that still rankle, or is life just too short and there's too much else to look forward to?
You know what? I didn't even know that start. I didn't know that I'd won more than I lost. I'd probably, I would have thought that I'd won more than I lost. But the thing that does rankle me a little bit is the fact that, I was captain in 2005 and 2009 in the UK that we weren't able to win. That still burns a little bit. But at the end of the day, I know that I did everything that I could. I know the players obviously did everything that they could to try and win those couple of series. And, as we all know, we talk about, this current England team sort of reinvigorating Test cricket around the world. Well, I think that 2005 series, even though we lost, I think that reinvigorated the game. But I would have, at the end of the day, we all know as Australians and as English cricketers, your name and reputation is forged and created on what you do in Ashes cricket. And, if I had have been able to win here as captain, then I'm sure my reputation in Ashes cricket will be a bit better than it is right now.
Well, we're going to stick stick on the Ashes, I think, because let's move on to another wine, which should be the Barossa Valley, another Shiraz, the 127.
Yeah, that's actually my favourite. That's my favourite wine in the range, actually, the Barossa one.
Well, maybe you can tell us a little about why. I mean, you made an immediate Ashes impact. It was 97 at Headingley, I think. An innings win for Australia, a huge triumph for you with a century in your first Ashes Test. But it was another friend of our show, Jason Gillespie, had torn through England in the first innings. Was Dizzy just unplayable, or did England have a real shocker against him?
I think, what did he get, 7 or 8 for, didn't he? 8 for
yeah, he did.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, he's, I think, one of the most underrated cricketers that's ever played the game, Jason Gillespie. I say that all the time. I mean, I was lucky to play a lot with him, and that, you know, he was young and fresh on the scene too in 97, bowled fast, swung the ball, that Duke ball, you know, he loved bowling with that Duke ball. Yeah, and that 127. I mean, that particular wine that you're talking about that's part of what we call our milestone range. So that's sort of a it's a step up from our sort of not I'm not going to say entry level wines, but you know, we're obviously a premium wine brand, and the Pinnacle Shiraz that you were talking about is that entry level sort of stuff on the bottom side, on the lower end of the premium range, and then we've got another step up the milestone. So we've got the 127 there. My first Ashes 100 at Headingley, 127, first Ashes Test match. I thought it was appropriate to start there. When you think about milestones, I always think about the first time that you did something, whether it's your first test or your first 100 or whatever. So we landed on the 127 for that particular wine, and as I said, it's my favourite. I don't like saying it's my favourite because our winemaker's based in McLaren Vale, and this wine's actually from the Barossa. So, yeah, but it's definitely my favourite.
Well, we've been enjoying drinking it. That 127, by the way, you've got a pretty decent lick as well. Going back to the discussion on the speed of getting runs on the board, it was only a shade over a run a ball from my recollection of things. Is that how you remember it?
Yeah, I don't actually. The tour after, I reckon, as well, 2001, I made 100 at Headingley as well. I think I got 140 odd in that game. I know that was pretty much a run of ball, 100 in the 2001 series. I'm not sure about 97, but as I said, that was the way that I was brought up to play. You know, and I backed myself and I trusted myself, and my team wanted me to play that way. And when you play that way, you play well, you can set up games really quickly. So, you know, I was all about how many runs I got or how many hundreds I got. It was about winning games. That's the thing that I'm most proud of through my career is, you know, you talk about that captaincy record, but I played 168 tests and I think I won about 110 of them. So no one in the history of the game has won over 100 test matches and has done it. So that's what I'm most proud of.
Well, you said, by the way, on that, you had said you thought you'd played as well that day, which is your first Ashes Test. I think it was your second overall test, but your first Ashes Test. You said you played as you ever have done before or since. What was it? Can you sort of give us some more memories of what it was like in your...
A bit of a weakness in Bev's armour at the time, and I'd made 100 the week before. We played a county game down at Glamorgan actually, and I made a really good 100 down there, and then they decided to leave Bev away and give me a crack, and once I got that crack, then I wasn't going to let it go quickly, and I was going to go make sure I went out and played my way. And I think it was second ball. At second ball, I think I pulled or hooked Dean Headley for 6 or 4 second ball of my innings, and I was away. And then in a partnership with Matthew Elliott made 199. I remember in that game as well. He was a good mate of mine and a very, very good player. I think we put on close to, well, it must have been close to 300 after being about 4 for 40 or 4 for 50. So lots of great memories. I mean, the atmosphere that's created around an Ashes Test match, around these great venues in England, you know, smaller capacity grounds, but they're as loud as anywhere in the world.
Well, Headingley sure has some history. That is for sure. And you selected the Barossa Shiraz to celebrate that first 100. Some of the fruit comes from a vineyard that's over 100 years old, which is pretty impressive. What else makes the wine special to mark your milestone? You said it was your favourite.
Yeah, well, what we've tried to do, and you guys probably know a lot about Australian wines and probably enjoyed lots of Barossa Shirazes in your time.
We have.
Yeah. Bang on. Well, you'll have an understanding then of a Barossa about you know how big and bold and you know heavy those Barossa Shirazes can be. And what we tried to do with this particular wine is make it a more modern take on a Barossa Shiraz, if you like. So I didn't want it to be exactly the same as what you'd expect with a Barossa. It's a bit more between a McLaren Vale Shiraz and a big heavy Barossa Shiraz. It's somewhere in the middle. So that was what we're trying to achieve. And I told Ben Riggs, our winemaker, that that's what we wanted, and he absolutely nailed it. I think you'll agree that it's a lot softer on the palate.
It is.
Than a normal Barossa Shiraz, yeah.
It did very well in our wine tasting evenings, I can tell you that too.
Good. You're just making me more and more jealous. Can you? I'm staying at the Danubius. Can you make sure you send a few bottles around for me?
Well, hang on. If you have to ask for your own wine, Ricky, then I think you have to have a word with your management company, mate.
I'm going to have to. Yeah.
But I know where you are because I know that very well. That hotel. Hendo, over to you, mate.
Yeah, let's move on. And you've mentioned already about the fact that it was your wife that got you into wine, and I have to say I'm not a massive red wine fan, but I do like a rosé, and I am sitting here, and I've been sitting here all morning, well, not all morning, with a lovely Rihanna Fluoro Peninsula rosé. You're celebrating your wife. Why did you choose this particular wine to name after her?
Look, I tell a few stories and a few jokes about this right the way through. And the joke goes that she basically said to me, if we're going to do this together, then you better make sure my name's on one of the bottles of the wine. So
that's a very good idea. I think she was being very smart there, wasn't she?
Yeah, no, that wasn't the plan at all. In fact, she was that scared of having her name on the bottle in case it wasn't that the rosé wasn't that well received by her friends that we almost didn't do it. A lot of her friends are big rosé drinkers, and once again with that, I mean, I'm not a huge rosé fan. I like, like most varieties, but rosé is not one that I would go to very often. But all the feedback we've had on that particular wine from people that are rosé drinkers has been particularly good. So you can tell by the colour. It's a bit bigger. It's not like a really light rosé. There's a bit more to it, a bit more about it, and that was what we wanted, and that's what we got. So it's been great, yeah.
It's interesting when you first met her, she wasn't a cricket fan at all, was she? And she even clapped the wrong batsman coming onto the field, thinking it was you. Is that right?
Yeah, my last test, I had my whole family over there in Perth, and it was late in the second inning. One day 4 it must have been. We were batting, and we lost a wicket late. 10, 15, 20 minutes to go in the day. I was padded up, ready to go in, as was Nathan Lyon as a night watchman, and Michael Clark pushed Nathan Lyon out the door, and as he's walking onto the ground, Rihanna stood up and clapped him onto the ground, thinking it was me. So, no, she wasn't a cricket fan, and to be honest, she's a lot more of a cricket fan now since I've retired. But I'm in this coaching role with the Delhi Capitals in the IPL, and my kids just absolutely fallen with the Delhi Capitals and the IPL. They've adopted that team as their own. They love everything about it. So Rihanna's a lot more involved in the game now than ever before. I mean, the other story with her is when I retired, like the day after I retired, we're sitting back at home on the couch, and all the news reports are happening, and my career is sort of flashing up on the sports part of the news, and it's Ricky Ponting retires after 13,378 test runs, and she stops and she says, "Did you get 13,000 test runs?" And I'm like, yeah. She said, you were actually...
And so we leave an all-time great of cricket, and we bring you an all-time great of cricket commentary, because Tony Bishop is going to be joining me, and Jason, probably an all-time great of cricket commentary. I'm an all-time great of mouthing off about cricket, which is not the same thing.
But it does great.
It does great. Oh, very good.
Right.
Very good. It was a little bit cheesy, but, not too bad. Hat-trick ball, Tony.
It is a hat-trick ball. Well,
you've got to be concentrating as hard as that umpire was with the first ball of the day.
150 for 7 at tee.
So, will it be a trip of the tongue? We're awaiting the bear, so I may leap out at any moment.
You never know. Where's the...
I think you're safe somehow.
Yeah, I think I'm safe for a little bit anyway.
Yes, we've not heard from him since he said I'm delayed.
Yeah, when was the last hat-trick for England? Dominic Cork, was it? Or
Gus Atkinson.
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 Gus Atkinson. Oh, God, yeah, there.
Right,
minutes.
Josh Tongue. In he comes to Curran, the new batsman, who drives him. Well, that's put pay to any discussion of hat-tricks, because it's been drilled away through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot too, wouldn't it? Lovely shot.
It gave him a chance for sure. Showed him all 3 stumps.
just do that first. Yeah. Played it well
There's
there.
not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
But Kuram now, and then of course it's the great Sajid Khan coming in next. So who doesn't love Sajid Khan?
He does look like the hood, doesn't he?
Yeah, he is not going to hang around.
Value.
He is not going to hang around.
Josh Tongue, and he comes at short.
They got 2 short legs in.
Ducks. Just might be Ben Duckett. He is the 2 short legs.
I was just going to say you're getting confused with England's first slip. Yes, so 154 for 7, we should say. 45 overs gone. It's the midpoint of the day at nearly 5:05. And
we've had a super chat.
Super chat.
One for Hendo, probably from the last session. Says, Hendo, call me for cryptocurrency opportunities. I think that's probably a...
Oh yeah, I thought
Hendo
so. I'm
gets
supposed to be
hacked.
doing... Oh no, that's tomorrow. Yeah.
And Gareth Davis says, in Limerick form, at
I'm doing ball
180 all of a day, Pakistan didn't think they could play, but England's all out with a fantastic shout for 90 guarantees a third day.
Sajid Khan is not playing. I thought he was in the 11.
I wonder what you were saying.
Oh, I read somewhere he was in the 11. Maybe he was in the 12 and you've left him out.
He's not. He's tied to a railway track somewhere. He's got some young maiden tied to a railway track.
Yeah, he's waiting for the Thunderbird to come and save her.
Right, well, you're summarising, Gary, just in case you've done it again. You start the day as you end the day as you started it, as this one's pushed into the offside, sort of slightly backward a point. They will take a single.
I don't think I was going to commentate that. I was talking slightly close to the delivery, but I wasn't going to commentate. I knew I was summarising. I did not know I was summarising on my first spell.
No, you were.
But
What's going on?
Didn't know that, but I do know now.
4 for 40 for Ollie Robinson. We've nearly had a hat-trick. He's on the potential cusp of a fiver. He has bowled quite beautifully today. Made the best use of the conditions by far, although Josh Tongue's running pretty close.
Well, yeah,
Archer possibly a tad disappointing.
They both made the most of it, and Archer and Atkinson have toiled.
Yeah, a bit too leg-sidey, both of them, I think.
So from the football stand end, 3 slips. In he comes, and Karam has to go up on his toes, push it out into the onside, and there is no run. 155.
Is it me, or is he getting slower and slower? That was 72. The last one was 73.
Well, we know
that is the issue with Ollie Robinson, isn't it?
Is. And yet, excuse me, in county cricket, he does bowl long spells, but maybe he can bowl them all at 75 miles an hour.
And he's got John Simpson to stand up in that case.
Yeah. Jamie Smith's done well standing up. He's standing up again, which no tail-ender enjoys, being crowded.
Over the wicket. He comes to the right-handed Karam. Bit edgy. He's got it through slip, though. And he's got himself 4 more. Well, he's not going to die wondering, is Karam. Nice shot, too. Well, he got away with it. Soft hands. 74 miles an hour again.
I think this
straight
is
through third slip.
I think this is a 350 par wicket, you know.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow.
I mean, Mohammed Abbas will be a handful. I'm not sure about some of the others, but we will find out tomorrow. But it's a lightning fast outfield. I think Pakistan have batted poorly. They've reviewed poorly. And England, Robinson's bowled well, but the others?
Robinson in, full and straight. Defended by Karam. He used to be a net bowler, Karam. He grew up in Malakwal, which is in the Mandi Bahudin district of the Punjab. Didn't have the facilities there, so he moved to Sargodha to play his cricket. And he was spotted before in 2017 when he was selected by the National Cricket Academy to bowl
he's a big strong
at the
bowler.
national team. And they said, we like your bowling, and the rest of
Yeah,
I think
he's not the first person that's happened to.
Yeah.
I said,
No, he's not. No,
Fidel Edwards for the West Indies went by that route.
159 for 7.
Terrorised them in the net.
Robinson in. Oh, that's a swing and a miss by Karam. I like his style, Karam. It's a let's crack on with things. What's Ben Duckett doing?
Karam is...
he's got his arms in the air, I think.
Did he play some county cricket earlier this season?
I don't think
No, that's his brothers, Tom Karam and Sam Karam.
Oh, very good.
It's almost like you'd rehearsed that line.
Yeah. Very
That's
good.
a real swing and a miss. wasn't
No,
it?
I am not Mr. Collins. I do not rehearse my quips.
Robinson in. That's again driven by Karim straight to mid-off though on the bounce. It's the end of the over. It's 159 for 7. There was no hat-trick for Josh Tongue, and there's slight hints of Ollie Robinson just slowing down a bit. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. 46 overs complete.
Another piece of rhyme from Gareth Davis. At the ground, it's considered quite rude to serve subcontinent food. Though a bit pricey, Pakistan said it's too spicy. Is this traditional food?
Very
Yes.
good. Very good. Rizwan on 12, Karam on 8.
Actually, we haven't had any new messages for a while.
Maybe you should explain how to do a super chat, Jason.
You have to be signed into YouTube and on our channel, and then if you are, there's a button that becomes available. You can just press, and it will ask how much you wish to donate, and then give you the box to put your message in.
And when you put your message in, what happens to that super chat?
We will give
We
it
make
priority
sure we
over
read
the
it.
other messages.
Josh Tongue, in he comes. Well defended by the Rizzler.
And you...
backward point, no run.
You enjoy the warm glow of having helped support
Well,
your favourite internet cricket commentary service from Ladywell.
Indeed you do. He's played 8 tests, Karam Shadas.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
Highest score in 19, but he's got 32 wickets at 27. 6 for 90 against Bangladesh in Rawalpindi in 2024. But Bangladesh still won that game.
Yeah.
There you go.
The Bangla boys are making a habit of it.
Tigers are tigerish.
They are indeed. 159 for 7. Tongue in he comes. That's driven but straight to mid-on. Jofra Archer takes a couple of steps across the field.
This is kind of put Rizwan in a bit of a box that is awkward to fight out of at the moment. His natural instinct is to counter-attack.
I think he will.
Yeah,
He'll just have a look for a couple of overs, and then I think
he's a compact
he'll be
player, isn't he,
teeing
Rizwan?
off.
I mean, that's a pretty good average for a keeper batsman, 39.3.
Typical wicket keeper, really, if you look at him.
Oh, look, the
Tongue
bird.
in the bears here. That's a shout from Tongue. It's kept low. It's gone. Up goes the gaffer's finger. The bear walks in. He immediately takes a wicket. How does he do it? Well, it's Josh Tongue who's got the wicket, and I think the Rizzler's going to have to go. He's having a little chat with Karam here.
I would review. You'd have to review.
You have
that.
to review
Oh, you
if
have
you're
to.
the
And
you're
it is
the
reviewed.
primary batsman. He's not looking convinced, but then neither, to be fair, are England.
Mind you, I think, was it Salman Ali Agha who we spit in blood after his non-review?
It's quite high. Jagged back at him.
I
Took
think it's out.
Above the knee roll.
I think it's out.
Gaffers had already thought about it and
I mean, he's
put up the
just
finger of
leaving
death.
the ground now.
And he's
But
not
it
the
is on the
tallest,
top of
as
the,
we pointed out.
It is on the top of the pads.
Not got far to go, though.
Yeah, well, let's have
It's
a-
hit him well behind the crease. Oh, a bit
So
behind
here's
the crease.
what's going to tell us. Pitches outside off, cuts back in. Impact umpire's call. Wicket umpire's call. So close, but no cigar for the Rizzler. And I'm afraid Josh Tongue has another one as far as he's
Lisa,
concerned.
this is the look that England were getting, the outcomes that they weren't getting in when I was talking about the fact you bowl and whether you get the wickets or not is
Yeah.
determined to some extent by a matter of luck.
There was that period when
There's
after
two.
lunch, for the early lunch, remember, because it was about 23 for 2 when they took lunch, and England just looked a little bit floppy for a while, not really on it.
Yep. I shall.
And a couple of wickets, and now they're right back on it again for sure. So Rizwan's gone for 12. He's faced 19 balls. He's been LBW to Josh Tongue. It's 159 for 8, Jace.
Another super chat from Jay Grover sent us £2.
Thank you so much, Jay. I will.
Who says HDD LSC, be me, be
sorry.
drunk, spend money, mint.
So the Bears come all this way and said, no, Gary, carry on.
Yeah, he said he's been driving for 2 hours, and I can understand that.
That's fair enough.
He's going to chill
until the next one he will be on, I presume.
I don't know. He's going to let me know, but The bear is coming. We can tell the listeners that the bear is coming.
Matthew Cullen says, hello, Guerrillas, hope you're well. Have we acknowledged the batting partnership should be the first wicket be Duckett? It'll be Duckett and Gay, I think. Gay Duckett.
The Gay Duckets.
Yeah. Eric J says,
Not
"Gone!"
the Gay Gordons.
The Gay Gordons, indeed. Was it dance, was it, the Gay
Well,
Gordons?
it is Mohammed Abbas now. I'm
Oh,
a big
wow,
fan
really?
I'm a big fan of Mohammed Abbas.
How bad is the other batsman?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm a big fan as well, but
When
not
you
as a
see
bat.
him coming to the crease anywhere other than number 11, you do wonder what the number 11 is going to be like, which is, we don't know who it is. In comes Tongue, he's beaten his man, he's beaten everything because it's gone away. I think it moved in the air. It's beaten Smith and it's 4 runs, it's not off the bat.
Toe
It's
crusher.
4 byes.
Toe crusher.
And Mohammed Abbas seems to think that was all rather amusing.
It's Muhammad Ali who's coming in next.
It will be Mohammed Ali. Indeed it will.
And there are so many opportunities for puns that I'm not going to take any of them because I'm going to leave them all to yourself, Tony.
No, he's just...
Well, we did on the...
I know.
Have we already done too many?
I don't know, but when we had Atif, we were talking about... can't remember. Oh, that's right. I'll tell you what it was. For some reason, we were talking about Mastermind.
Bong,
And
bong, bong, bong.
Our man Al. Oh, he's swung and missed.
Oh,
as
yeah.
Abbas,
A
through it
Guerrilla.
goes. Well, we said,
Mastermind.
yeah. So we said, well, yeah, but Al did pretty well. Atif said, what was his special subject? And he said, Muhammad Ali, the fights of Muhammad Ali. He said, well, I could go on, and I could do Muhammad Ali, the cricketer.
Yeah, the spells of Muhammad Ali.
And we said, well, that would completely drive Clive Myrie into a state of
think it
complete
would.
chaos and confusion. 163 for 8. Been entertaining already since Abbas came to the crease.
And,
4 byes, followed by a swing and a miss. What's going to happen off the last ball of this tongue over? He's on a fifer. Robinson's on a fifer. Abbas defends. He's going to get a single. He's going to keep the strike, the cheeky devil. It's away to mid-wicket. The score will move on to 164 for 8. Abbas is away and off the mark.
I was misunderstood the question from Matthew Cullen. He said, no, if Duckett falls first, it would, of course, be the Gay-Cox partnership. Long live the Tongue-Gay-Cox era.
Yeah.
Followed by Root.
Oh, very good.
Good Lord. He's on fire.
Who misses.
He's on fire.
Carry on.
Well, we were talking about Carry On films earlier.
Yeah.
I had, of course.
All a bit misses.
I was writing a review. I don't know if it was a film or a show, and yeah, I could. When I was watching it, I could put the whole of the Carry On cast into each of the roles that were there. Oh, it was an outdoor thing at Richmond, very posh school at top of Richmond Hill. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Robinson over the wicket, turned off his legs nicely by Abbas. He can play that shot well enough. He's going to get himself another single, and probably for him, get himself off strike and let the swinging Karam.
Yeah. It was at St Thomas's School in Richmond, which I hadn't been to before, but very posh it was. And it was they were doing it in rep. They were doing Love's Labour's Lost and Much Ado About Nothing. But I saw it as a double header, as an afternoon and evening. Anyway, they played it very big for laughs, and it worked very well. But you could just put, there's Kenneth Connacht, there's Kenneth Williams, there's Sid James, there's Joan Sims.
Robinson in, swing and a miss by Karam. He certainly does. He certainly likes to swing the bat, and he doesn't always connect. I wonder if he plays a bit of golf.
I think now they've got 10 and 11 down the other end. He's decided it's Banzai time.
It's gonna go.
Look at that. Just bowl at the stumps, Ollie lad.
Yeah.
Which I think, to be fair, is what he was doing.
Yeah, I think he was swinging.
The irony is in these situations that you bowl at the stumps that go to runs, you bowl off the stumps, they don't get anywhere near it.
Both Robinson and Tongue would like their fifer. They've got 2 what look like bunnies to have a crack at, and Karam does connect this time, and he's got himself through 4 through mid-wicket. Well, if he does connect, it's going to stay connected with. Has got him 4.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
So he has bowled 18 overs here in relatively short time, Ollie Robinson. I mean, I can imagine.
Well,
18
overs
is
out of
tired.
50, basically.
With a long old break in the middle.
Yeah, there was a break in the middle, but you know, it's not like he's bowling 18 the full day's play. He's bowling 18 and two
It's good
of the
that
little bit
it's
sessions.
good that he wants to. He
Yeah.
needs to prove his fitness. All
He
about
does need to prove
proving
it,
his
yeah,
fitness.
yeah.
He's a man on a fifer, and he's connected with that. He's dropped. I think it went through the hands of who is that?
Josh
I think
Tongue?
it's
No, Gus Atkinson.
It's Gus Atkinson there at mid-on.
It was a bit of a naff effort.
I thought he had that.
I thought so.
It seemed to just burst through his hands.
Didn't
I'd
seem
like
to be
see the
backpedaling
replay.
very much, did he?
Let's have a look. This is the view that's going to tell us from behind the batsman. It's quite high. Does Gus get there? Yes, he does.
Yeah.
His glasses fall off. His cap doesn't fall off, and the ball drops to the ground.
To quote the day-to-day's Ted Maul, it was a naff effort.
It wasn't great, if I'm honest. Robinson, in he comes again. That's beaten the outside edge. That's the line of attack to Karam. And on this occasion, perhaps he plays well. It was still a miss, but it was at least a more defensively orientated miss.
Yorker on the stumps.
It is crying out for a Yorker, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if he keeps on whacking balls on the top of off stump, which is the other ball.
Well, a length ball you can get underneath, can't you? Who's he telling
he's
to warm up there?
Well, he wants someone warming up.
Someone warming
The surprise one would be if it's Lawrence.
No, maybe it's Joffre.
Well, I very much doubt if it is. Yeah, it might
Just
be Joffre
blast
time.
them away.
Robinson, in he comes. That's gone
Catch
up in
it,
the air.
catch it.
Is there anyone underneath it? This time there is. This time it's Atkinson. This time he takes it. It's higher. Gave him more time to set
He's
it off.
brain dead batting.
Dropped into the bucket, and I suspect that won't be the daftest bit of batting we might see all series, but it wouldn't be surprised if it's not close. Karam's gone for 14. It's a 5-wicket haul for the excellent Ollie Robinson, so very, very well played him, and you'd think England on top, Gary.
Yeah, but I didn't mind the shot. He's got Mohammed Abbas, who's the bunny's bunny, so we can only think that Muhammad Ali coming in later is even more of a bunny. So, you know, have a swing. If tin is half, I'm going to have a pop at it. He did. He didn't time it. And Gus Atkinson took about as easy a catch as you're ever going to take at mid-on.
Yep.
So I think it's fair enough.
There we go.
And
We'll
I've
just
got
do this
a couple
one.
couple of super chats for you.
Super chats.
Oh, hold on there, boy. Here we go.
YouTube Super Chat.
€2 for Pirate Bachelor 4, of course. Funky on the dance floor. And Gareth there says, funky as always. And Night Watchman Barcelona sends us €2, says, as a Hans fan, Abbas will run 2 runs and get 2 wickets.
Yeah.
Right, well, we've got Abbas and Ali. Muhammad Ali, the new man, he's not going to be facing.
And lastly, before they bat again, Brian in Brisbane goes, shit, my GPL is way off.
Well, a lot of people's might be, given the extended break. Muhammad Ali, we don't know much about. I haven't really referenced his batting at all in my notes. That tends to suggest there isn't much to reference.
Well, he's won back the title at 33.
Yes. Oh, he's bowled him. Abbas has gone. That's it. Josh Tongue has his 5 for as well. Well.
That's why Curran's shot is not a bad one.
2 batsmen, 2 bowlers for England have cleaned up Pakistan for 171, 5 for 46. That really was a bit of a loose, wafty, nothing of a defence from Abbas.
9
off
overs.
stump pinned back, and it's exceptional. 5 for 46 off 9, just over 9 overs, 9.1 overs. It's the first ball of
Who's
his 10th.
going to get the ball?
Yeah, who's going to get the ball?
Well, that's true. Do they cut it in half? In theory, it should be Tongue because he got his slightly cheaper. But I think it's
Robertson because he got his first.
I think it might be his first 5, and Josh Tongue's had at least a couple.
There they go. Well, they're both enjoying it between them, as they should.
I mean, they both bowled well, and Tongue always bowls wicket-taking deliveries, and Ollie Robinson was immaculate at the start. But there's some contributory negligence in that total by Pakistan. There was some not very good batting, and there was some very good batting in the middle of the innings, but not very good at the beginning and not very good at the end.
He stepped right back.
Well,
in the land of the Bairstow Gate, that's the biggest
JCB
gate
through there.
Well, exactly. It's just ridiculous.
But I mean, he
All
is an 11 who's batting at 10. Too many of the other batters that we've seen for Pakistan, the more specialist batsmen, have stayed on the crease and just cocked half forward against a moving ball, and they really had to either bat outside their crease or certainly be much more positive with their footwork. And it's shown for the fact that, there's 5
Robinson,
LBWs.
Tongue, Robinson, Tongue, Robinson, Tongue.
Tongue and Robinson. Is that a solicitors you want to go to?
Yes.
I think that's the shooting script for the graduate, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it is.
Only 2 catches. England bowled stump to stump, and that's really pretty much all
Several
they needed
LBWs.
to do.
One LBW you will recall that
wasn't.
If it had been reviewed, the batsman would have survived. How long for? Who knows? There was definitely something there for the bowlers. There was always a little bit of movement in the air, nibble off the pitch. Nothing extreme, but the sort of conditions that English seamers, quality English seamers, should exploit.
And now those seamers can put their feet up and have a rest for hopefully
at least until tomorrow.
5 sessions.
At least
you
till
would
tomorrow.
seriously hope that it's at least until tomorrow.
I think we'll see England bat differently. I think we'll see England bat with much more positive footwork.
Right, I should bring you some more messages.
Fire them in, lad.
Eric J says, another Michelle. And Gareth says, crap. He says, Jago says, been less if we'd had a spinner.
Yeah, well, that's already somewhat vindicated. Not totally vindicated. Going in with no specialist.
Gareth Davis said, I had 50p on Pakistan at 1,000 to 1. Well, I think you've lost 50p there.
No, well, not yet. Not yet. Don't.
Brian in Brisbane says, 5 LBWs. Are we sure of the wicket? No, I think we're sure that they bowled pretty straight.
We know to judge the wicket after 2 sides have batted on it.
And I think England
It'll be a tricky session tonight against Mohammed Abbas, I would expect.
But I think England are going to play much more positive with their
Well, I
footwork.
imagine they will bat out the crease.
And
do what you said. And Rizwan will either be forced to come up or Abbas will be forced to change his length.
Yeah, I think so.
Runs really. Abdullah Shafiq, 61. He was bowled by Ollie Robinson in the end. It was a bit of a surprise after he looked pretty solid. Imam Ul-Haq, he ground away. We got himself to 42. He was caught slipped by
Batted
Harry Brook
well, I
off
thought.
Tongue. Nobody else really did a whole hell of a lot after those 2. That's a big chunk of that 171. For England, well, it's all a story of Robinson and Tongue, or Tongue and Robinson, depending on who's the senior partner. 5 for 51 for Ollie Robinson. He got to his hat-trick first, then Josh Tongue 5 for 46. Sorry, his 5 for... so 2 Michels is not a bad result. Not that the others bowled badly. Archer, he's well under 3, number 26 off his 9. Gus Atkinson, number 40 off 12, a shade over 3. You wouldn't say that was actually bad, just in comparison to everyone else, he didn't quite hit the same heights. Dropped a catch, but took a catch. And I think you'd like to think from an England perspective that's under par. From a Pakistan perspective, you will think there's enough in this wicket.
Yeah,
we're getting towards the close of the day.
Long time left to play in this today.
Knock 2 or 3 over tonight with what is decent seam attack, I think.
I mean, there's arguably
another
2 hours of play. If they can get 3 wickets in that time.
That indeed is the case. So, Gary, where's your money? Where would you think? Where's a good result for England at the end of the day?
End of today, a good result for England is that they're 100 on, maybe 2 down. I think England would take 2 wickets in this session, but they'll want to get on with it a bit. I mean, I don't think we're going to get Zach Crawley and
I don't think Ducky's going to hang around.
No, I don't think he's going to hang around. I think he's going to cut and slash as he does. And I think Emilio Gay at the other end may be more circumspect, but I think England will be looking to score 100 runs in 2 hours for the loss of no more than 2 wickets. And if they do, they'll be miles ahead in this game. I think Pakistan will look to take 4 wickets, and I think if England are 4 down, it's a little bit more even. I think to be really even, England would have to be 5 down for, say, 85 or something like that. But I'm not seeing that happening. I think it's much more likely England will be 100 for 2 than 80 for 5.
Well, the Ducksters' last innings at Headingley was 149 against India. The average is 59 here. He's only played twice against Australia, 2 and 23. Then India, 62 and 149.
There was a lot of runs scored in that series, wasn't there?
Yeah, there were. Emilio Gay, obviously, yet to play here. Well, certainly played here many times, I would imagine.
For Notts and Durham. So Northampton.
Northants and now Durham.
2 Northants openers out there.
Jordan Cox again, that wouldn't be relevant for
Another
him.
Northampton.
Harry Brook, how well does he go at home? He played Australia and India as well. 3 and 75, 99, probably a daft shot to get out to.
And it's no surprise.
And a first baller against India, as you might recall. So that's not so good. Joe Root, how does he go at home? Average is 44, high score 121 versus India in 2021. So that's
considering how many runs Joe Root scored, his highest of 121 is not particularly high.
Well, his average 44 is below 6-7 runs below his career average.
Jamie Smith did all right here against India. He's only played the 1 test at Headingley, but he got 40 and 44 not out, so he was only out once and was going nicely.
Well, Gay Boner says, let's see how the Joe Root batting regime turns out. I'm hoping they play conservative, composed and stay at the crease without throwing any wickets away cheaply, as opposed to the Stokes era.
Well,
you mean McCullum era?
Yeah, I think they're going to be driving the full balls a long way. I don't think they're going to be patting them back.
Gareth Davis responds with, good point, but I feel a slap fest. Maybe not a slap fest, but assertive batting.
View of the 2 stands again.
Yeah, it's nice to see the 2, isn't it?
As the drone drifts around the Headingley skyline, we're watching we're watching Josh Tung's 5 for.
I didn't see that one.
Lovely low catch.
Yeah,
by Pope.
That's a poor shot.
Poor shot, but a one that jagged back.
That's another poor shot falling over the front pad.
All over the place, gaffers.
Yeah, planted and then
I mean,
play around it.
Batsmen don't get out to good shots, but you know.
That was the Rizzler.
Some of this is pretty poor stuff.
And that was the best. Well, we're not quite sure.
Try to drive a Yorker.
Well, I don't think he's even trying to drive it.
No,
he moves back looking like he's trying to carve a drive through off, and then ends up playing what really is an attempt at a forward defence.
It was kind of showing the back to the ball as it was coming past him.
It was a very odd shot.
Oh,
and Eric explains why he bats where he bats.
Eric J's got some advice. He says, bat till Saturday night.
Bat till Saturday night?
Well, with the weather possibly on Friday.
Do you remember when Australia got 652 for 4 here and Border made 200? What would that be?
2009?
No, God, no, not 2009. No, that would be...
1989?
Yeah, I think it was 89.
Where's Messers when you need him?
652.
Was that the one where Steve Waugh got 177 not out?
I think he got 177. Border got 200.
Well, of course, you know who's got the top scores in his ground.
Yes, I do.
It's 334, Bradman,
yeah, 1930 and 1934. He got 300s on both occasions.
Yeah. 309 and
2 300s.
Chaired off. Chaired off. Hooray for the Don! It's that famous photograph of when he's in the huge crowd.
We might want to change over now, because I do need
we are due a change.
I'm doing ball by ball, I think.
You are at once
for the bear.
Finally, you are doing ball by ball.
There's,
is the bear still not coming on?
Well,
should be Billy appearing.
He said he wanted a break, and I'll respect
and it will
that.
be Hendo, who I will have to go and
you might
chivvy
need
into life.
And if Bear wants to come, tell him, he's on ball by ball. That may entice.
I'll hang here until you either let Billy in or someone else turns up.
And be hanging here. If I'm going to be hanging here, I might have to turn my baseball hat around and name myself.
Hanging tough, yeah.
Maybe have to call myself Chad or something like that.
That's a new kid on the block.
Yeah.
New old kid on the block.
Yeah, they're probably all sort of approaching 50 now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Mark Wahlberg, was he a new
Mark
kid
Wahlberg, and the one that... no, Mark Wahlberg wasn't.
Wasn't?
Donnie was.
Donnie Wahlberg was. But
not
Mark
Justin
Wahlberg
Timberlake.
was
not. It was the 2 Knights brothers, Jonathan and Jordan.
Oh, right, there you go. And what was Justin Timberlake in then? Was he
NSYNC. I'm coming
this
off.
Is impressive. Pop. Look, Jason, you've just sort of knocked 2 out of the park there. It looks like the Bears coming in, so I shall make my peace and go.
All right, who's staying on? Can you what? You need Samantha. There you go. Have Samantha. Well, England are going to bowl. I haven't seen anything of today, so Hender's going to have to fill me in. It looks like there was a bit of rain, and I had to go and see.
Were you not listening to Guerrilla on the radio?
No.
All the way to Broadstairs in Kent, and you didn't listen to it?
I have to have music in the car. Can't drive to radio.
Well, you would have had. You'd have had jingles.
Well, that's true. But every once in a while. Probably, it doesn't sound like there were many forwards, Hendo.
Well, there wasn't much play, actually, for a while.
But we do have Ben Duckett opening, which is good. And he is opening with, what's his name?
Emilio Gay.
That's the one. He got a pair in his last game, apparently.
Against them in the warm-up.
Oh, right, good prep. Mohamed Abbas is coming in. First ball, squares up Duckett, squeezes it past backward point, out towards the third man boundary. It's being chased down. He's going to get there. Today was a day for unders. I'd have made lots of money, but unfortunately I wasn't here. And England are off and running. 2 off the first ball. I did see the first ball in the morning. It was a wicket.
It was, absolutely. We've had 2 golden ducks today. We've had 1 LBW that should have been referred.
But
we all thought it was out, but unfortunately the guy ran out of time. And he will have been quite cross when he got back into the...
Oh, was it not out then?
Yeah.
Abbas down the leg side. Ooh, Duckett tries to work it down a fine leg. There is no. And I think England's approach should be positive here. It's only 169. Bit of Baz ball. Or root ball now, I presume.
Well, I
Tresco ball.
Well, I've called it Rooty Tresco. Or
Rooty Tresco.
Or Rooty Thick. Could be Rooty Thick. Or Thick Root. We all like a thick root. But that's another story. I should jingle up the bowler. I love this bowler. I think he's an absolute class act.
I seem to remember his last test in England. He got absolutely pummeled. Anyway. Ooh! Now there's an appeal for LBW. It's given not out. Could have been pitching outside leg. Was it a little bit high? Short of a length.
I think I might review that personally.
Non out. I think the best it's going to be is going to be umpire's call.
I don't think that's bad. He bowls very wicket to wicket, I think, and they are going to review it. Although it's a rather unusual clap from the captain, isn't it?
They have reviewed.
They have reviewed, and
I think it's probably outside leg pitching.
That's probably what would save him, or unless he got a little bit of glove or bat onto it, maybe.
Or just clipping the top of the stumps. Let's have a look. He does bowl wicket to wicket, a little bit of wobble seam.
Yeah.
Just hit the seam.
Oh, I don't think that's... back leg.
Back leg.
That's definitely not pitching outside leg, Ben.
I don't think it is. Looking at
Unless
that.
he's got an inside edge, and I don't think he has. No. I think he could be in a bit of trouble.
It's still going up, though, and it's hit above the top of the
Well,
pad.
that's
He's
what
a
happened
short man.
That's what happened with the previous one. Yeah, it's hitting quite high, isn't it? Just above that. If it was a front pad, you'd say not out. Back
in
pad,
line.
Was it just clipped the front pad?
It's umpire's call on middle stump. Unlucky Pakistan. What a shame. He didn't get away with one there.
He did a little bit. That's just a
home advantage.
Well, do you know, this was the umpire, the South African umpire, who gave, I think it was South Sakil out, and that was proving to go over the top. I mean, we all thought it was out when we saw it live.
And he was the one who didn't.
And he was the one who didn't review or ran out of time, and so he's probably being overcautious there. This umpire, having given that decision before.
Oh, but I'm going to say he's racist.
Could
He's
be
South
that
African.
Well, yeah. Hey, hang on. Where's Richard? He's around somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. He's not.
I was looking.
Oh, look, Billy. Can someone let Billy in, please? He's supposed to be on. Thank you, Jason. The Pakistanis aren't happy. I can understand that. It looked a right good shout. Duckett's not a tall man. Hit him on the back leg.
Yeah,
but them's the rolls, man. Them's the rolls.
They are indeed. They are indeed.
Abbas in. Oh, that's beating the outside edge. That's a great ball. Good first over here from Mohamed Abbas.
As I said,
Are they going to review that as well? You can't review that. Well, you didn't lose a review, did they? So.
No. I'm trying to remember what happened to the review jingles.
All right, Billy.
I can't find them anywhere. Where are the review jingles? Let's play one of these anyway.
They're on the reviews.
That'll be it then.
The folder that says review.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
That one is defended out to the onside, and there ain't no run. Can we hear you, Billy?
Yeah.
Oh yes, there you are. How are you, sir?
I'm alright, thank you. I'm sorry I got the timing wrong.
That's all right. It's been a crazy day.
I was hoping to come into the studio on Friday, but that's something I can't anymore because I've been invited to a party a few days ago.
What? Hang on. What? You're not coming in to see us because you've been invited to a party?
Well, there are girls at the party, Hendo.
Yes, that's an important part of life. You know, he's a young whippersnapper after all. That's just worked into the leg side by Duckett. He's going to get himself another 2. He ends the over on 4 and been lucky to not be given out. Third ball of the over, but he survives. England are 4 for none after 1.
Let me tell you, Billy, that up to the age of about 45, 50, you think girls are everything. And then
I can assure you, I really don't.
They're an important part of life, though. Don't get it wrong. How's your summer been? Obviously, haven't seen you since or heard from you. You've been doing a bit of work for people.
My summer's been okay. I was writing at the 100 for Guerrilla. Spending a little bit there. I'm sure you both read all my articles.
Well, on the basis that I've watched 3 balls of the 100.
I watched slightly more than that. I probably watched about 70 balls in total of the 100.
I only watched what I was at grounds for. I watched about 10 balls outside of that.
Yeah.
How did you? We'll talk to you about how you found it after the first ball.
Yeah. Well, Emilio Gay. He's on a pair. He could be on a triple. Oh no! But he gets away with it. Well, no, he's not actually yet, is he? Because he's still on naught. Anyway, go for it.
This is the bowler.
Look at Scrimshire. I hear he's real keen.
We got a really quick one in this side. Did they pick him? I can't remember what his name was.
I don't know that. I watched some of the highlights of the West Indies tests. Admittedly, not a lot because I had other things to do, but I didn't see anyone really quick. Mind you, they are slow pitches, aren't they?
Yeah, very slow pitches, aren't they? Emilio Gay facing up round the wicket, and he gets that into the offside. It's his first run in 2 games.
Well, his first run against Pakistan.
Yes. And he gets one out into the covers and gets himself a single. Has he got a 50 yet for England?
Yes, he has. He
got one
first on debut. Yeah, absolutely. That was at Lords, wasn't it? He got a 50 in the second innings, if I recall.
Yeah, and on a tricky pitch.
On a very tricky pitch. Let me jingle him up.
Emilio Gay, look at all that you've achieved today. You can't describe just how horny you feel inside.
I've had a day. Curran around the wicket to mid on. There's no one. I went down because I've got a tenant who is he's an ex-criminal. I do temporary accommodation for the council. You know, a worthy service. But
you mean you get paid more by the council?
I get paid more by the council, but this is the reason why I get paid more by the council. He's clearly needs help, this guy, and proper help. Anyway, he thought microphones are in the wall because the police keep getting called, and obviously he's been told to sling his hook by the council. And he ripped down a couple of plasterboard walls from my flat before vacating, which is really irritating, and left the place in a complete tip. That one's worked around the corner by Duckett down towards Long Leg. He get himself another 2.
Knocked a couple of walls down in my flat. Would it improve it?
Yeah, open it up, open plan living. Unfortunately, no, not in this one. And so that's money I've got to pay to get that done.
Yeah,
But surely you can expense that back there.
No, not to the council. You get paid. Essentially, they pay. This is the whole thing. You're basically, when you're doing temporary accommodation, you're housing people who are coming out of care, young kids coming out of care and other people coming out, on probation or people with special needs, and so you're expected with the extra money to cover the costs of things that go wrong. That one slapped out to cover, and there's no run. The guy who lived in my bottom flat, who was a very nice man, and he also had was dosed up to the eyeballs with mental health issues. But he had 2 little dogs, and he basically let them piss and shit all over the flat for 6 months. So all the carpets have had to be ripped out, and are going to need replacing.
You've had a few problems with dogs in your flats, haven't you? Didn't you get attacked by?
I got attacked by a dog,
Ridgeback or something.
And no, it was a little staffy bull terrier. It was a mean little motherfucker.
They've got big jaws.
Yeah, it did. Well, it bit me in the stomach.
Oh, you used to get a tetanus injection, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Down the leg side. Duckett swings and it misses it. It's through to the keeper. And there's no run. Curran's the first over goes to 3. England is 7 for none. Who's doing? You're doing?
Billy.
Yeah,
Billy.
it's me, I think. You may have done a couple of these, but a couple of super chats from Jay Grover.
Oh, hello, Jay.
Jay.
First it says that Jay's just given him the fear. Jason has just given him the fear, which I think we get quite often. And then he says, Bear and Hendo having a beer makes me very happy.
Well, I need one after the day I've had. It's also an hour and a half drive each way, and every time I come back now, there's fucking roadworks at the M25, which slows everything down, which is really irritating. And then the other thing, of course, as Emilio Gay faces up to Mohamed Abbas, ooh, that's a nice drive, but straight to cover, and there's no run. I've got 3 cars, 2 of which don't work, and the other one's a Mini. So I'm having to go up and down in a Mini. It hasn't got any aircon either.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose not so bad today, but...
Well, this is why I didn't go down anywhere last week. It was just too hot. It's like a fucking greenhouse inside the car when there's no aircon.
Yeah, 3 cars, Bear.
3 cars. Well, I bought one because the kids were complaining that they didn't want to go to fucking France in the Merc because it's only a saloon. So I whipped out and bought a cheap Audi at auction, which had all the things that were correct for it. That one's through the keeper and there is no run. Except for when I drove it out of the bloody car lot, it started smoking, and then when I got on the M25, it went into limp mode. Joy of joys.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I don't know what's wrong with it. It needed a cam belt change anyway, which isn't cheap. I knew that because I hadn't had one done for 7 years, so that was a 500 quid expense. But I mean, I got it cheap, and it's there's still money in it, or at least break even, i.e. not spend more than it would have cost if I'd bought it on Auto Trader or someone. And if I do get it fixed up, I know all the parts will be new as well, so it'll run for a couple of years. But, oh, that's a great ball from Abbas. Nibbles away from Gay, goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Let's move away from the Bears'
trials and tribulations
and car buying. So what did you make of your live experience of the 100 then, Billy?
Look, I thought it was good fun. From a writing and reporting perspective, you have absolutely no time between games at all. If you go to interview at the end of the women's game and then file your piece, and then quickly it's basically the start of the men's game already.
Abbas in. Oh, that's a good ball. Seemed to tail away a little bit, but it started way too far outside leg stump, and Gay couldn't get anything on it. Hits his pad.
But I did the first 3 games of the 100. I think it was the Oval, then Southampton, then Lords in back-to-back days, and that was all. And they were all quite different. The Oval was good, nice little outdoor bit of the press box, which was good fun. Southampton's just such a pain to get to, even from me. And in theory, it's my home. In theory, it's my home ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ground's just a pain. There's basically one road into it, isn't there? And basically, if it's busy, you just get stuck. That was down the arse, and Emilio Gay couldn't get anything on it. There's no run.
But so I don't know what I was more thinking from the Ashes point of view. I don't know what they're going to... I mean, that's going to be a nightmare. And it's a disgrace that they don't have a test at Headingley, frankly. I know this is going over ground that we've already gone over.
No, I agree.
That thing is just a disgrace.
I mean, I covered quite a few games in the early 2000s at the Bowl, the Rose Bowl as it was then. I didn't really like it very much.
Abbas is in. That's a lovely shot. I mean, he's giving it there. He threw it up wide and long, and Emilio Gay, a left-hander, princely drive through the offside.
Just
in front
leant
of
into it,
square.
didn't
He did. Superb timing, 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, I know people were talking about, or used to talk about getting out of Southampton after game, and if you were like at a T20 match, I understand it could have been a real pain. But of course, if you're reporting, you still have to go and you have to write your piece and you know, maybe do an interview or whatever. So it doesn't really affect you because by that time everyone's cleared out anyway. But you know, for sort of your average punter, it's quite annoying. Yeah.
Well, I remember when I was doing the World Cup in 2019, there was one game. Oh, that's very full. It sort of curved into Duckett, but it was too long, and it went from the hand. You could follow it, drove it nicely, but bowler gets a hand on it and only get a single. And there's one game we had Clive Lloyd in the back, and it might have been a game where we eventually had to turn around and head off. No, that wasn't. It was one game we actually did. But we spent like an hour and a half trying to get the last 500 yards into the ground. And there was no way, even though we were supposed to be commentating and setting up and stuff, there was no way for us to even bypass it. Basically, you were just stuck in the traffic of everyone else. Fucking nightmare. Again, that one curls in to Emilio Gay. He clips it straight to short leg and then steps out of his crease. Short leg through at the stumps. Did he hit the stumps?
No, he didn't. But it went through.
I thought I saw the bail for.
Oh, maybe. But they.
I think he may have hit this. I think he may.
Let's have a look. We're going to have a look.
Let's have a look. So he played it square, foot out of the crease, got his bat in. It did hit the stumps, but his bat was down, and then they managed to get the overthrow.
Yeah, rebounded away.
Good reflexes from Emilio Gay, and good from the fielder. To be fair,
good from the fielder, yeah.
Duckett facing again, he's on 7. And that one again curves into him.
I quite like Curran from what I've seen of him already.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Single.
not, 83 miles an hour. He's got, something goes on with his wrist that is quite interesting. It's almost like a sort of flicking it out in some strange way. And he, as you say, he's getting it to curl is probably a pretty good description, isn't it?
It's straight from the hand though.
It's not late swing, is it?
No.
But it is swinging. And he's a bit skiddy as well.
I mean, I think Rizwan will be up.
Oh, he might well be
Rizwan
soon.
will be up to the stumps pretty soon.
Yeah, based on the way England played it and how that worked out well for them.
That one is defended back to the bowl. And there's no one. Oh, what? So did Jamie Smith come up to the stump?
Yeah, he came up to the stumps quite quickly. I mean, after lunch, Pakistan got off to a really quick start and were looking very good indeed. And then I think it was Tung got the breakthrough, got Imam al-Haq out. And then Ollie Robinson got 2 quick wickets with Smith standing up. He one beautiful ball that came back in through the gate to get rid of Abdullah Shafiq, who'd batted really well. And also that LBW, the dubious LBW.
Yeah, Curran around the wicket. Again, it curls into Duckett, but this time it's a little bit shorter and you can just defend it back to the bowler and there's no run.
There was also a moment this morning, wasn't it? It must have been the 2nd wicket, was it? Where Ollie Robinson been bowling around the wicket to the left-hander and then came over the wicket for the final ball of the over and bowled a beautiful in-swinger, LBW. Full in-swinger, lovely.
He's a quality bowler, Ollie Robinson.
Well, you know, this is a nice pitch to bowl on if you get it right, I think.
Yeah. Curran through left by Duckett, wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. No run, England 13 for none after 4. Over to you, Billy.
I better do some socials because we've had lots coming in. But just quickly, I was just thinking, which you guys can respond to afterwards. But I was just thinking back once again to Rob Key's comment before the Ashes, saying the reality is that 75 mile an hour dibbly dobblers no longer works in Test cricket. Gibbo, I have so many books in the background that I can assure you I've read virtually none of them. John Yelton and Emilio Gay got a pair in the warm-up game, but it was not first class. Yeah, we recognise that. And also, I think he got quite a dodgy LBW decision in one of those.
Oh, right. Okay.
Lockie says he thought Pakistan was batting, but he must have dozed off. David Durrell says that the Square's experiment in being a Ratchman landlord seems to have failed.
I'm not a Rackman landlord. Fuck off. That's defended out of cover and there's no one. I'm doing a social good. Someone has to house these people, don't they?
We've had a super chat from Jay. £5. He says, I have Michelina coming in on Friday. I'm paying her this so that she knows. Come on, Jay, better English. I know
She's
it's late.
playing her this.
Those tabash and disordered books aren't the worst. You can make sense of that.
Not really.
No.
But I'll do this.
Oh, Jay, you'll be pleased to know.
Super chat cash, super chat cash.
That's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. My son had his A-level results last week.
How did he get on?
He got he got ABBB.
Oh, brilliant!
Didn't get his first choice, which was Manchester. But Jay, Bear Junior is going to Sheffield.
Oh God! Can you imagine those two out on the Raz?
Well,
he doesn't drink.
He doesn't really drink that much, no. But you can teach him, Jay. Teach him the good ways, because they're all too fucking
it's a
straight.
disappointment to you.
Yeah, exactly. That's in. Oh, that's a nice shot. 2 full and in at the pads, clipped sweetly by Emilio Gay. Gets it down to the deep square, backward square leg boundary. Will be 4 runs. He moves on to double figures. Gay. I don't know what Jay's just said.
I was just wondering. You know how they say that lateness skips a generation or that sort of thing. So, for example, my mum's always really late, so therefore we try and be early because being late's annoying. I wonder if drinking skips a generation.
I'm pretty certain it does. I mean, actually, not a lot of my friends' kids are completely straight. That's absolute nonsense. But my kids are. But I think that's partly to do with their mother, not me. Certainly not me. That's a long, wide half volley, and Emilio Gay punches that once again gloriously through the covers. 4 more. Lovely shot.
You kids can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
He'll feel really good. I wonder if Gay will feel a little bit relieved maybe that there is new management actually. That, he doesn't have to fall into the baseball thing. He can play more naturally and maybe he's quite attacking anyway and might free him up a little bit.
I quite like the look of him. I think there is something of the Alistair Cook about him, just in manner and build and.
They both went to Bedford, did they?
Did they? I don't know. When you say that, you talk like a man who's been to public school. Oh, Bedford, as if we should all know. I've been to Bedford, but not the bloody school.
Yeah, not the school. I went to a couple of pubs in Bedford once. That was defended out to the covers, and there is no run. Have you got your results for your
very good
degree?
Very good indeed. I like that. Very good. Yes, got a 2-1 there.
Nice.
Well done. Yeah, I can't blame being up all hours for the India Test matches and everything else for getting bad results. Very good, Hendo.
What 2-1s? 2-1s. Very respectable.
2-1's a first with getting lashed up, as we say.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. If only.
Wide again by Abbas, and it goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. 8 off the over. England 21 for none after 5. Over to you, Billy.
I was just going to say also, Hendo, I mentioned this in the New Zealand Test, but from being up at Newcastle Durham, I did watch quite a lot of Emilio Gay, and actually was at Media Day to interview him.
Right.
And he's a properly lovely bloke.
That's nice
so there we go. Slippy Tuna, Bear has failed to properly culture his offspring. Eric J says, let's face it, students have difficulty reading. Lockie 6, don't visualise Hendo in a latex Catwoman outfit. I wasn't planning on it.
No, you don't want to do that.
Gabe owners, I hope England play responsibly and post a total of around 400.
Well, they may well do.
Well, if they do that by the end of tomorrow, this game will be over on Friday.
Yeah.
It's my bet.
It's true, I think. Unless this really flattens out, this pitch, after, if they can get a few wickets tonight.
Oh, now, that's a weird shot from Duckett. Kind of stopped on the shot, went to drive it. Clearly didn't hit it right out of the screws. He kind of looked like he wanted to, and he sort of stopped the shot, held the pose, but just plopped it just wide of cover.
It was in the air, wasn't it? Yeah,
it was aerial.
And that
all
was
the way.
interesting because it was the first ball that Kurama's bowled to him from over the wicket as well, just changing the angle, and that'll give him a bit of encouragement, you would think.
Yeah, it was there for the shot, to be fair. It was wide and it didn't seem to do it.
It's one of those where the bat seems to sort of just turn in the hand as he
does it a lot with Duckett, though, doesn't it?
Normally with regards to the leg side, but that was sort of opening the face more.
Yeah, we've got a couple. That one's on his pads, works that into the leg side. Pass short leg, there's no one there. They'll probably get a couple for that one as well. England cruising along quite nicely here.
So tell me...
Sorry, Henry, while I did sound like a pompous twat, I was for once right. They did both go to bed because I think Alistair Cook may have given him his cap, or have I got that?
Oh, yeah, you may well be right, yeah. I mean, I don't know whether anyone's asked him whether he sort of modelled himself at all on Cook.
Well, how old is Alistair Cook? He's not even that old. He retired when he was 33.
He was a lot more than 33, Bear. He was more than 33 when he retired. Cook?
No, I don't think he was.
Wasn't he?
No,
33?
Yeah, he was only about 33. He had a lot more years in him, but he didn't want it.
Yeah.
Well, he had played about 150 tests.
He's not that much older than Rooty.
Yeah. But I guess he'd probably bored himself.
Well, again into the pads. This time short leg's gone back, and Duckett just clips it to hit him. Ooh. And there is no run. Ooh,
that beer's gone down well, Hendo.
Yeah. It is. It's beginning to get to that point. I might mention, because I've got while old 3 Jags the Bear here next to me is obviously rolling in the cash. I've had no income for 2.5 years, and I've got a book coming out which is about cats, and I know there's a lot of people out there who like cats.
It's going to be a bestseller.
It's going to be a bestseller for Christmas.
So pulls out.
If you would like to have a look on my Facebook page, you will find details of it. I've got a page, and you can join, and it will soon be ready for pre-order.
How many pages?
Well, it's a gift book. It's 36 pages.
Oh, okay.
It's a series of vignettes of 250 words.
Yeah. Clipped nicely by Duckett. Finds the gap on the leg side. Should get another couple. And indeed he does.
And I'm moving in the next couple of weeks, and I've got no money. So basically, I'm skint. The Bear has got 3 cars. He's fleecing councils around the world.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Fuck off.
He doesn't.
I buy cars because I like cars. And the only reason I bought this other car is because everyone said, "Oh, I don't want to go to south of France in a fucking Mercedes as a saloon." So I bought this fucking Dowdy, and it doesn't work.
How entitled are your kids that they say, like, we're going on holiday, we want a new car?
No, it wasn't a new car. They just wanted a bigger car. And I had a sort of midlife crisis. Well, not really, but that's played up to mid on. There's no one. I've had 3 kids all my life, so we've always had a big estate, and I do a lot of driving on my own. So I've had countless E-class estates of various ages, but they're big old cars, and when you're driving around London in a fucking massive estate on your own half the time, it's like, and then I thought, I don't really need that. Safe's gone to university. I still drive most of the time on my own. The only time we really need an estate now is when I pick up the kids from university, or we go on holiday. So I figured I'd get a saloon, and then I'd sell it before we went on holiday and change it up, but I haven't been able to sell it. So that one is forced out square on the offside, and there's no run. So I bought the second car, thinking, well, I'll sell it eventually. So I'll just buy that now and then sell that, and it's whatever. It's just that the disaster was. So that was the end of the over. Just played square, and there was no run. So I was coming back from Herne Bay on the Tuesday before I went on holiday, and that's when the Mercedes went into limp mode, because I decided I would just go to France in that fucking Mercedes.
What is limp mode?
It means that it restricts the revs, so it protects the engine. It means something's wrong with it.
So does that mean you had to sort of literally limp home on it? Or
yeah, basically. Well, it's kind of fine on a motorway because it's got 6th gear, so it doesn't really get up the revs anyway. But the point was, it couldn't get fixed before I went on holiday, so I had to fucking hire a car to go on holiday. Whack that on the plastic. And that is a story in itself. Mohamed Abbas around the wicket. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. That's left through to the keeper, and there is no run. I don't know what it is. I've been out in the studio, mate.
I thought limp mode only occurred when you were pissed bear.
Yeah, well, that happens too. What's that? 3 remote.
Oh, we got 3 remote.
3 remote. Are you staying on, Benny? Doing a bit of ball by ball by any chance?
I am. I think I'm summarising.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I think we may have another super chat. Have we not?
Yeah, we have. It's Jay again. Good old Jay.
Jay, he's gone into overdrive.
I think we missed one from him as well about my son. That one's through to the keeper, and there is no run. In fact, I was talking.
Sorry, I'll do both those. Bear Big Nate will sort himself out. No need for me. And he also says, Bear quote, I've had 3 kids all my life. Hey.
Yeah.
I think he's saying that's not quite possible.
I was going to say that myself, but I thought I'll let it lie. Let it lie. The bear's grumpy.
A couple of beers have chilled my grumpiness, it has to be said. And I'm going to go and have another one. Emilio Gay gets beaten on the outside edge. No, he looked behind.
He did, didn't
but they didn't appeal. So,
yeah,
sure.
You always think, don't you, as a batsman, that's what you do when you do edge it. And that's often the giveaway. It's a lovely ball, actually.
It was.
Possibly could have left it alone, but it was arrowing in. It moved in the air and then just kept going.
Yeah, beat the outside edge. It's close to it.
But he's looked quite nice so far, hasn't he, Gay? Considering that pair.
I'm not convinced. That one is guided down towards third man. I think it's got enough on it to get there. No, it's going to be hauled in by, I can't see who that is.
Is that Shaquille? I think it might be Shaquille.
And I'll get back for 3 on that one.
You're not convinced by Gay?
No, not yet.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't say I would say he's a nailed on, England player for the next 10 years or anything. But, after what's come in the last few years in terms of Crawley, who maybe he has been ruined to some extent by the McCullum approach. And
I'm not sure he has.
Well, he may or may not have been. It's difficult to say, but you just want a bit of technical proficiency, don't you, for a while?
That one's into the pads. Duckett. And he just plays it out on the leg side, and there is no run. Yeah, it's difficult.
I was wondering, do any Guerrillas fantasy football? Do you have a Guerrilla?
Yeah, so I've got to set up my team and pay my 40 quid over into the pot. We do it 40 quid a year. Last year there was only about 6 of us, but the year before, which I won, which was great. I think I got about 250 quid or something. It's great.
It's not to be sniffed at.
It literally was on that occasion because I was going to a party.
I don't want to know about that.
That one is played out through the covers, off the back foot, forced into sort of extra cover region. Doesn't make it to the boundary, and it's 4 runs.
32 for none at the end of the over. It's a good start from England, going along at a nice pace. 7 overs bowled. Abbas started well. He's bowled a few good deliveries. Was very unlucky not to have had Duckett out, LBW. But he's also been a little bit expensive in the last couple of overs. David Brooke is back. Are you taking over on ball by ball, David?
Apparently so, Hendo. Although we've got Billy, on standby here on summary. So we're all on remote, apparently.
And we got Ed. Is that right? We got Ed.
We are. Hi, Ed.
Ed.
Yep, I'm in.
Hello, Ed. Thanks, Hendo. Thanks, Bear. We'll take it up from here. Nice to see you, Ed, and good to see you, Billy.
I'll sit here and do jingles for you.
That's very kind.
Because I'm that kind of guy.
Thank you, Hendo. Right, bear in mind, Hendo's going to be listening to every word, guys. No pressure. Here we go. Here's Kuran bowling round the wicket to Gay, who plays that nicely off the back foot. That's going to be another boundary.
Now my innings going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Is this going to be the innings, Billy, where Emilio Gay goes on to a big one?
Well, I have to say the sun's come out slightly. Both these openers, we all know Mohamed Abbas in particular is very skillful, but they haven't looked particularly threatening. I mean, Ollie Robinson is so skillful and so accurate, and also a bit taller than this pair. They just look a bit skiddy and bowled half volleys so far.
Yeah, they've certainly been over pitching to Gay, who plays that one defensively, but he obviously puts the half volleys away nicely when he gets one. He's played a couple of really sumptuous cover drives. And production note, but your volume's a little low. Is there a chance you could just turn it up a little bit? Might just be me. Might be my right ear. Or might be too loud, or I'm not sure. Anyway, Emilio Gay it is, who's looking good. He's hit 3 4s. I mean, the jury's still out on him because he has been getting out when set. That's fair enough. And he's had a couple of perhaps close escapes. Kuran bowls to him. He plays that onto the offside. He certainly started this innings well. And I agree with what you said, Billy. The Pakistan opening bowlers are not getting the same sort of movement that the England guys did.
Yeah, they're not, and the conditions have got slightly better to bat in, you'd probably have to say. But I think the thing about Ollie Robinson's accuracy that is so important is also you do then have at the other end Tong, Archer bowling who are quick. So that sort of contrast means it's even harder to play.
Yeah, Kuram Shahzad has bowled. He's in his 4th over. He's gone for 15. Hasn't shown too much yet. That one is accurate, and Duckett covers up on the back foot. So the deficit's already only 135. England have gone to 36. Had quite a lick. We'd like to have a little sweep on number of wickets down by the end of play.
I think they might nip out a couple. Yeah. Well, I feel like quite a few people would earmark route for a big captaincy return, but somehow I wouldn't. If England lose one of their openers, I wouldn't be surprised if Root's in quickly.
This one's on the back foot, played to back to the gully, and there's no run. And of course, we've got Cox at number 3, a position he's unaccustomed to. Hasn't played at 3 very much, and obviously just a lot of test match appearances. His 2nd test, isn't it? So bit of inexperience there for Pakistan to aim at. Got that right. Jordan Cox has only played the 1 test. Yes. So Gay takes strike. Ed's on the socials. I'm returning to him at the end of this over as Kuran bowls. That's played down again to backward point. Repeated the last ball. It's the end of that over. 8 overs gone. England have made a decent start here. 36 for no wicket. Over to Ed in the hot seat.
Yeah, we've had 2 super chats. Good start already. Night Watch from Barcelona, €5. Thank you very much. He says, Bear, I'm missing county cricket. Can you tell us all about your favourite cake? And thank Mrs. Braithwaite from Middle Wallop. And then Jake Grover, £2. Ed Mace, please don't hurt the innocent. My long-standing feud with Jay Grover there. Well, not a feud, that's harsh. But yeah, there we go. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you. I have to say, David, I'll be quite interested to see how Root and Brooke go with Abbas bowling and the keeper standing up. Because I'm very surprised that they haven't at least tried it to Duckett with Abbas bowling.
They haven't tried that tactic yet, it's true, yeah. It is odd. No great pace from Mohamed Abbas. He bowls and Duckett just plays that one down fairly quietly to mid-on. Yeah, you'd think that they would go for that, put a little bit of extra pressure on these openers. But, yeah, Rizvan's got to stand up once Root gets in, but I think they might try it now. Abbas not bowling at any great pace.
The other thing to mention, I guess, about the pitch is you would presume that England have had the heavy roller on it between innings, which sometimes can just dampen it for a short while. But I feel like it was mostly wobble seam and a little bit of swing, really, earlier.
That's a decent ball from Abbas. He hits the right length there, and Duckett has to respect it. Yeah, the heavy roller can sort of deaden the pitch a bit, can't it? It can take the bit of life out of it. And but I thought did you see Robinson's first spell this morning? He had it on a string. I mean, it was, you just think, how can England ever leave him out? of a home Test match.
Well, judging by the way the Ashes went, he should have played there as well. And you can see, even, I know that it's not really a subject you can talk about that much these days, but he does look fitter in the face and everything.
I know what you mean. That's that one does get a bit of bounce actually. Duckett has to take one hand off the bat. No great alarms for him though. Duckett 15. Okay, so Billy, you've been very prolific recently. I keep running into you on Instagram, other TikTok, other social channels. You're getting decent traction on your sports reports.
Oh, I get the odd one that does all right. No, it's been good fun, quite good. My friends were like, we don't want to hear you talk about it at the pub, so can you please go somewhere else and put it.
Here's Abbas, that's a good ball. He's hitting the right length now, asking a few more questions. Duckett having a little prod at that, lucky to get away with it. He's on 15. Yeah, and I noticed you also were filing on the Guerrilla Cricket website. Very good report on the 100.
What's meant by crash data?
Yeah, we had a good stint in the press box. I ate with Stephen Finn between games actually, which was quite nice. I had a nice chat with him and a couple of others. It was good being in the press box.
Here's Avas bowls. Again, it's right. It's a pill for LBW. Here, he's got him. Duckett has gone for 15. It's some decent bowling from Abbas. He finally hit the right length. That one straightens. Duckett has a word with Emilio Gay. Is it worth reviewing, Billy?
No, I feel like the only thing that would save him is if it's doing too much and outside the off stump, but he has gone for the review. I think, to be honest, this looked pretty good because it was very full. But we'll have to see. I think it might be umpire's call and Duckett will have to go.
Yeah, the odds are in favour of the bowler when it's being given out on field. This being a probing over from Mohamed Abbas. He's hit his length. Just getting a bit of movement now. Maybe the effects of the heavy roller, as Billy said, wearing off.
Yeah.
And he struck Duckett on the hand just before that, and that ball just straightened nicely on a length. Duckett's in trouble here. He's gone for the review, and we're going to see that. Well, they're first of all checking for no ball, which I don't think it is, and I think I'm with Billy on this. I think it's going to be, if anything, umpire's call. It looks pretty damn straight, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that was good. We saw Pakistan. I can't suddenly remember who it was, but they wasted a review earlier on in the day, and then who was it who ran out of time and were then given out?
It was Saeed Shakil, who had a word with. I'm not sure he ran out of time. I think Shafiq just said to him, "You're out, mate." But the replay showed that it would have missed, so they missed their chance. No, finger goes up. It's wickets hitting. Ben Duckett has to go. Disappointment for him. 36 for 1 England. Duckett goes for 15.
Yeah, a really good delivery from Abbas, and I do think that over it just suddenly started to do a little bit more. And I know that Abbas ball is slightly better in it, but yes, I do wonder, as David just mentioned, if the pitch is just sort of bringing back into life, and it could be a really tricky period. They can play till 7:30, I think, can't they? Although I'd be surprised if the light allows them that. And Jordan Cox at number 3 to come in next. He usually bats lower down the order at more sort of 6, I think. So a big job for him to do in testing conditions. Really, not the easiest way to start your a test innings.
No, I wonder what he's like against the moving ball. I mean, certainly on a flat track. I've only seen him really bat on flat tracks. He looks very impressive in those circumstances. But this is going to be more of an examination for him. Yeah, he's got the pressure of batting at number 3. Batted 7, didn't he, in his only Test match to date? But on the other hand, he knows he's only there to fill the temporary space inhabited by Bethel. So in that sense, that might make less pressure for him. He's certainly an aggressive player, and that he has a fend at that one first ball though, and he's still there though. So the end of that 9th over, it's 36 for 1 England, losing their first wicket. Duckett out for 15. Back to you, Ed. Any more feuding amongst our social media, amongst our Twitterati.
In a way. Jay Grover, another £2. Thank you, Jay. He says, no feud, just my fear. And then he says, the mace has brought the pain. And Ben McCormick, as I said, collapses on. I think the golden rule of Guerrilla Cricket commentary is if you're half an hour and can start their innings, you don't want to see Joe Root back. So as long as we can get through and not see Joe Root, we're okay.
Okay. Has that happened to you, Ed?
It's happened a couple of times. I feel like I've dismissed Root as well, which is always...
Okay, so you don't want to see Joe Root tonight?
Well, not on this shift, at least. John Yelton, Cox bats at 4 for Essex, 4-3, no difference. And Eric J says deserved that wicket. I agree with that.
Muhammad Ali into the attack, and his first ball has been, well, beautifully dispensed by Emilio Gay. It's just gone just behind point. Again, another front foot shot. So Muhammad Ali just over pitching on his first ball.
Yeah, it was just... He more meant to put that through extra cover, Emilio Gay, but airily, instead he's just slanting it across from over the wicket at the moment.
Nice easy action, Muhammad Ali. This one's down the leg side and there's no run. He bowled very decently in the Caribbean recently. In fact, he was the star bowler across the 2 test matches against the West Indies. And he's certainly he's a hard worker. He'll run in all day, and he's a good. He certainly earned his place in this attack. So he's, I would say, one of their strike bowlers. Curran hasn't looked overly threatening, but Muhammad Ali, if he shows what he did in the Caribbean, he's got the ability to move the ball and does ask a few questions of the batsman. He's got a long run up, but it's not a lot of effort in it. It's very easy action. Bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Go. Drives nicely. It's through the covers again. It's going to be another cover drive for 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot that from Emilio Gay. He just planted his foot a bit more than he did for the other one that he sliced through gully, and I hesitate to say that he's looking in quite decent shape here. There's nothing better than a left-handed cover drive, is there, David?
No, and Emilio Gay's his drives are nicer looking than a lot of people's. I mean, he really does plant his foot forward, and that's his trademark shot. This one's a nice shot. He's clipped it off his legs. Is it going to be another boundary? Yes, it is. So tough introduction to this test match for Muhammad Ali's. The first 3 balls have gone for 4. First 3 out of 4. Hender's got bored of the jingles. Too many boundaries, Hendo.
But I do have to say that the thing with watching Emilio Gay is he just looks more in control than Zach Crawley, and they're probably scoring at quite a similar rate, but Crawley just did it more away from his body. These have all been in sort of Gay's area, if you like. He's not tried to play a decent delivery like that.
He covers up, plays that one studiously. Now, where Gay is vulnerable is the moving ball just off the back foot. Sometimes he has a little flick at it. He's given a few catches. I know he had a nightmare game at warm-up when Pakistan had their warm-up match at Beckenham. He picked up a pair in that match. Similar dismissals, stuck on the back foot, but off the front foot he looks very good. And the question is, for Muhammad Ali, he's got to pull his length back a bit here. Opening over's gone for 12, so not a great start for him. Not good for the confidence. Pakistan will be relying on him to get through a lot of overs. Moment his economy rate, well, it's not looking good. It's 12 off this over. He bowls now to Gay, who's going to finish the over with. Oh, that one's taken his edge. He's gone. Call at second slip. That was the one we were talking about. Off the back foot. He's vulnerable there. He's given another catch and he's given it away. Gay is gone for 33. Muhammad Ali fights back. 48 for 2.
Well, we did say that we didn't want to see Joe Root in early. It's a really, really good delivery. Well called, David. He stayed over the wicket, and that one just looked to me like it just leapt up a little bit. It was sort of up at the stickers of Emilio Gay's bat, and a good catch, clutching it one-handed to the chest of third slip, and a big celebration, rightly so, from Ali, who was looking under pressure. Root in with the ball and pitch suddenly doing a bit.
That's the thing that's the disappointing thing about Emilio Gay. Flatters to deceive, gets in and then he's given it away again. And that vulnerability, back foot, rising ball. I'm not a left-handed bat, and I'm not a bat. I don't know how I would have played that. Billy, you're a front foot player. How would you have dealt with that ball? Just rising, just coming at you, wasn't it?
Well, I think leaving on length can be a very difficult thing to do, but in hindsight, that's probably what he should have done. Because I know that this Pakistan attack isn't the tallest, but that was never going on to hit the stumps. Easy in hindsight, as we say. But Gay will be really, really disappointed with that. He got in and was looking quite good. And England are in trouble. And from another Test cricket point of view, well, we've had 12 wickets on day one already, which is pretty disappointing.
Well, it's disappointing for Yorkshire. Yeah, they got their Test match. They're going to miss out on the Ashes Test, and they would have been hoping for strong fourth day sales on a Saturday. Of course, the day 4 will be on a Saturday, and now the Yorkshire folk will be holding on to their money. They won't want to buy day 4 tickets at the moment.
What do you think of that, Joe? I've always wondered, is you'll be able to tell me if I'm wrong, but is having a Test match starting on a Wednesday a more than modern day thing? I do think it's ridiculous, especially when so rare we see that these Test matches go to day 5.
Absolutely, it's only a recent thing since they started jamming the Test matches into a short period of time. Abbas bowls, and that's played out by Cox. So we've got two new batsmen now at the crease. The very inexperienced Cox on his second Test match, and hyper experienced Joe Root. Test match number. Oh, give it a number. Help me out here. 166. 167.
Close, Ed. Close.
Here's Cox. This one is well pitched up. It's a gimme for him. It's going to get off the mark with a nice half volley. Bunches it out to extra cover. This is happening so frequently. Hendo must be getting bored of hitting the 4 button.
Yeah, he's given up on the job, as Hendo. Yeah. But really nice shot from Cox once again from Abbas. It was just slightly wide. And I wonder whether they might think about making a bowling change, or maybe, I would say you switch Abbas's end. I know Ali's just taken a wicket from that end, but he did also go for 12. So I just wonder whether they might think of that, to be honest, because Abbas hasn't quite looked comfortable to me.
No, they don't have a fourth seamer in their attack. Here's Mohamed Abbas. That one's a better length. Just got to pull his length back a bit to Cox, not give him too much to feed on at the early stage. Just bringing you in, Ed. How many wickets do you see falling now? You've got Joe Root there. I know you didn't want to see him. Think these two will take it through to close?
Is it going to 7:30?
No, I don't think that. I think Light won't allow them to get to 7:30, but they'll be 7:10 or something maybe.
Well, even one more's a bit of a problem, but you'd like to think the Headingley pitch tends to kind of flatten out, so batting fourth isn't as big of a problem as it can sometimes be on some pitches. So
well, you're already thinking ahead to the fourth innings then. I don't blame you, the way the wickets have been falling today. Abbas down the leg side, clipped away. It's another easy runs for Cox here. It's not going to go for 4 though. It's pulled in by Shakil. I think it's not Azhar. We didn't see him for very long before. He only faced 1 ball, and that's 2 runs to Cox. No wonder I couldn't recognise Azhar. He wasn't out there for long enough this morning. First ball of the series. That's the first time a wicket's fallen in the first ball of a Test series in England.
I did know that. Actually.
Have you already been on Instagram saying that already?
Rory Burns was the famous one in Australia.
Yes.
Of course, no one in England.
But yeah, Wednesday starts the Test matches. Nobody likes those. Here's Abbas. That's right on the money, and Cox has to cover up and play defensively. So big opportunity this for Cox. Have you seen much, either of you Essex supporters?
No, I'm not. But the one thing I do know, actually, he's very, very good in the field. I think does he keep from time to time? He can keep.
He does.
So he's exceptional in the field, which is something to look at. And actually, it's a thing that England have in abundance, and it's very important because Joe Root, of course, usually is at first slips. They've had to fiddle that slip cordon around.
Here's Mohamed Abbas in again. That one is well directed. He's just pulled his length back, and as predicted by Billy, Mohammed Rizvan has come up to the stumps, but that's played out. Well negotiated by Cox. He's on 6. Joe Root yet to face. England 54 for 2. Ed.
We've got Hooves One, who's an Aussie, celebrating every wicket. But he also says, with the heavy rain in the outfield today, pitch will soak up some of that water, might have a green top tomorrow. That would make things race along for sure. Brian in Brisbane, he says, I'm in the Bear pub watching the match. How much is AI? The bouncing ball shadow is all too false. What else we got?
Brian, welcome. Nice to hear from you, Brian, in Brisbane. So, Joe Root using all of his 167 test match experience here, but this time he's got the captaincy on his shoulders as he faces up to his first ball. It's the attempted Yorker, plays it into the ground, goes to second slip. No problem for Joe Root there. 54 for 2.
But Rizwan's now gone back.
Oh,
The one you think he needs to be up for. So we'll see if he moves in a minute.
that's strange. He came up for Cox, didn't he, in the last?
Yeah, and it's not like Ali's particularly quick.
No.
He'd surely be able to handle that.
I think he's quicker than Mohammed Abbas, but he's not. What was the Rawalpindi Express? He's no Shari Bakhtar, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He comes in now to bowl. Fairly gentle pace. He's straying onto the leg side. Joe Root gets off the mark there. Going to give a shout out to my bro Douglas, listening in in Sacramento, California. Glad you can pick us up out there. Of course, the BBC is geo-blocked. So that's why we have so many international listeners. Billy, you just finished your second year at Durham, is it? Have I got that right?
Finished my third year at Newcastle. Yeah.
Oh.
No, but you're in the right area. Managed to get a 2-1. So that was
well done.
Fun.
Oh, congratulations.
Good 3 years up there.
Congratulations. That's a decent degree outside the off stump. It's an easy leave for Cox. So yeah.
Thank you. I would urge anyone that hasn't been up to Newcastle. It's a really, really good city. I had a wonderful time up there, and watched a lot of cricket and probably didn't do as much work as I should have. But hey, that's all right.
Well, you certainly did enough to get the 2-1. So what's on the cards for you next then, Billy?
Well, tough to know. I need to get some sort of job, and then I've been doing a little bit of commentary and writing, and then seeing if I can pick up something on my local football team, maybe.
Oh, good. Ali bowls to Cox, who plays that defensively. Which team would that be?
Be Salisbury City FC, but apparently they commentate on away games but not home games, which I don't really understand. But anyway, that's their current predicament. Who's your local team, David?
Well, I'm still a Brighton Hove Albion supporter. I'm from Brighton myself. I don't live in Brighton anymore, but I was there in the bad times, so I'm going to support them in the good times now.
Yeah, rightly so.
Here's Mohammed Ali, not that one, this one. Bowls down the leg side. Cox plays this out to mid-wicket. So Ali's been spraying it about a bit. With the only ball he really got right, he got the wicket on. But he is, as I say, he's a decent bowler, and I think England will do quite well to last the rest of the day without the Ali bowling without losing another wicket. He's bowling at 85, 86 miles an hour, Mohammed Ali, so he's appreciably quicker than Mohammed Abbas, and a good deal younger, I might add. He's got a fairly long run up as well, but doesn't take much out of him as he bowls that one. Gets a bit of bounce, but Rizvan, who's back, doesn't take it cleanly, bobbles down. England 55 for 2 wickets. Cox on 6, Root on 1. They're going to take a little drinks break, so plenty of time for you, Ed. Don't forget, Ed's in the hot seat. Let us know where you're listening to us from.
Well, we haven't had much, but we've gone up the Albion from Zippy Chamber, so that's what's good here. Actually, there's not that much more, but I learnt that Brighton Football Club use the same scouting data company that the Trent Rockets do, because they're
yes, absolutely right. Yeah, I would say it's the other way round. I would say what you've said is absolutely right, but it's Trent Rockets using Tony Bloom's data company. Yes, absolutely. It's called something like Silver Bullet, not quite. Silver Lizard, I think it's called. Something like that.
In theory, I think we're due a change, guys, but I don't see anyone.
Wow, that half an hour went by in an absolute jiffy, didn't it? There is going to be overspill sessions tonight. You down for the overspill, Billy?
I'm on that, I believe. Yeah.
Ed is. I'm actually not.
You've got other fish to fry, but I do like your stuff on social media, Billy. I think it's really good.
No, thank you. But anyone listening, I may as well give it a plug now. There's some Billy Stevens sport for anyone listening. Very simple. If you want me to bore you even more, then get over there.
Billy, just repeat that one more time, Billy.
Billy Stevens sport.
Yeah, well worth looking at. I like your comments on the IPL and the influence on Indian cricket. But are you having to eat your words now they've beaten Sri Lanka? In Sri Lanka?
No, well, maybe slightly. I should do a follow-up actually, because I'm sure I'll get a bit of traction from the Indian fans on that. But it's quite funny working out what goes semi-viral, and to be fair, giving the IPL a bit of a bashing usually works, and it keeps me happy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I think the comments you made were fair enough. They had a very disappointing tour of Ireland and the UK, didn't they? And
I mean, they effectively have an extra batter with the impact player. It's ridiculous.
No, I totally agreed with those with comments. It's not necessarily good for international cricket. A lot of activity we can hear in the Guerrilla Towers, and it could be that Hendo is about to grab the mic. I've never wanted to stand in the way of a Hendo ball by ball stint, because, as you know, life just gets better with a Hendo ball by ball stint. So, Hendo, if you are in position, I will happily cede to yourself, and I understand you'll be joined by Jason and the Bear.
Indeed.
This is correct. This is
See you
correct.
guys.
Thanks,
See you
guys.
later.
Thanks, everyone. Excellent work. And you brought about a couple of wickets for Pakistan in that half an hour. Just when it looked like England were getting away, we have seen Mohammed Abbas strike to get Ben Ducker LBW, as he might have had him earlier. And we've now seen Emilio Gay, who was playing really quite beautifully.
Well.
Yeah, it is a real shame from his point of view and from an entertainment perspective. It means that Root and Cox are out there together. We're just looking, maybe a slight technical deficiency there with regards to Gay's dismissal. He's completely front on, isn't he? I mean, that can happen when the ball moves. I mean, that can happen. You know, it's not necessarily a technical fault. It's just that good bowling. But it is happening a little bit, and you know, there's no place to hide when bowlers can sort of work on that.
I was kind of worried because I thought the 3 4s in and over would tempt him to play another expansive shot, which is.
He didn't really, did he?
No, he just got squared up.
Abbas 1 for 27 from his 6 overs. He's over the wicket to Joe Root, who has just a single to his name, and the wicketkeeper Rizwan, as England did earlier in the day, has decided to stand up, and that draws Joe Root back into his crease. And we saw to a certain extent with New Zealand that made him a little bit vulnerable when he can't sort of walk down the pitch and to bowlers that are under 80 miles an hour or consistently so, and it has an effect on a lot of good batsmen, doesn't it?
Well, they like to stand outside their crease,
and they like the pace on the ball, don't they? A little bit less pace, and they're not quite as confident in their shots. Now there's an LBW appeal. Sometimes happens with Root. Not sure that he got his bat in front of pad.
I think the pad is just outside the line of off stump.
I think the ball, I think it's outside the line now.
But no, I don't think it was bat first. I think it was pad first and then bat.
It was Matt Henry who caused him a lot of trouble, wasn't it?
Yeah. Wicket to wicket bowlers. Definitely pad. Ooh.
Well, I think it's. I would say it was simultaneous almost. Really, it's hit quite a big proportion of the bat, so it'd be a little bit unlucky to be ruled out on that, but
I'm not sure that Snicko would ever tell you that.
Indeed. That's a
Trees,
really
you probably get
tricky
the
one.
benefit of the doubt, knock me out, but hey.
In again, onto the back foot, in defence, pushing towards extra cover. Moves into field. So Cox has 6, Root has 1. Both the left-handers have gone. The left-handed openers, of course, no Jacob Bethel to come in at 3. And of course, he struggled a little bit in that New Zealand series, didn't he? And we're going to look at those Matt Henry dismissals right now. Henry bowling at him LBW, and Smith, in fact, on one occasion.
Mason Smith.
He's batting with his... Well, oh, that's a good ball from Mohamed Abbas. He gets that to move off the wicket and beats Joe Root's outside edge. Just to say that he's batting with his back foot on the line, which can be a little bit dangerous. But I think with Root, you'll see that against the quicker bowlers, if he's not trying to come down the wicket, he will take a step back first. So he's probably stepping back into his crease. But just to be sure, it would be good to see that from side on. 55 for 2. It's in again. Oh my goodness me, that's come back an absolute mile off the pitch. Totally surprised. Root, who was leaning back ready, I think, to force off the back foot. Yeah.
He's looking to
and then suddenly he has to jab down on it. That was considerable movement. Really, really completely cramped him in the end, and almost played it off the bat handle.
Well, I think he played it off his gloves almost.
Certainly very much not the
He's going over the top of the
bat.
stump, so it was never LBW, but
anyway, he's survived. Good over so far. 5 dot balls. He's in again. 3 slips waiting. They're very close together, those slips. Well, the first 2 are. This is defended to the offside. There is no run. Good maiden from Mohamed Abbas. The score is 55 for 2. After England bowled out Pakistan for 171.
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali, says Tim Wilton, floats like a bee, stings like a butterfly. And some various comments by Lockyer 6 and Dye's in a private conversation, I think.
Well, obviously not that private, as it's
public
been broadcast to.
Well, unrelated, I think, to this match.
Cricket.
Indeed.
Peter Brook says, welcome Canadian footballer Promise David to the Albion for the new season, which they kick off tomorrow.
Promise David?
Tomorrow evening in Tromsø in the Arctic Circle.
Ali back into the attack, sort of strays down the leg side, and Cox whips it away down to long leg for simple single.
Farong says, no, Hendo. Entertainment is England collapsing in a rant about poor batting technique.
Wow.
Yes, but we're too much of. We've had too much of that. We're at the end of our tether regarding that.
And Who's, I think he's Australia, says we're playing Kiwis this summer. I'm a little scared.
Well, I presume you've talked about Australia's humiliation at the hands of Bangladesh.
Undercooked and outperformed.
In comes Muhammad Ali. Sorry, I may have said Usman Ali earlier. I'm getting my Alis mixed up. This has come away off the outside edge, being chased by Usman, funnily enough, who's a lot shorter than Muhammad Ali. And they're going to get back for 3. Root moves on to 4.
Do you find it odd that in the squad for the second test, the only one person to be sacrificed is Weatherald for Renshaw?
Yeah. Oh, right, okay. Where are they? They're playing, and then that's not also in Durban, is it? They're moving.
Durban, Darwin.
Darwin. I meant Darwin.
No, I think if it's a genuine top end series, it could be in Cairns, but I'm not sure.
No, it's not Cairns. It's definitely not Cairns. I don't think. Ali, and again, that's flown. It really did leap on a very surprised Cox, who couldn't really do anything with it, but at least his hands were soft enough that it
I was thinking it carried.
It may well have carried. It just went in the gap, so maybe that was it.
Fourth slip, yeah.
Yeah, it's gone away for 4. That has really lifted, hasn't it?
It has. Yeah.
He's a skiddy bowler rather than a tall bowler. That's just...
Well, I think what it is there's a lot of action in his action,
He puts a lot of effort in his action delivery stride, which is not part of his run-up, and he can surprise people as a result.
Well, he had a lovely sort of swing away from the batsman there, but then it did jump off the pitch a little bit, didn't it? Onto the back foot. That's much more comfortable for Cox. He creams that beautifully through the covers and picks up 4 runs.
I like Jordan Cox as a batsman. He just feels like he has it.
Gorgeous timing. Gorgeous timing. I mean, it's not a very full offside. He had a big gap there. But you've still got to time it to make it look quite as nice as that.
Yeah.
Super chat from Jay Grover sent us £2, saying the Albion are now scouting Moomins.
Defended on the front foot next to Livery, and there's no run.
Tim Wilton says no, it's not Cairns, it's Mackay in Queensland for the second test.
Mackay,
which I've never heard of as a venue, so it might be its debut. But
tell
me if it's wrong.
Is it Port Mackay?
It might well be Port Mackay.
It might well be. It's only a 2-test series, isn't it? As well.
Yeah.
So Bangladesh won't be beaten.
Well, they can't be beaten. They can't be beaten.
Yeah. George McPherson says, I was hoping for a Badger's paradise since we had a summer with heat waves, but no rain for a few months. Looks like today's rain has put a dent into that.
Well, yes and no. Down the leg side, tries to glide it away off the face, but makes no contact. Cox through to Rizman, end of the over. 12 runs from it. And over to you, Jason.
Who's gives us a prediction? He says, Root will save the day again. Brooke will do something stupid again.
It's going to be interesting to see how Brooke responds, isn't it? Because he was the man. Well, he was about to ascend to the captaincy, but the ECB, in their wisdom or lack of wisdom, have decided that he's too much of a risk.
He's too much like Stokes in terms of irresponsible.
Yeah, and that's as much to do with his off-field behaviour as anything on it.
It's a good time.
Abbas into Root. He goes back and he plays that lovely sort of glided cut shot away past the gully. He'll get a single as fielder at backward point runs round.
Tim Milton Davis says, as the cook said, Cox has the best natural eye for seeing the ball he's ever seen. Straight
Really?
from ball one.
Okay, that's interesting.
Who said that? Alistair Cook.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that when I've seen him bat, he looks quite natural.
Yeah, no, I thought even in that New Zealand series when he got his chance, he batted okay.
He batted
batting, with the tail, wasn't
he? He ran out in the end, didn't he, in that last test?
Well, he was batting at 5.
Yeah. No, he batted at 7, I think.
Yeah.
They brought Smith up above him as well. This defended on the back foot. Certainly that was true at the Oval.
And he's an opener normally, isn't he, for Essex?
3 or 4, I think. Yeah, they were talking about last night when I was listening to the
3 or 4.
Yeah, I think
got Wesley at 3.
He goes in at 4 generally, I think. So he's having to make a step up. I mean, you could still have that argument for Root batting at 3, except now that he's taken the captaincy on again, you shouldn't do that. So it's someone is going to have to bat at number 3. Mohamed Abbas in again onto the back foot. He does seem to have time, doesn't he? There's a balance and a calmness about him at the crease. Well, that will be the end of him, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. You could have gave him the kiss of death there.
I could have done.
Apparently Mackay is much nicer than Darwin, says Who's. And it's far north Queensland.
Okay, so they moved from the NT, haven't they, the Northern Territory?
Yeah.
I have to say my far northern Australian geography is not that great. Mohamed Abbas a little bit wider on the crease, a little bit more round-armed, left alone to the keeper who is standing up, takes it cleanly.
It's an attempted inducker, wasn't it, Bear? And he just didn't move very much.
Yeah, it didn't come back enough. A lot of jungle and crocodiles up north, isn't it?
Well, in Northern Territories, yes, definitely. And box jellyfish.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of crocs. I have to say.
Big fuckers as well, aren't they?
Well, I don't even want to see the little one, thank you very much.
They're evil. Well, they're not evil. They're just,
They're just feral.
They're feral, and they live on by their wits. In comes Mohammed Abbas, balls and beats it more. Well, Mohammed Rizwan has thrown the ball in the air in, I think, in the end, mock jubilation. It got Mohammed Abbas excited for a moment, but I think he was
close.
just playing. It was close, wasn't it? I think he followed that a little bit, just moved.
Our very own Australian has weighed in. He says, everywhere is nicer than Darwin.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's incredibly remote, isn't it?
Yeah.
And very hot and humid.
Almost as remote as where Messages.
Well, that's remote in one sense. It's a different kind of remote, I think, isn't it? Comes back into Cox, who defends quite nicely with good timing to extra cover. There is no run. Just the one run off that over. England 68 for 2. They trail by 103.
Blocky 6 says, Australia is very densely populated. Interpret that as you like, which I think means those parts of it that are populated are very densely populated.
Yeah, yeah.
As a whole, it's not.
I think Sydney's a very, very expensive city now, isn't it? Certainly in terms of property.
And Hooves just says, don't go swimming up north.
No, God, no. Don't go to a water hole or anything like that. Muhammad Ali will continue bowling to Root. He's on 5. And Ali has 1 for 25 from 3 overs, so a little bit expensive. But he's got that wicket, and he's worried Cox a couple of times. This is Fuller, and Root is onto the front foot, defending to extra. And there is no run.
How many overs can Mohammed Abbas bowl in a spell, though?
He has bowled 8 long spells in the past.
He has bowled 8, yeah. I mean, I suppose, are we finishing at 7?
I presume so.
So there's only another 13 minutes to go. So
I'm not sure if they're going to get the overflow time. But in
what,
theory,
to 7:30?
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, unless anyone knows. Root waits for this one right till it's almost level with him, and he just defends it deftly into the offside. And there is no run.
I've got GCSE results tomorrow.
You have?
Oh, from youngest.
Yeah.
Do you think you've passed?
I wouldn't have done. But I'm hoping my daughter's got a whole bunch of 9s. Otherwise she's
9s?
Yeah.
So what's the top?
9.
Oh, 9 is the top, okay.
There used to be A's, didn't they?
Yeah, now it's A star and A double star. It's ridiculous.
Root goes onto the back foot, plays that sort of little brush away into the offside, backward a point, fielded, no run.
Yeah, so I never got GCSEs. I had GCEs, which are different.
The old O-levels.
Well, you had O-levels.
O-levels and A-levels.
Yeah.
I got 12 of those of varying grades.
I was the last year of O-levels.
The last year?
Yeah.
Were you?
Yeah, and then they changed it. Well, that's what made my first year at university, when I was a complete loaf, never went in, passable. Because I did go to a few lectures, and GCSEs basically became really easy, so they missed off a whole load of content that I'd done at O-level in their GCSEs.
Nicely flicked away by Root.
I found that too.
Timing straight to extra cover. Lovely evening sunshine. Headingley is now bathing in.
I think I learned 2 new things in the whole year of my first year of my maths degree.
I mucked up my O-levels because I just wanted to play cricket.
Well, that's what I fucked up my A-levels doing. Yeah, definitely. I was playing 6 days a week when I was doing my A-levels.
And I actually somehow, because one of my junior schools I went to, and then I went to the higher school, as it were, or the upper school, and I'd got 1 year ahead of my age group, and so I was actually ahead of the game in one respect, but then
fucked it up.
Well, I've kind of fucked it up in some respects. Yeah, left alone outside the off stump. And then I went on to college and did my A-levels and fucked those up too.
Nice.
A bit of a rebel.
You can't afford to do that now.
No, it's true. I mean, I later went and took my A-levels again by correspondence course.
We have a super chat when you're ready.
I'm ready, just read it.
Jay Grover says it's £2. He's raising a glass to Bears' overachieving brood
Yeah, they are. As I say, it all comes down to
because
their
they don't
mother.
drink.
No, it comes all down to their mother.
They haven't killed off all the brain cells yet. Onto the back foot goes Root, plays a lovely shot through the offside. Is there a man out there? No. Quite
Lovely
often you
shot.
see that shot is cut off by a man in the deep, but not on this occasion. Root picks up a boundary, might well be his first.
I think it is.
And he moves on to 9.
No, my wife has the typical mindset of an immigrant.
Which is?
Work hard, work hard.
Fucking hard, get your exams. And she's pushed all the kids. If it was down to me, they'd have loafed it. So I have to give that all to my wife, to be fair.
Anyway, in other news, Zippy Junior says, surely Darwin is better than Bakersfield, California?
I have no idea. Never been to either.
And Tim Wilton says, Darwin is yet to evolve.
Very good.
Well, I wanted to drive from Perth to Darwin.
Oh God! What up the west coast? It's a huge. I mean, it's better enough from Adelaide.
There was 3 of us and we went to Perth and we didn't know what to do, and then we had this idea that maybe we should just hire a camper van and drive from Perth up to Darwin and change our flight.
A friend of the family, his son cycled from Sydney to Perth.
Wow.
30 days.
Bloody hell.
3 days in another more desert by itself. And it's something like 1,500 to 2,000 miles from Adelaide to.
And you don't really do it for the scenery.
No. And I've got video footage of him being overtaken by a road train when he's on his pedal bike.
Start of a new over from Mohammed Abbas. He is going to bowl a 9th. We're 8 minutes remaining, we think, tonight.
And this road train goes on forever.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
When did Richard leave? Oh, it's not still here. I didn't notice him go.
When he finished his stint, he said, "See you Friday."
Right. Okay. Well, of course, he wrote a book about driving a truck across Australia, didn't he? Very entertaining book. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but well worth getting your hands on if you like that sort of thing. A very brave thing to do, I think. Mohammed Abbas in again, bowls to Cox onto the back foot. Didn't really time that. It runs towards extra cover coming in.
Another super chat from Jay Grover. Another £2 saying, raising a glass to scary African mothers.
Yeah, very much so.
YouTuber super chat.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, Jay.
I think people are in a slightly funny mood at the end of the day here.
Aren't we all? In comes Mohammed Abbas, bowls again, a lovely shot off the back foot. There's just no effort in that. It's just beautiful timing. It's chased onto the scorched perimeter of the outfield by who is that?
Shan
Masood. Yeah.
Shan Masood, sorry.
Who played for Yorkshire.
He did. Well, we mentioned that earlier, didn't we? I mean, he's of all
Captain
the players,
Yorkshire, in fact.
Of all the players who ought to be used to Headingley, he is the man.
He got 5, didn't he?
He got 5. He was batting okay. I mean, he got a really good ball.
He got an absolute perler in swinger for a moment.
That was the one.
That was the one you were telling me about earlier. Yeah.
Ollie Robertson coming over the wicket right at the end of the over. Mohammed Abbas moves this one away as Cox drops onto the front foot. And, well, I think he's probably moved too much to really worry the outside edge. Well taken by Mohammed Rizwan.
Yeah, Zippy Junior says in sort of flight of fancy mode, Darwin versus Gary Indiana, knife fight. Who wins? And
I don't know any of these places he's referring to.
Gary Indiana, it's famous for one thing.
They're all called Gary?
No.
Oh.
There's a very famous family came from there.
The Simpsons?
No, that's Springfield.
Onto the front foot, a bit of nibble back, a hint of inside edge.
Very famous musical family.
The Von Trapps?
No.
Jacksons?
The Jacksons.
Yeah, he's making it go both ways, Mohammed Abbas here. 1 for 30 into his 9th over.
He's got it on a piece of string, which means you should cut the string, really.
Yes. It'd be handy.
Try and hit him out of the attack.
Oh, again, this is my point about these players that are good to watch, the likes of Brooke and and Cox, it seems, and Bethel is, don't get yourself out. Be there so that we can see more of your shot making. Onto the back foot he goes, pushes firmly to extra cover. There is no run. It's the end of the over. Could be the last one of the day coming up. 74 for 2. England trail by 97.
Who've said 1-on-1, talking about the knife fighting between Darwin and Gary and Diana, you would win. They don't fight 1-on-1. No, they mob you. Jackson family would have you.
The Jacksons would have you.
Yeah.
How many Jacksons are there left?
There's loads. I mean,
well,
you had
the offshoots, but I mean of the original Jackson 5.
What? Jay, Merrill, Jermaine,
Michael,
and the other one.
Jermaine died, didn't he? I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
Jermaine.
Jermaine did, yes.
2 or
3 years ago?
Yeah, not that long ago. Curram is coming back into.
Of course, you had the two girls who were never in the boy band.
No. Janet, who was the other one?
Latoya.
Yeah.
Okay. New bowler.
Look at Curram Shazad. I hear he's real keen.
He's real keen.
Interesting. I've just seen the results of the poll that was running through the day.
Didn't know there was one.
How many tests will England win in this series? Question mark.
Ooh.
Top
1,
answer.
2, 3 or none.
Correct.
Onto the back foot goes Root, flays that away. Curran drops short. It's too wide. Put away. It's 4 runs. Root moves to 13 and England to 78 for 2.
Even though Bass is being quite miserly,
One more for me. I must have
we're romping along at nearly 5 and 0.
Oh, GPL.
Oh, that's a good point. Do you want to get it up on there?
171 plus whatever we've got here.
Where do I find it?
In there, first one, there.
Yeah.
And go down on the left. Go all the way down. Scroll down further. To Guerrilla Tools.
Oh yeah.
Competitions.
Down the leg side this time, so inaccuracy on both sides of the wicket. That's going to run to 5 leg for 4 more. That said, I'm not sure he got bat on it. No, he didn't. It's 4 leg buys, but it's 4 more to the total. 82 for 2. Right, Guerrilla Tools. Where do I go next?
Competitions.
Some people might say that about us. What, use competition tool?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm really good at this stuff now.
The top one where it says manage.
Manage.
And that should tell you how many people entered and what the scores were. Scroll down.
Let's have a little look.
2 entries.
2 entries.
Of?
Brian in Brisbane, 275.
Not too far off that.
Flicked away again, this time square. It's going to be a third 4 in the row.
It's getting closer.
Wasn't a really good idea to bring Curran back for this, if this is going to be the final over of the day.
But if they got 171, we would have to score 104 for that to be correct. And what's the other one?
Oh, JFBL S17, whoever that is.
Sounds like a boy band.
Sounds like many boy bands.
But not the Jacksons. 221, so that's gone.
That's
gone.
So there's only one man in play, and he's probably going to be just shy of it.
Brian in Brisbane.
Unless we get an extra half house play.
Unless we have another play, in which case it'll probably go past that.
Yes.
Curram in again, bowls. Root onto the back foot, forcing. This time square and fielded at cover. Economy rate moves up. Well, no, sorry, the economy rate of Curram is at 4.93, which is not terribly impressive. Root is on 17. Cox is on 17.
The internet apparently says Jermaine is still alive. Don't put him in the ground yet.
Who was the one who died then?
Someone died. I thought it was. I remember that song. Let's
well,
Get
Michael
Serious.
did. Obviously, I remember where it was.
Well, yeah, me too. Onto the back foot, defended towards mid wicket. I remember getting back to
first night of Glastonbury 2009.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, I remember coming back from work, and it was about, well, it would have been about 12 o'clock, and I got to South Wimbledon Tube Station, and I was walking up not walking up, I was getting the escalator up, and there was a girl coming down on the other escalator, and she said, "Is it true? Michael Jackson's died?" And yes, it is actually.
That was it. I was in my tent and heard all these people walking past saying, "I can't believe Michael Jackson's dead."
Good job he wasn't headlining.
I remember almost when Kurt Cobain shot himself.
Left alone outside the stump, a little bit of away movement, but started too wide. That is the end of the over, and it's, according to my computer, it's clicked round to 7 o'clock, which either means my computer is wrong, because there was no sign of them leaving the field, was there? So it looks like we've got another half an hour. Bear, you better take over, I suppose.
Okay.
Well, we've got an overflow rotor in there because David Brooke is meant to be joining us.
Oh,
I'm
right.
meant to be going.
Oh, you're meant to be going.
I'm here.
Yeah.
He's here.
I wanted it on my
So
CV.
I shall go and
Guerrilla Cricket
sort out the
commentator.
I should go out and sort out the studio makeup.
You're like Thames Water after a downpour. Not quite as much shit comes out, to be fair.
Yeah, I still trying to do ball by ball here, or is Dave doing ball by ball? Or
No,
what?
you're doing it, Bear.
Okay. Right, here comes Mohammed Abbas into his 10th over, and Jordan Cox punches that beautifully off the back foot. Great timing. Don't think it's going to get caught. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot. That
It was a lovely shot. It was quite straight as well, wasn't it? Really, really excellent effort. 4 runs. I'm trying to find my way back to the.
You click on that one.
There we go. I'll give it one of these. A gentle 4 boundary, because it was so beautifully timed. Such little effort.
Hendo, according to my rotor, Ed is here to relieve your excellent presence.
Oh, really? Okay, that's fine by me.
That means I'm going to have to whip into that chair. But let me do this ball, and then we'll have a little swap-a-loo. Mohammed Abbas is in, and it's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. You two talk. Me and Hendo will swap chairs.
Right. Well, I mean, it's far from me, Ed, to ask Hendo to leave any seat on Guerrilla Cricket, because that's always an anticlimax. But I did see. I'm a great believer in sticking to the rotors, and especially if you and I get the chance to interact with the bear. Where actually are you based, Ed?
I'm in Lincolnshire.
You're in Lincolnshire. Have you got your results for your? Is it MA?
No, so I haven't actually finished my masters yet. My DIS is due in September. So I've got to plough through that.
Clipped up the mid on. There's no run.
Yeah.
You got how many words you got down on paper, Ed?
I've got about 4,000 out of 12,000. So.
Oh fuck! 12,000 words. That's a proper.
So
book.
is it just a question now of putting them in the right order?
No, it's getting a few more down first, and then we can think about that. But yeah, nearly there. Got a couple of months left, so it's no bad thing.
How many pages is that? That's a proper book, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it does start to add up. That's for sure.
That one is left outside the off stump. It's a half appeal by Mohammed Rizwan behind the stumps. Jordan Cox has got a little smile on his face, and no one is really interested.
Bear, I heard you expressing well-justified doubts about Emilio Gay's stickability earlier. What do you think about Jordan Cox? Do you think he looks the real deal?
I like Jordan Cox. I think he looks like he's got... I mean, everyone can get ground down, right? But, I mean, in his first appearances, I think he looks like he's got the mindset. Certainly seems to have reasonable technique, hits the ball well. I like the fact that he's at the top of the order, where he's supposed to be. That's where he plays for his county. That one... Having said that, it looks like he got a bit confused about what he was supposed to do there. Turn it into the leg side though. It's a mid wicket, or long on, mid on. Sorry, wide mid on, and there is no run. Yeah, you know, I quite like the look of him.
He hasn't looked in that much difficulty. When he does get beaten off on the back foot, unlike Emilio, it doesn't go up in the air. He manages to get it down onto the ground.
Seems to have a fair bit of time, doesn't he? Mohammed Abbas is in. That one's straighter and it's defended out into the offside. And there is no run, and that ends that over. Just 4 off it, off the first ball of the over. 90 for 2, England. So do we think we're just going to 7:30, or they're going to stop in between there? Or
I think unless the light intervenes or the shadows, but I think it's possible for play to go on till 7:30.
Okay.
The shadows are looking very long, and it's getting quite orange on our screens for sure.
Yeah, and presumably the stands will get in the way. But it's still light till about 8:45, isn't it? I mean, the light should hold till 7:30.
I was going to say it's darker this morning when the clouds were up, that's for sure.
Yeah.
A fair number of Yorkshire folk have stayed to get full value for money from their ticket price.
Well, indeed, how long did Pakistan last? They only lasted about 50 overs, didn't they? If that. Well, they got 70 overs, and not too bad because they only lost 2 hours. That one's edged by Root. Swinging away by Curran, but he kept it along the ground. It's snaffled by Gully. There is no run.
I mean, Curran looks like possibly a weak link in the Pakistan bowling attack. I think they're reliant on Abbas. And
well, they're really reliant on Mohamed Abbas, aren't they? Really, I mean, and the fact is that he's bowled from the start of the innings. He's bowled 10 overs now. Can he go?
I don't know how many matches they play in a first-class season in Pakistan, but Mohamed Abbas has got like 116 wickets in the last season.
He hasn't been a regular in the side, has he? He hasn't actually got that many tests behind him. He's played a fair bit against England. That one's left alone by Root through to the keeper, and there is no run. So we've seen him a fair bit. Yeah. Well, exactly. I think when they come to England, he gets a sort of call-up. Hence, we've seen him quite a lot, but I don't think he plays a lot at home in Pakistan. I think he's only played 13 or 14 tests or something stupid like that. He must have seen nearly all of them. Khurram over the wickets. Root pulls out before he gets to his delivery stride. Complaining, no doubt, about someone behind the bowler's arm.
Just gone over on the third wicket there. Always risky when there's a possible.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that at the end of the day, Dave.
No, I know.
Because it carries over to the morning when everyone's vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly.
With a Pakistan member of the Pakistan fucking backroom staff behind the bowler's arm. That's ridiculous.
It's far too often. I don't get how it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the squad, you should know this shit, shouldn't you?
And if you're in the back room, you should stay.
Well, absolutely. That one's swinging away, but it starts too wide and goes a little bit wider, and it's left alone by Root through to the keeper. No run.
Incidentally, Bear, did you see the number of backroom staff employed by the 100 franchises? I counted that the what was the winning team, the Manchester one? They had Moody, Justin Langer was there, Chris Silverwood was there as well, plus a fielding coach and a couple of others. It was like they've got Langer, Moody, and Silverwood. It's astonishing.
It's a bit too many, isn't it? Really?
Well, it is.
That one is defended by Root into the covers nicely, and there is no run. Khurram bowled a little bit wider from the crease there. Are the lights on? Can't tell from behind.
I think they are on now because, well,
they keep looking up at the clock.
There they are.
Yeah, they are.
The focus on the clock suggests that they may not be going through till.
Well, that does seem to be it, doesn't it? 7:10. Bit of an odd time to finish, eh? Defended, back down the track, and there is no run. Oh, they've got Crick Info saying anything. What do they say?
Joe Root's certainly not looking like the cares of the captaincy are, having any impact on his batting ability. He looks very sound at the moment.
Yes. Well, he started off all right, didn't he, in his first stint? I think what we all remember from Root's captaincy last time round, though, is basically the last 2 years when we lost nearly every test that we played. But we do forget that was COVID times, and I think the team got totally worn down. That one is guided nicely by Root down towards third man. There is a fielder back there, and it'll be a single. We got, the whole. We played more tests than anyone else. We travelled the world to everyone else's countries to enable everyone to play cricket. We were like the team that went everywhere, and everyone was bunged into hotels under lockdown. And I think mentally, that by the end of that period, they were just totally worn out. They just couldn't do it anymore, and I think that played into certainly the last 6 months of the side. of Root's captaincy. No one looked like they had any real interest in playing cricket, to be fair. At the end,
There was also a batting squad in transition as well, which is always a tricky thing to deal with.
As soon as they looked like they were going to lose, they just gave it away. It's like, fuck it, let's get out of here. There was no fight left in the side. We have a change. So, Mohammed Abbas is finally off, it looks like. And Muhammad Ali is going to come back into the attack. He's gone for 29 off his 4 overs so far. He's bowling at Root. There's only 2 slips in the gully now. First ball. It's full, it's wide. Left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. Not sure.
Yeah, this could be more of a test, this bear, because the way he was bowling before, it's like he didn't like the slope or something. He was running in so gingerly. And having seen him bowl in the Caribbean, he usually runs in a lot quicker. And I was wondering whether it was a question of him being on at the wrong end, and we might see a bit more life from him in this end, because there is I think there is a slope at the Headingley, isn't there?
Is there?
Yeah.
Didn't really know that. Is it an up-down slope or an across slope? It's not like Lord's though, is it?
Up-down.
Oh, up-down, okay. That was an inside edge from Rooty into his pad. Full by Ali.
I mean, he was the mainstay of the attack in the recent series against West Indies. He was really the lone sort of one who kept running in all through that series.
Yeah, who's the quick guy they keep banging on about who hasn't been picked in this test? I don't think.
Was that the Shah brother? Is it?
Yes, it could be. Yeah.
I don't know why Shaheen Afridi doesn't play tests anymore.
I don't think he thinks he's got the fitness, either that or he's too precious.
Right.
That one leaps a little bit. Root watches it through to the keeper.
I mean, Ali's been clocking in 85, 86, I think. Maybe he'll get a bit higher than that on this spell.
Taking the keeper away from being right behind Root, which is always encouraging, though.
Yeah, Joe Root will feel happy about that, won't he? Yeah, he's just getting a bit too much lift, I think, to stand up to him. But I'm no keeper.
Well, Root is facing up 3 dot balls. I'm not sure England, if they think close is coming, they won't want to play too many shots. That one has beaten the slip cordon, though. Probably will. No, it won't go down to. I think there might have been something on it in the cordon, which allowed them to get back for 2, but it stopped it from going for 4. Well, someone's got a chance to win a GPL, and it is Brian in Brisbane. Needs England to get to 104, and with 15 minutes left and only 9 or 11 runs required.
That's on.
That is on, very much so. 11 runs required and 16 minutes, about 4 overs. That one jumps a little bit. Root pushes it out through point to get himself a single. Score moves on to 94.
Well, Brian would be a popular winner.
He would. And he would win £84 is what the pot is at the moment.
Good.
Be worth it.
I've never been on stream for a GPL win. So I'm expecting confetti cannons and all.
Oh, well, no. Yeah. I get very angry because I like the house to win and the prize pot to get bigger and bigger and bigger, obviously. But eventually someone does have to win it. Last ball of the over. Angled in stumps. And Jordan Cox defends it back to the bowler, and there is no run. End of that one. 94 for 2. Over to you, Ed.
Oh, is it me? I haven't been doing them. Hombranovo, super chat, £2. Hi, super chat. Drivel, but still a super chat. That's what we like.
That's what we like, yeah.
And he gave her £5 a few months before. Only 2 GPL entries now. Guilted into giving another super chat entry. Damn you, Hendo, damn you.
Yes, well. Well, you didn't enter today, did you, Ombre? You normally do. I can't remember what you take, the 7s, isn't it? Messi Jez used to be a man for the 3s, but he's given up on the GPL. Finances don't allow him anymore. I think he blew the massive budget that he spent last summer coming to England is still haunting him. Curran is going to continue. 9 for 24 off 6, bowling to Joe Root, who again pulls away. I think he's intimating that someone's yapping out a point that he's not happy about.
Gamesmanship from Joe.
Yeah, trying to take time out of the day. 15 minutes, 4 overs. Probably, maybe 3 if they can really slow it down.
I think when those shadows encroach on the actual strip, then.
You think that'll be it?
Well, could be.
I thought they could play with shadows across the. The shadows are very long. That's defended out to the offside, and there is no run.
Looking forward to this series, Bear?
Yeah, I'm hoping it'll be a good one. I'm hoping England will win. Pakistan have really. I mean, you think of the great Pakistans that the teams of the past, they're really not there, are they? I think it's part. I don't know what it's down to. Well, I mean, organisation is one thing, I suppose. That was left alone by Root through to the keeper, and there's no run. And the Pakistan board are, the Pakistan board, they're famous for it, aren't they? Just chopping and changing and making rash decisions here, there, and everywhere. Bit of nepotism never goes amiss. Not sure they
might be a slightly different game when Babar's back in the team.
Might be. I mean,
even then,
again, he's not the player he was 5-6 years ago, is he? I mean, he was up there. He's had a bad couple of years, and maybe hasn't really found that form again. Curran in. That one leaves Joe Root, but it starts too wide. I'm quite happy to watch.
I mean, there's no one, as you say, Bear. There's no one of that express pace to sort of complement Abbas and Ali.
No.
And the various theories behind that, players being asked to play lots of different formats, and all that sort of thing.
Chopping and changing. I mean, I don't recognise half this side, and we that Test series was 2 years ago where we lost 2-1 in Pakistan. It's a completely different bunch of people. They go.
Well, the player I'd like to see is Sajid. The off spinner with the twirly moustache.
Yeah, Sajid Khan. Again, you're in England. I mean, we haven't picked a spinner. It looks like they haven't picked a spinner.
Well, they have. They picked the other one, didn't they? The guy who hasn't bowled yet, Uman. Because he got the left arm. He got the 5 in the warm-up match, so he's probably got the nod. And,
left armour might be more useful, although with the amount of lefties these days in the game, it's one or the other, isn't it? That's a nice shot from Root. Just guides that off the pad, very fine, and picks up one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Partnership
yeah,
of 50.
Curran
in, left it alone through the keeper. No, go on, Dave, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say Ali Usman, the one who was out first ball, he's there, so left armour, the one who picked up the 5 wickets. But Sajid Khan's got such an incredible presence that he kind of usually comes into series after they've lost one and usually turns it round, because he's such an aggressive bowler. Although he's a spinner, I would still have liked to have seen him in this Pakistan team.
Yeah, because they've got rid of who's the leggy? Abrar. He's not around anymore, is he? Just plays white ball.
No, that's right. And No Man, the other.
No Man
did the damage.
42 though, isn't he now?
Well, I see he's not too old to sign up for Lancashire for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's true. Left alone through the keeper, and there is no run.
I mean, he was 40 when he took all those wickets against England, but exactly. It was on those wickets where they had the hairdryer and.
Fuck me. I mean, that was.
What was it? The pitch was. What did they use to dry the pitch?
They used hair dryers. They raked it.
Yes.
Atif was on our podcast telling us he was watching it, and they used everything. They used hair dryers, heat blowers, watered it, raked it, did everything they could to get it to turn.
That's on the latest episode of the Bishop and the Bear?
Yeah, we had Atif on last week. It was nice to chat to him again. I haven't seen him for a while. Never see him. And he's like a standard guest. Playing Pakistan? Get in touch with Atif.
Yeah. Well, it's always good to hear him.
It's always good to
through
hear
the Guerrilla Cricket nursery slopes.
Absolutely. Jordan Cox is going to face up. 98, now 6 runs required for a GPL win. 10 minutes to go. Ali in. Jordan Cox guides that behind square. There is a man out in the deep. It'll just be the one. Yeah, but as for the series, I think England should win it 3-0. And that was my prediction.
Certainly the England bowling attack looked good, didn't it? I know the wickets were shared between Robinson and Tong, but they all had their moments, didn't they?
That was the point I was coming to. I think, a couple of years ago when we lost Broad and Anderson, I was like, oh, fuck, England looked very callow. I think you're starting to see the seeds of a bowling quintet, possibly, guided down towards third man. That'll be 4. And the score moves on to 103. Ooh, interesting.
They need to slow the scoring down, I reckon.
Well, they need 1 run in the next 10 minutes.
Have you got to hit? You got to hit it exactly.
Yeah, you got to hit it exactly. Yeah.
Oh, we've got no chance then. So the house wins again.
Well, you never know. 1 run. I don't think England are trying to score runs, but a streaky 4 will undo everything.
Have a decent pot running into tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be £84, I think, starting tomorrow. I mean, the thing is, I think with the England bowling attack, you're starting to... Josh Tongue has really settled into being an England bowler. Gus Atkinson's the steady. Joffre's obviously, I think, the leader of the attack. Ollie Robinson, I've completely forgotten about until this year, but he's a quality bowler. They just, picking for the right circumstances. Root gets behind that, defends it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. We've obviously got Bryden Cass, who's not been picked for this game, I presume, coming back. And there's a couple of others on the fringes. So, I mean, and Tongue seems to have equipped himself as an England bowler really well for me, to go with Joffre. And then it takes a lot of the pressure off Gus, who didn't get any wickets today, but has his moments as well. And then Ollie Robinson is obviously a man, especially in England, who's very adept at using the ball well, and will probably get a hatful of wickets again this summer. Ali in, left alone by Root, through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Something about having a bowler that can deal with the tail well always makes things seem easier.
Yeah, well, it's nice to have 2 bowlers who are reasonably accurate, who bowl up at 90 miles an hour as well, isn't it? And, Gus isn't a 90 mile an hour all the time, but he's high 80s, so that's handy. And then, obviously, Robinson is a bit more, he's not really dibbly-dobbly, but he's not quick, but he's accurate. Moves it both ways, so they've got it all covered. I suppose that the spin bowling option isn't really covered. That's off the outside half of the bat into the ground and 2 gully, and there is no run, 1 ball left in the over. I mean, Atif was banging on about Ran Ahmed, and there is a case, I suppose, if we want an all-rounder and Stokes isn't around, that you could have Ran Ahmed in the side as an all-rounder.
I just wanted to have 1 really good bowling year, and then I'll be like, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
he's great with the bat. I think he's brilliant in the County Championship.
I mean, that's my point. I said, and I've been banging on about forever. I think someone who's a leg spinner needs to take him under his wing, because whenever I see him bowl, he doesn't bowl the seam horizontal to the wicket. Oh, that's a great ball. Pitched and carried on going away from Root. He played the shot, played and missed. Beat the outside edge through the keeper. End of the over, 103 for 2. 1 run required for the GPL. Yeah, maybe 2 overs, maybe only 1.
Yeah, it's getting
much
dark.
better spell this from Ali. Since he swapped ends, he does look a better bowler, and I'm glad that Root was facing him, because I think that would have tested Cox.
Possibly. Well, here we go. Possibly the final over of the day. I'm sure England would like it to be, but it may not be.
I mean, Robinson's spell this morning, it was just phenomenal, wasn't it? What he was doing with the ball, and how he was controlling it, moving it both ways. So accurate. Oh, here we go. You're slow left armour, Bear. You're the perfect person to talk us through how this guy does.
Possibly in the last over of the day. It's going to be Usman Ali, who has a jingle. If I can find him. Ali Usman, is it? Yes.
Ali Usman, yeah.
Well, left arm over. They've got a slip, short leg, shortish backward point at cover. First ball is punched. Too long off the single. 104. Brian in Brisbane, you are in the money as it stands with 5 balls to go, possibly, maybe an over more. Possibly 5 balls. May well just try and defend.
Whatever the result, it's a fantastic effort from Brian.
Indeed. Depends how Root wants to play this. If he just lunges forward and defends everything, he could win. Second ball, it's full though. It's clipped into the leg side. Oh, that's halfway down the track, Root, but it wasn't fielded very well. He wanted the single. He knew that the GPL was on the line. Did Root?
He did.
And he was like, "No, I want the house to win." But Jordan Cox wasn't having any of it.
Joe Root is such a busy player, isn't he? He's always got the option of just tucking it away for a single.
Well, sorry, Brian. Ali Usman isn't good enough in his first over. He's thrown one short and wide, and Rooty's been able to get back, cut that past inside man at backward point. He's quite short, and it's raced away to the boundary, and the bank wins.
Woohoo! 4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Well, it does mean you can all have a go tomorrow, and the pot will be £84. Probably got fucked up actually as well because they went off after an hour, didn't they? And we weren't talking about it and people forgot to enter, which is always obvious. That one is defended out into the covers and there is no run.
Yes, you've got to use your skill and judgment not only to determine the battle between these two teams, but also the weather in Yorkshire.
Indeed. Well, I don't know what the weather's like tomorrow. That's a nice shot.
Oh, that's nice.
Driven out, beat everyone in the offside. Can't quite get it to the boundary. Well chased down. I think that's Shah Masood. They're going to get back for 3 though. Root nearly takes out the bowler at the same time.
Well, excellent running between the wickets. This has been a very good partnership. These two have looked pretty solid.
No, they have. The partnership's about 60 now. 50 came up a while ago.
A little bit of turn there, Ben.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, it's been a very dry summer. You'd expect it to turn reasonably. I mean, I've seen drone shots of some sort of places where they just basically water the wicket and everything else is just nasty and brown. That one's defended out into the offside. They're going to get another over in as well anyway, I think. There's still 2 minutes to go till 30:30. Cox remains on 23. England 111 for 2. Root 36. Trailed by just 60 runs. 8 wickets in hand. Should really be putting them to the sword tomorrow. If these two can get them to parity tomorrow, both get a 50 and beyond. Could look pretty daunting for Pakistan in that second innings, couldn't it? You know, if England get to 400, they're 230 behind, having only scored 170 in the first innings. Could be trouble, and probably a wicket that will deteriorate. You imagine with the heat on it. Headingley does do stuff. Don't know what the weather does hold tomorrow. There's rain down south. I don't think it's supposed to rain so much up north tomorrow. That's a filthy ball from Ali. Short, wide. Ruth could have thought about cutting it, but maybe because it's the last over, he's not going to bother.
Yeah, he looks as though he smiled as though he'd missed out there. But if it had been the first over of the day, he might have done something with that.
Behind the stumps, they're all having fun.
Did I hear you've been ferrying people back and forwards to university, Bear?
No, but I will be.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, my son's going to Sheffield.
Oh.
Dropped into the offside. Root's saying single. Jordan Cox isn't
that Joe Root country?
I presume so, yes. He missed out on his first choice. He wanted to go to Manchester. He didn't get the grades, even though he got A, B, B, B. It's not good enough.
Sheffield's a great university.
Yeah, well,
a lovely place to be, actually. I was there the other week.
Yeah, I looked at the course, and student satisfaction actually at Sheffield was better than Manchester for the course. So, slightly cheaper as well. So you should have fun. Ali in, third ball of the over. It's defended by Root. A little bit of swing. The ball is now 24 overs old. Certainly looks like the light has faded inside the stadium, and maybe the sun has gone behind. I don't know where it goes behind. Does it go behind either the big stand or the pavilion end?
It used to go behind the cowshed. I don't think it's there anymore. The cowshed that separated the football and the was it the rugby and the cricket? I can't remember now. Is it rugby ground or football ground that's adjoining?
I think it's the rugby ground, isn't
it?
That one is just plonked square by Root off the back foot, just defends it out to point, and there is no run.
But no, Jordan Cox has looked the part at number 3, and
certainly looked comfortable.
That makes a big difference, doesn't it? It makes a big difference, because if they'd lost 3 in that spell earlier, then we'd be looking at a different story now.
Absolutely, it would create a little bit of panic in the ranks. It'd be interesting to see how Dan Lawrence does at 6. If he's got a platform and England are ahead, he could be quite explosive, couldn't he? He's certainly not one to hold back. That one, Root lets him run off the face down towards backward point, deep. It'll be a single. Last ball of the day, we believe, then.
And he's been picked on back of county form, hasn't he? Got that double century for Surrey. Moving to Surrey almost guarantees you a place in the England team.
Well,
doesn't it?
Of course.
Brogan will be playing next year. Now he's going from Sussex to Surrey.
I mean, I always think that Dan Lawrence is good in an attacking sense. I mean, he's a fairly free-flowing player. I'm not sure about his technique really, but if he's got a platform to go off, he's useful. Where I think he's not so useful is when your back's against the wall. I just don't know how you. Doesn't really play it very well. That is the end of the day. It's left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run. England end the down 112 for 2. Cox is 23 off 38. Root is 37 for none. Pick of the bowlers for the Pakistanis would have to be Mohammed Abbas, as we'd expect. He bowled 10 overs on the trot. Got a wicket. Mohammed Ali was the other wicket, but he got bowled 7 overs and gone for 38. So economy of nearly 5.5. You'd have to say England's day, would we not, really? And bowled out for 171 and ending on 112 for 2.
And player of the day for me, Ollie Robinson, 5 for 51 off his 18 overs. Those people who think can't bowl long spells. I mean, he was, I thought, superb today, and it really led the attack, because Jofra had a quiet day. He went wicketless in the end and did spray it around more than usual. And obviously Josh Tongue, although he was inconsistent, he bowled so many wicket-taking balls, as Gary put it earlier, either runs or jaffers from Josh Tongue, and he did well too. So, yeah, Pakistan will be very disappointed, 171, especially when Shafiq and Iman were going well together in the, for their third wicket, with Shafiq looking good past his half century, and then big collapse. And as usual, the tail for Pakistan doesn't wag. Recent years, they haven't had anyone 8, 9, 10 Jack who can really stick around.
No, they haven't. I mean, that's it. Atif was saying that their tail average is 9 or something stupid like that, which is, that's England in the 80s and 90s, isn't it? Type.
Absolutely.
In the modern era, you really need people who can at least slog a few balls for 4, get the odd 20.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. They're missing that, and England, some good promising signs there from Cox, and obviously we know how Joe Root, how he's going to bat, and hopefully he'll have a long innings tomorrow.
Indeed. Oh, excuse me. Any last messages, Ed? No, it's been a long day, Dave. An hour and a half each way at Broadstairs in a car and a Mini. It's not,
There's not a huge amount. We've got a messy Jazz weather update. 90% chance of rain at 11.
90% chance of rain at 11. What joy. Well, I won't be in at 11. Well, I don't think I'll be in at 11. I don't know. I've got to go and sort out my daughter's GCSE results tomorrow morning and get her registered in the school. And I'll be in as soon as that's done. Presumably I'm going to have to take my laptop wherever I go because someone will be panicking about how to get on air. But presumably that'll be Tony. So yeah, that's it for the day. Thank you everyone for coming in. Sorry I wasn't here earlier, but I missed most of the day. Had things to do, which is very rare on a first day of a test series, it has to be said. But we will be back tomorrow morning. I don't know if I'll be in first thing, but I shall be in earlier tomorrow than I was today. And we shall see you for action on day 2. Thanks, boys, for turning up. And,
Cheers, Ed.
We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, goodbye.
Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught.